Hey everyone, welcome to this complete Azure Data Engineer full course by MindMajix, where we take you from absolute basics to advanced concepts. Whether you are just starting out or aiming to become a certified data engineer, this course covers everything: Azure Data Factory, Azure Synapse Analytics, Azure Data Lake, pipelines, triggers, and more. And why now? Because Azure Data Engineering is one of the hottest tech careers right now. According to the latest Microsoft and ITC Cloud Skills report, there is a huge demand for Azure data engineers. Over 50% of enterprises are increasing their investment in cloud data roles, especially for analytics and AI-driven initiatives. Top companies like Microsoft, Accenture, Deloitte, Capgemini, and others are hiring Azure data engineers with salaries ranging between 8 to 25 lakh rupees per annum in India and even more in globally. So if you are looking to build a future-proof career in data and cloud, you are in the right place. Before moving ahead, I want you guys to subscribe to the MindMajix YouTube channel and press the bell icon so you never miss an update from us. And if you are interested in learning data engineering, MindMajix offers a comprehensive Azure Data Engineer certification course covering the latest curriculum, hands-on real projects, mock interviews, and more. For more details, check out the link pinned in the comment section below. Let's dive into the full course and start your Azure Data Engineer journey right now.
So let's take personal information, a basic information about a person. So can you tell me any integer field, from a person? Uh, um, there are different types of databases, columns, right?
Yes.
The different types of databases. So for example, let me take SSN, which
Okay.
is unique for every person. So, and then I have a name and a full postal address. Okay.
Okay.
So a database is nothing but a list of rows and columns.
Mm-hmm.
So columns will tell you what nature of information it has, and then the rows will identify each person in this example. So,
Mm-hmm.
for example, if I take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as an SSN, and then Bobby as a name, and then address, simply as line 1, line 2, and then I would have postal code, right? So
Mm-hmm.
this is my basic information of a table. So when we talk about structured, so this is a very well structured data. So this is the structured one, and this is in the tabular form. And
Mm-hmm.
if I have to, put this in what do you call CSV. So basically, in CSV, we would call the first column, the column names, as headers, so that we note it as a header record, and then a full postal address. Okay, so the first row is the header record, and the each column is separated by a comma. So all the integer and numeric values will be present as is, and all the strings will be presented either in a single quote or a double quote format. So mostly it is the double quote. So it will be something like this. So this is the CSV form of the data, and there is semi-structured data. So semi-structured data, the best example is the JSON format or the tags. So do you know what a tag is?
No, Sunil.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
So anything between less than and greater than, consider it a
Okay.
tag for now. So it's like, if I say it's a personal data, this is the tag name I'm given, and this is the beginning of the tag. If it ends with a slash on the same name, this is the end. Basically, it starts from line 6 and it ends in line 8. So this is the
Mm-hmm.
highest most tag for this example, personal data. And in between, I have an SSN tag, and then I have end of SSN tag. So
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is the first field, and the second field would be name, and then it ends with a backslash name. So in between, I would have a name mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
Same with the address tag. So we would have the complete address written here. So this is the semi-structured data. Why it is semi-structured? Because certain fields may or may not have the addresses, certain records. So in such cases, I will read only the first two fields, SSN and name, and third is not present. It will be something like not applicable, or it does not give me anything when I try to read the data. So it
Okay.
may or may not be there. That is why we call it as a semi-structured. And fully structured data is the audio, video, images, or a Word document or a PDF document, which cannot be stored in a tabular form. We need to understand, go into the file and try to get the information. They are the fully unstructured data examples.
Sorry,
So
can you
it's,
repeat that? The
yeah,
fully unstructured data examples are?
anything which is which can't be put in a tabular form.
Which can't be put into a tabular form. Okay.
Yeah. Suppose you click a picture. How do you save a picture in the table?
Yeah, exactly.
So, so you will have a, have to be stored as a picture, and then you need to retrieve it as a picture to display anywhere.
Okay.
Okay. So the of course the picture will be it's basically a collection of pixels. You can
Mhm.
read a picture, but you can't
Yeah.
read it in the same way as you read a table. So here we covered structured, unstructured data on the
Okay.
type. And
Mhm.
the integrate, transform, and consolidate, as we discussed in our first, the demo.
Mhm.
Integrate is nothing but transferring the file from one location to another. For example, I have a file in my local, okay, and
Mhm.
I have a cloud storage on Azure. So if I build a system to get that file and store it in a cloud storage, that is also called an integration from one
Okay.
place to another through a mechanism, through a platform. And
Mhm.
transformation, suppose if I have my name in if I if I have a gender field, so based on the gender, if I add a prefix of Mr., Mrs., or Miss, so that kind of addition of a prefix happens during the the transmission of the file. I call it as a transformation. So at my source I just have Bobby. In the
Mhm.
destination, if I have Mr. Bobby or Mrs.
Okay.
Bobby, so I enriched the data, added something which was not there. So I made some calculation. I looked at the gender, and then
Okay.
the line one and line two. So for example, the postal codes. So I have a list of valid postal codes. I did a lookup to check if it's a valid postal code or not. If it is valid, I kept it there. If it was not valid, I removed the postal code from here and then put it in the final table. And
Okay.
then I'll request another process to put a correct postal code based on the street name and the area name and all. So
Mhm.
this kind of activities are called transformations.
Transformation.
Yeah. So consolidation is at the end user. If the cloud has a clean data for me. So if that is what I refer it as a golden copy of data. So that is
Mhm.
where I say it is consolidated. So that is the
Okay.
different stages of data engineering, and that is done. So the whole process of collecting the data, the technical term is ingest from one
Mhm.
place, in a tabular form or a file format or in any format, and
Mhm.
processing it and then putting it in a destination table. The technical term is the pipeline.
Okay.
So we ingest the data, we transform the data, and then we store it. The whole system can be called as a pipeline, and it can be scheduled or event
Okay.
triggered, basically.
Mhm.
When I say schedule, I can ask the system to run it at 7 a.m. every morning,
Mhm.
or I can ask the system to run it as soon as a file arrives in the source location.
Mhm.
In my
Okay.
local system, Yeah, if I have created a folder called daily file processing, and if there is nothing, it will not get triggered. The moment somebody puts a file in there,
Yeah,
so a pipeline gets triggered and initiate the process. So that is called an
initiates.
event trigger.
Okay.
For a best example is your transactions. The moment you do some transaction on your credit card or debit card, you get an SMS, right?
Yes.
That so and so amount has been debited from your account. So that is an event
That is
trigger,
the event
basically.
trigger. Yeah, as soon as the event has happened, and it
Correct.
triggers the process in the background. Okay.
Correct. And data storages with Azure perspective, or in fact in general. So there is a database at the destination, which where we consolidate. So or it could be just a storage location. So it depends on what type of data you are storing. If your
Mm-hmm.
final destination is to keep a table, then you would be storing it into a database. Or if
Mm-hmm.
you, after the transformation, if you create another format of file, you read a CSV and then you do a .txt there. Or you can create a PDF, or you can create a Word document. In such cases, you will use a data storage account on Azure.
Mm-hmm.
So that is the Data Lake Gen 2. That is the storage account name, and we'll deal with that later.
Okay.
And then why do we need this basically? So if you ask, a few years back, everything was maintained by the host actually.
Yes. Local
So when I
servers.
say
Yeah.
local servers, yeah, we called it as the data centers. So
Mm-hmm.
data centers was fast. I mean, when you run within the premises, the solutions were running fast, and then everything was under the host's control. But
Mm-hmm.
at some point of time, the maintenance of data centers was becoming a big headache, because if you needed to extend the size of your server, you had to physically go buy the server, come and add it to your rack, and then integrate that space to your server. Then only you were able to extend your business basically.
Okay.
So now the server extension is just a click away, because the big companies like Microsoft Azure or AWS or Google or IBM, they are giving you the opportunity, because they have
Mm-hmm.
everything ready in their stock. You just click a button and they add it for you, and it's within a minute or two it is ready for you to use for your consumption.
Yes.
That is the first basic idea of cloud. And the second is headaches. So there are different types of services. So platform as a service, software as a service, or you just get the infrastructure and build everything on your own. So that is
Mm-hmm.
basically you build your data center on a cloud. So I'll give you a quick example of the two types of services today: platform as a
Okay.
service and software as a service. So when I
Mm-hmm.
platform as a service, the best example is the Windows virtual machine. So it is nothing but you buying a PC on cloud. So
Okay.
you get a virtual machine, you will get the virtual machine address, username, password, and then once you log in, what you install in that personal computer is up to you. So this is a platform as a service model. Basically, they
Okay.
give you a system. And
Mm-hmm.
there is a SQL Server database. This is the best example for software as a service. So you're
Mm-hmm.
not getting any machine as such. You will get the SQL Server, and then you can create the databases inside. So
Mm-hmm.
from the outside world, you can simply give the IP address of that SQL Server and your username, password, one of the authentication methods, and you can log in, create a table, and do anything you want. Treat it as a living database. So
Mm-hmm.
that is the software as a service model. Okay, so based on what configuration you get on Azure, your performance and efficiency is all depends on that. And the fail-proof system is one of the main features of cloud. When I say this, it is something to do with a disaster recovery. For some
Mm-hmm.
reason, the servers, because even though it is called as cloud, these are also a physical infrastructure existing somewhere, right, within the
Hmm.
Microsoft premises. So
Yes.
they need to be replicated and backed up from time to time.
Hmm.
So there are different types of backing up. If I call one city, for example, the Indian, cloud system, if I say do locally redundant, redundant meaning copy the same system and keep it as a backup. If one server goes down, just point your connection to the other server and bring it to business as usual state.
Hmm.
So if it is locally redundant, in the same data center, the application, the data or the servers are replicated. If I opt for geo-redundant, it will choose a different geographical center. For example, in India, if we have one server and in Singapore, we have another server for Asia. So all my systems, though it runs from Indian tenant, or
Hmm.
from time to time on a daily basis or hourly basis, it will be copied to Singapore server. So the key idea is, if something happens to the Indian infrastructure, so I will be connecting to the Singapore side of my things.
Okay.
So there are different types of, how you want to replicate. So cost wise, I think a geo replication will cost you more and a local replication will cost you less. I mean, if at all
Okay.
you take exams, there will be questions around uh, they'll give you a scenario and ask you which is the best suited replication logic, replication settings.
Okay.
If it is business critical, you always choose the best option, which is the geo. Or if it is your personal workspace, local works for you, it's fine. Create the databases and then link it to your workspace, do that ingestion, build a pipeline, and then run the pipeline and see the output and everything. And let's discuss the queries today. I mean,
Okay.
in this section. So a database consists of different sets of queries. Okay. So one set of queries is called the creation, the DDL, data definition languages. For example, this one. How do you create this table? Okay. So there are a certain syntactical restriction. So for example, for this one, create table is a syntax to tell the system to create a table, and you have to give a personal information table name. So this is a mandatory user information, and then I would have a column name and then a data type, and then this is also name, and then varchar to of, I'll say 500, and then I have full postal address, and this is also varchar 2. I'll take 2000. Uh, okay, so this is the basic syntax of how you create a table. So create table, these two are reserved keywords. Personal information is your table name. You have to open brace, put an open brace to mention list of columns you need. The left side you will have column names, and the right side you will have the data types. So it could be
Hmm.
integer, varchar, or a binary true false, or varchar. Whenever you mention varchar 2 and don't mention the size, usually it will take 4000 characters
Okay.
as a maximum. And if you do a varchar 2 of max, it will take 8000. Anything beyond that size, either you'll have to go with a text or a blob, something like a blob, the character large objects. So
Okay.
this is like if you have an unlimited, text characters, or when you're not certain the maximum number of characters you will receive into a column. So this is
Hmm.
the basic syntax of create. And after this, so if you have to, okay, so create. Okay. So in DDL, what and all can you do? You can do a create and drop and then alter. So create is when you create an object at the initial stage, and drop is when you want to drop an existing table. You just mention drop table, uh, table name. So from this perspective, I don't think we will be using this, but this is a good to know, syntaxes.
Okay.
Because we will, when we create the Azure portal, we will work with the existing database system. There is a Microsoft provides a DP203 set. We can import that to our workspace, first thing. Second, if we set up a local system, there is something called Adventure Works. That is
Mhm.
a database solely built for learning purpose from Microsoft.
Okay.
Okay. So you can drop an object, and then if you want to make some modification, say, if you have to change the data type or change the name, or you can add some more columns, or you can, if you want to drop some more columns, you will be using the alter table syntaxes. So these are all under DDLs. And there is something called data manipulation. So here, how you interact with the data.
Mhm.
So select star from personal information. So if this is the select statement. So select meaning read, star meaning all the columns, SSN name and postal address, from is where you want to retrieve it from, and this is your table name. So a basic select query. Okay. And
Mhm.
if you run this in the database, you will see the data in in this format only. You will see all the columns in the created order, and you will see the values. For example, if you want to see the name first, SSN next, and full address, you can define the same order here. So you select the name, SSN, and then full postal address. So the order you query it in the select is how it displays in the result. And there is something called where. You can put, where SSN is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you will get only one record. And then
Okay.
if you want to see, what do you call, the city wise, the city and then the count, and you don't have a where here, and then you just say group by city. So here what happens, it will count the number of records present, with that city name. The result will be something like, if the city is ABC, you have 23 records, and if the city is EFG, you have 10 records. So these are called
Mhm.
aggregation things. So basic, I will send you some links to, read on these queries. That is fine.
Okay.
So that's with the DML, and Python. It's okay for now. So Python and Scala, we'll deal with it as and when, we work with the Synapse Analytics workspace. How we get data from a file, or from a table, or from an IoT device, which is the live data ingestion using the Spark, and the data warehouse, which is another important topic. So when we discussed this table, so this is in the warehouse terms, it is called as dimension table. Okay, personal information.
Okay.
So we have the transactions table, and this is the fact table. But these are all comes under the OLTP, online transaction processing system. And if I talk about data warehouse, we call it as online analytical processing systems. So in the transaction table, I will transaction amount. So it is something like $10, $12, something like this, and it is on the same date. So 20, 30, 11, 30, 11. So for example, if you have made two transactions on 30th of November, okay, on
Mhm.
the same date, you have spent in two places $10 and $12. But in the data warehouse, I would be having 20, 30, 11 date, but I will be storing the total of the transaction amount. I
Okay.
will not be storing detailed information. So this is just a date example. And then there would be categories. If you spend in groceries, or if you spend in movies, call it as entertainment, or if you spend it in a gas station. So I
Mm-hmm.
can consolidate, the gas station, sum of your transaction amount group by gas station. So that will be my aggregation, query aggregation. So that sort of transformed data, basically a reduced data, is storing here. So even if you have 10 transactions in transaction table, it will be stored as a single record under your USN or your customer ID, which is the
Okay.
primary key. So that is the a basic warehouse concept, and using that data, we can do certain analysis, where quarterly meeting happens, right, in any of the companies. So they discuss
Yeah.
their the profits or loss, or the performance indexes and everything. So those information are gathered based on their data warehouse data.
Okay.
And finally, the Microsoft data engineering in Microsoft Azure. See, on the left-hand side, we see the data sources. Uh, it's a database, or a live stream, basically where the data gets originated or created. Okay,
Okay.
and then the processing, the extract, transform, load happens using Synapse Analytics for in our next 30-day class. And
Mm-hmm.
Data Factory and Stream Analytics, there are two, three examples we'll use it, but on a large scale, we'll be using Synapse Analytics a lot compared to Stream and Data Factory. And then analytical
Why is
data.
that? Why would be using more the analytical than the data factory?
No, we will be using Synapse Analytics more, because that has more flexibility. See, Stream Analytics built for the only purpose of streaming the live data, right?
Okay.
But in our day-to-day life, we have very less applications for stream application.
Okay. And then the data factory is what I was.
Data Factory is another ETL tool. So it does the same thing. It will connect to a source system, transform the data, and then put it into a consolidated data space. Because
Databricks.
every single requirement, out there in the industry, comes with their unique, what do you call, unique expectations, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, let's take the data warehousing. If you don't need a data warehouse, if you want the data to be picked up from a file or SQL database, and if you want to transform and put the data back into a SQL database again here.
Mm-hmm.
So here we don't have any storage or the analytical systems in place. It is a plain and simple pick up from A, transform in B, put it in C. So in that case, we can simply use a data factory. We don't
Okay.
There is no scope for Synapse Analytics. Synapse
Okay.
deals with a lot of things compared to Data Factory. So these are two different requirements actually. So with Data Factory, we can build more complex processing systems, but with Synapse Analytics, we have a wide variety of destination systems.
Okay.
So there are complex environments which deals with multiple source and destinations, and there is a complex system which deals with a simple source and destination, but implementation takes a lot of your effort.
Okay. So the previous
Okay.
the project I was building, and I was working with the other one of my other
Mhm.
friends, that so that was mostly focused on the Azure Data Factory
Yeah,
and the
that's the
Databricks.
OLTP side of things. They don't have
Okay.
because in such cases, now what happens? Suppose if I can say that read it from table A, I mean database A, use Data Factory, store it in database B in the destination. So for Synapse Analytics, database B becomes the source. So they have an entirely different system to handle the analytics part, where
Okay.
database B will act as source, and database C or D, which becomes the data warehouse target. But
Okay.
yeah, you're true. Yeah, yeah. In a lot of projects, I've also seen the same thing. For OLTP transactions, they use ADF, and then for the data warehouse, pipelines and everything, they use Synapse. That's true.
Okay. And then would we
Okay.
be covering some topics, not some topics, but the Azure Data Factory and the Databricks?
Yes. Yes. We have. We
Okay.
have sessions and we have example. It's mostly an end-to-end. It is not just okay. The kind of project we do, Synapse Analytics, no, we'll do repeat the same activities for Data Factory and Databricks as well. An end-to-end
Okay. Yeah, we can
implementation.
skip the live streaming part because that I'm not uh, concentrated on. I
We'll
mean, not skip. When I say skip means we can do a
we may
less
not
focus
stress,
on that.
but we'll cover.
Yeah.
Yes,
Not,
we'll do.
but the
That
two
is
main I wanted to cover is the Azure Data Factory, the Databricks, and the Synapses. Yeah, those are the two I wanted to
and
cover with you.
understood. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And finally, the last of our sections will be on the data modeling, and that's another example because Synapse Analytics, when you query data from a table or file directly, there is an option to print the visualization mode of that output. So
Mm-hmm.
it's like you write your query, get the data. Instead of tabular result, you just choose your line chart, bar chart, or pie chart, or any. It is configurable. So you just change your preferences, configuration, and you will see the output then and there. You don't need to actually build a project in Power BI to see a chart. So Synapse Analytics can do it on the fly. Okay, the second thing is the storage account. So that is the storage account Gen 2, which we'll be using. So this is basically storage space created on cloud. So you can, use it to store your files and then interact with it using Synapse Analytics. So the
Okay.
main focus here is to how we store the data and how we connect to that storage account from your analytics workspace, and then how you interact with it basically.
Okay.
And the best part the part of this is, even if you have a CSV file and if you know SQL commands, the select query, right? And then there
Mm-hmm.
is a function called open row set, using which you will treat this as if it is a table, even to write your where conditions or grouping the data or do any sort of SQL manipulation on a file as if it's a table. So that is one of the best advantages of this storage account.
Okay.
We will do it in a demo. That's not a problem.
Okay.
Rest everything is like a pretty basic information of where and all it is used. And
Mm.
I think so, as so far as I have seen, it can be used anywhere in any application on Azure. You can simply give these create a link for this storage account. I mean, link is the technical term, and we'll be connecting to that account using the authentication. You'll have to create a password when you create one. There are two types of storages available. The folder
Mm-hmm.
hierarchy, the HTTP connection, direct connection is available in Blob, and the Gen 2 will basically give you a hard disk. So I can say that the hard
Okay.
disk connects here and you can use it in any way you want. So
Okay.
if the volume is high, Gen 2 is preferred. Here, a quick intro. So the leftmost corner on the top, you see the three dotted lines. That is the menu button, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll open up all the resources available. The Microsoft Next Twist is a home button. If you click, it'll take you to the button from anywhere from the screen. And the address bar, the search resources, is a global search. You can search any keyword or for any resources in it. It will search the whole Azure directory, within your subscription, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's that's the global. The button next to that, if you could place, it will show you it's a PowerShell or the shell command. If you click, you can. This is the UI what is shown, and by clicking the menu on the left, you will click on an UI and then you will use it like a Windows server. But if
Mm-hmm.
you are comfortable with the command prompt, command line, you can click that first button after the search bar. It will open a command prompt for you. You can use it like a Linux or the Windows PowerShell, where you
Oh,
put in. commands in black and white screen.
Mm-hmm.
And next to it is the directories and everything. You will see the usage of all this going forward. And the bell icon is the notifications for you. And then the settings, help, any personal messages, and your personal account.
Okay.
So please go ahead and click the command prompt now. Yeah,
This one?
it'll open a, yes, the first one. It'll open a black screen. Take PowerShell. It's Windows, so we are taking PowerShell. So here, yeah, it'll create one storage account for you. And in the messages, as soon as that storage account is done, I have pinged two commands. One is remove. It is a general practice to remove something before you create, because it's a repetitive task, right? In
Mm-hmm.
databases also, it is a standard practice to, if you are asked to create a table, you will delete the table if it exists and then you create it.
Okay.
So that's the general practice. And if you're asking, if you're creating a procedure or something, or doing any action, it is recommended to build a rollback step. For example, if I making a change in an existing process to add a new column to an existing DB, and then I'm using that column in certain places in my script. So it is a general practice to also build a script which will revoke all that changes in terms of
Okay.
rolling back your changes. So that's the general thing. So that is the reason we are removing the folder first.
Okay.
Should be ready in a second. It'll prompt for the, yeah, the no action required. It is just installing. Yeah, now it is ready. And okay, if you do a pwd, type pwd and enter. Yeah, so this will show you the current root directory.
Okay.
Okay, and if you do a ls space hyphen lrt,
Hold on. Control. L.
ls space
Mm-hmm.
dash or hyphen lrt.
Space LRT.
Yeah, so this is the one of the general commands. It will show you what are the no, there is no space after hyphen. ls space hyphen lrt. There is a space between ls and hyphen. No, ls and hyphen. Yeah, so this will show you the list of all the directories in the current one. If you want to see a list of files in the root directory, same command, ls-lrt space slash.
LS space.
lrt
Yeah.
uh,
Space
uh,
dash LRT.
space forward
Mm-hmm.
slash, or sorry, backward slash.
Yes.
One next, yeah, no, the other slash.
The backward slash. Okay.
Yeah,
The other
right.
one.
Yeah, so that will print all the elements in the root directory. Now the question mark, the other one, yes. So if you are looking for a specific folder after, yeah, press enter. Yeah, these are the root directory elements. This is for general information, right? So
Mm-hmm.
after the slash, you can give the correct folder name. Right now, your location is, when you did a PWD, it showed home and then Ramnik, right? So
Yes.
that is your location. Root is backward slash is the root under which there is a home folder, under which they have a folder for you, and we will be creating your project under Ramnik now.
Okay.
Okay.
Can
So
you repeat
do
that
you
thing? So they under the. Sorry. Can you repeat the last
uh,
sentence?
okay, you are used to your Windows OS, right, in your system. When you go
Yeah.
to a C drive, my computer runs C drive. So C
Yes.
drive is the root folder, right?
Mm-hmm.
Under C drive, you have users. Under user, you have your username.
Yes.
using which you will log in. Similarly, in the Linux service, slash is the C drive, the root directory,
Mm. Okay.
under which we have a home where all
Hmm.
the system related components are put in place. So home
Hmm.
has a folder called Ramnik, that is the user folder for you.
Okay.
So whatever you do, you will be right now you are under Ramnik folder. Anything you create here will be under Ramnik now. If you
Okay.
want to change, you will do a cd space and then give the correct directory name. It will do a change directory command and then it will take you there. It is like
Okay.
going to a different folder and opening that folder in your Windows system.
Okay.
Yeah. Now in my command, I let me do one after the other. So I pinged you a command, rm space hyphen r dp203 hyphen f.
Okay.
Do you see the message? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, copy and paste that here. I'll quickly tell you. Uh, no, right click in your mouse. It should paste. Okay, it's fine. So RM stands for remove. Hyphen R is a repetitive directories and subdirectories, and DP203 is a folder name, and hyphen F stands for force delete. Even if there
Okay.
are dependencies or interconnections or anything, simply remove everything forcefully. Any direct Remove the DP203 directories, and if there are subdirectories in it, you remove them as well. For example, if there are subdirectories within DP203, if you don't use the hyphen R, it will give you an error saying that the folder has subdirectories and it can't be deleted unless those folders are empty. That's a
Hmm.
command restriction. So that is the meaning of this command. Press enter. Anyways, there is no folder called dp203 now. Now it will not get deleted. Now there is a project in Git uploaded by Microsoft. I pinged you the command. You take the whole command and then do a right click or shift insert for pasting. So we will
So
import that project to your workspace now.
so I'm gonna right click and copy this thing, this link,
Yep, yep,
and paste it here.
yeah, yep.
Enter.
Okay. So here what is happening? Git is a repository. Okay, so
Hmm.
that's another topic. How, because in a project, in a team, there will be multiple developers, right, who will be working on the whole project together, but
Hmm.
everybody will be working on a different task. So each task may have its own file, either existing or a new one. So all these codes need to be consolidated together in a place and need to be deployed as a whole bunch at the end of the project cycle.
Okay.
So for that, we use a Git repository where we track all our changes. So here, git clone is the command. I think you need to add a git clone at the beginning of the line.
Oh, I missed
Uh,
that part. Okay.
yeah, yeah. So git is the repository, clone is a task. We are asking us to clone the whole project in our system under a home ramnik directory. Okay, so git is a command, clone is the action, the URL is the source, and dp203 is the local folder name.
Okay.
So
Press
everything
enter.
under that, yeah, press enter. Everything under that particular project will be created in dp203. Once this is done, we will go to that all resources in your subscription, and we will see all the resources created. Okay, now it is done. You can close this now. On the PowerShell white screen, there is a cross to the right in the middle of the screen. Yeah, close it. Okay, now go to Home, All Resources, the left menu, or go to the dashboard. That's fine. View all resources.
So where's view
The
all
middle,
resources?
middle of the screen. All resources have been viewed. Come down, the white screen where they say no resource now, there is view all resources. Okay, so we have a storage account created. One second. So this is the storage account created for you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have a dp203 folder created now. So the project import is done successfully. Can you relaunch the PowerShell again? Perfect. Okay. Can you list the elements ls space hyphen lrt without the slash?
Less space hyphen. Okay.
Enter. So we have a dp203 folder, right?
Mm-hmm.
Change directory. I mean, in order to get into that directory, the command is cd space dp203. You will enter that folder.
DP dash 203 or just 203?
Hyphen 203. There is a hyphen. I think it is not visible. Yeah. Now do a lslrt again. Check the content.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's a smaller case, not the capital. So we have all file instruction license and everything. We need to get into the all files. So cd all files. Capital now. It's a case sensitive system.
A double L. The A should be the capital too.
Okay. Yes, yes. A capital and rest of them are small case.
And space files. Oh,
No,
I
there is
see.
no
Okay.
space.
There's no space. Okay.
Okay.
Enter.
Enter and then list the LSLRT again. If you do a ls, it will simply show you a list. The hyphen LRT will show you the details like Windows system, last update, create date, update date, and everything. Okay, there is only one file, labs. Yeah, get into that file, labs.
CD labs.
Yes. No, we could have just given the location at once. I just, making you practice it, repeat it so that you remember.
Yeah. That's
Do that ls again. List the folders. So there are multiple. So these folders are named after numbers. So right now we are interested in 01. Okay. So CD01, I promise that is the last CD we do.
that's okay.
Yeah. Now do a ls. So this is the first lab for us.
Just ls.
Yeah, just ls. Try different things. Okay. So what do you see? Adventure works, data files, IoT, setup JSON, setup PS1, and setup SQL, right?
Mm-hmm.
So these are the files available here. So we are interested in setup PS1. So how do you execute that? How do you execute an executable? It is like a .exe. You know what a .exe is, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you download, it will run. It will run and install an application. Similarly, we will do a dot. Start typing dot backward slash. Yeah. Press S and then tab. Tab is a auto completer here.
Press. You said shift.
Yes, yes, yes. Letter small case yes, and then press tab. It should complete till setup dot.
Sorry. The small case. Yes.
Small
I'm
case
not
yes.
seeing.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
No. Letter yes. Singapore. Small case yes.
How do I? How do I? I'm confused. Sorry.
No. Just simply press yes.
What is the yes?
Small case. Yes, A, B, C, D, E, F. A letter yes.
Yes.
No, the last one. Remove Y, E, just keep S.
Just keep Y.
No, just keep the last letter of Y, E, S.
S. Oh,
Yes. Sorry. Now
oh,
press the
sorry.
tab.
My bad.
Yeah.
Sorry, my
No,
bad.
it's okay. No, my bad. Press the tab.
Press the
It
tab.
will auto
Okay.
complete. Yeah, did it auto? Yeah, set up now. uh, because if as long as there is a single pattern, it will auto populate that. Okay, since we
Okay.
have setup.json sql and .ps1, that is why it is asking for the next letter. Now we are
Okay.
interested in ps1, so press P and then give tab. It will complete the ps1. Yeah, so this is how you run a exe in a PowerShell. Okay, PowerShell or the
Hmm.
bash. Dot slash on the executable file name, press enter. Now it will start creating what do you call project setup information. So there will be you have to give a password. This is for your SQL. Please give and remember that password.
Any password doesn't have to be very sensitive. A simple password.
uh, a simple password is fine. Give something which you can remember, or no, or write it down somewhere.
Okay. Good.
Yeah,
Or
this
at
will be
least have
used
the
to
one special character. Oh my God. There's
uh,
full list of a minimum 8. Has to have AZ. Holy shit. Okay.
uh,
Let's
uh,
say
what is the name?
RAM 8. Sunil at um,
Or give this one R caps Ramnik $203. I don't think
at
I'll remember this
Ramnik.
one.
Hold on. Her caps. Ramnik
203
203.
$203. I have it in the chat as well. Yeah,
Okay. Enter.
that's it. Enter. Yes. Yeah, this was your SQL login password.
So right now what we're doing is we're uploading the files into our storage account, and then we're going through the list and directory of which files we have and all. Is that what we're doing?
We This is a project basically. In the real world, what happens is when we develop projects in our local system, we will consolidate those files and uh, push it into Git, for example. That is the local repository. So
Mm-hmm.
whatever the setup file we are running, we will do the same thing for higher environments, because development happens in different machines. We
Mm-hmm.
call the lower machine as development machine. After that we do a QA, the quality assessment, and then we'll do a user acceptance, UAT, and then we'll go for production. That is where the actual customers use. So development is built from the scratch. So I will write each and every single file manually and have it ready for deployment. Once I have everything ready and test the development, when I say okay, I'll simply create a executable like this. I will run this file in the QA environment where all my work is taken from that Git repository and run as an executable, and the system is ready for me.
Okay.
So right now we have a project built in, or where SQL database is created, storage account is created. There are some sample files available in the storage account. There is also a database created under that SQL server. So we are just importing all that to your local. In
Okay.
the real world project, what happens, you will be given access to that subscription
Okay.
which already has all these informations. Okay, so
Okay.
in a few minutes, as soon as this is done, we will be using a Synapse Studio, Synapse Workspace, and then we'll see how to link the services between each other in the Workspace tab, and how do you link a SQL
And
server
if
to your. Mm,
and one time there was a question. So are we gonna are you gonna give me some examples, like if we're shifting files from a local server or like what are those called, SSI?
mhm,
Do
exercise.
we SSI, yeah. So is there need to look into that right now? And I mean, in current world, does those things come up often or no?
Yes,
Local.
it will come up. It will come up. Right now, what I'm doing is I'm trying to make you aware of all the elements in the Azure portal, like how
Okay.
to build up something, and then how to query something, and then how to dashboard something. So
Okay.
after that, when we do the exercises, I will give everything from the beginning. So instead of
Awesome.
importing a project, something like this, I will ask you to create a storage account, but I'll not tell you how, because you have already would have, known how to create that using the, search for the storage account here, go create. Yesterday we spoke about creating a Gen 2 server and all, right, by clicking that
Mhm.
button. So you will be doing that exercise to complete
So
that
once
activity.
yeah, up to that
Yes,
point, I'll be trained with these commands, and I should be able to
yes,
do it on my own.
yes.
Obviously.
So
Okay.
when I
Okay.
give you the file, you will download and then you will have to upload from your system, and then
I
you
see.
query the file and then show me the result in a way I would have asked.
Awesome.
Yep.
Are you
Okay.
going to be the
Now,
strict teacher
no, I'm
or
not.
the?
If you want, I'll give you dumps. See, yeah, it is something to do with practice, okay? Because
I know,
so
Sunil.
many interviews I have taken so far. See, I did not get here by passing everything. I failed a lot.
Yeah.
So sometimes even I won't be able to answer a question which a person is facing. If he is facing a real-time problem, I won't be able to answer if I have not come across. So
Yeah.
this is an
Exactly.
ocean, and
And
I know
for
only
me,
some of it. Yeah.
yeah, for me, sometimes it kind of gets into gibberish because this is the first time I'm getting into this side of
That
the industry, right? So
yeah,
please
yeah,
bear with me if I ask any stupid questions.
no
That's
problem.
or if I'm not understanding, if I'm taking some time to understand you, because I'm
No
trying my
problem.
best. I do the sessions in the morning with my
Mm,
wife too.
yeah,
So
okay,
and then I've already started following some videos on YouTube because I'm training myself as much as I can before
no
our
problem.
class, right?
Yeah.
So some of these
Mhm.
terms or majority of these terms are new to me, and
No
it'll
problem.
take some time for me to get used to and then get learn all these things.
Yes, yes, no problem. That is why I'm not taking a traditional teaching route for you.
Thank you.
Yesterday, I had the documentation, right? So I'll give you some hands-on and documentation anyway. If you complete these activities, the recommended lab sessions, it'll
Hmm.
take hardly an hour to finish 2, 3 documents, and then when I send you, you can just go through in your free time.
Awesome.
Okay, cool. Now this is done. You can close this PowerShell and go back to the refresh the all resources. There is a refresh button. Yeah.
Yes.
So we have the storage account created. Okay, now can you search your Synapse Studio?
SY.
Yeah, SY, Azure Synapse Analytics. Yes, open. It did not create for you. Uh,
Just give me a
okay,
second.
yeah,
Just second.
yes, yes, yes.
Yes, I'm back.
Yeah, okay. Uh, okay, so let's create one. Let's press the create button. Yeah, give a name. Subscription is fine. There is no resource group. Create a resource group. Yeah, give something. Start with RG. Resource RG for RG underscore G resource group underscore. Give something. What do you give? DP203 practice. alphanumeric. Okay, underscore. It will not take the space. Yeah, press OK. Enter the managed resource group name. That is fine. Leave it if it's optional. Come down. West US. That is fine. Free subscription. Account name. Yeah. Can you create an account name? Yeah. Use that. If there is an existing, use it. Data lake. Yeah. Files. Come down. It's Gen 2. Okay. Come down. It's fine. Go to next security. Fill in the SQL admin user. Give a password. Use the same SQL admin user. Use a dollar at the end. Yeah. If SQL admin user is all green, then keep it as is and note this password somewhere. Is there a checkbox in that? Allow network access to data lake?
No, it does not restrict
Yeah.
the network, but I can check it out.
Uh,
Something.
you need to check that button. Is it enabled?
No,
No, then by default it is. Yeah, it's fine. Come down, networking. What does that enable? Enable using runtime managed. Yeah, enable that. Encryption key. Okay, it's fine. Go to networking now. Or we don't need a key right now. Okay, managed virtual network. No, that is fine. Okay, fill in something if it is mandatory. Basically, this is how you create any resource in Azure.
Mhm.
Tags
Tags.
not required. This is for auditing purpose only.
Mhm.
We can group together based on a tag. Okay, security. There's error there. We have a error. Validation error required. Click on security. Yeah, I think we need to disable that key because otherwise we have to generate an encryption key. Yeah, disable that. Basic also there is an error. Come down. What is this?
Workspace name.
Ah,
They want the
give a
workspace name.
yep. WS stands for workspace underscore DP203.
What?
The is there a space? What is that error?
Workspace name must contain only lowercase letters or numbers lowercase letters only.
Okay. The number is also not required. Take out the number.
No, it says workspace name must contain only lowercase letters or numbers or hyphens.
Remove the underscore and put a hyphen. There is a DP. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. If this is done, you can go to the end and
Is this
That is fine. That will be charged to your free account credit.
create?
Yes. Deployment
Yes,
error.
sir. Says
Deployment
error
failed.
failed.
Nice. Details. Location mesh is not accepting creation. Okay, it's the location error. Okay. So how do we deal with this? The auto correction should have taken place. Run the PowerShell again. Let's try the project way to create. Copy the whole message from CD to the DP2032 setup PS1. I pinged you in the chat. Just copy to both lines and then paste it there. And then pull up your screen. Yeah, enter from the middle. Yes.
Hmm? What happened?
No, I think it minimized. Yeah, enter. Press enter. I want to see the logs here. It may ask for the password again.
Starting script.
Yeah. So I want to see if after the password step, it should be registering Synapse SQL storage and compute machines. It did not start. 10 and 6. Okay, so you can do Control X. Control X. It will stop the PowerShell. We will delete certain resources.
Control X. It's not doing
X.
anything. Just
Okay.
cross it off.
Do you see a power button after the before the question mark? Restart PowerShell.
This one?
Yeah. Yes. Yep. Restart. Fine. Close this. We'll go to subscriptions. We'll do a fresh setup. It's fine. Go to home. There is a home on the leftmost. Yeah. Search for subscription. I want to see if it's a free subscription first. This is a verification. Azure subscription. Okay. It says Azure subscription, not free. Click on your name on the right extreme corner. Yeah. That My Microsoft account. Ideally, it should say subscription. You enable that activate my free subscription, right?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe, yeah, it may show a different name. Click on that Azure subscription one, the blue icon under subscription name. That's a clickable link. Current cost not
Where's
just
this?
available. On the left, you see the Azure subscription one. Yeah, click. Directory. Okay, here on the left, there should be a cost management. Come down. There is a cost analysis. Okay, fine. Can you scroll up and go to the overview again? Did I see something like your free credit expires on some days? Overview.
Where
Uh,
do I go over?
no, yeah, there only. Cost analysis. You just scroll up. The first item will be overview. Yeah, you are remaining $200, right? A free credit. Yes, it's a free account. But in India, we see it as a free trial. But you are seeing it as Azure subscription. I wanted to make sure it's not
Your
the
remaining
right
dollar
the
200
free
of
one.
free credits expires in 30 days.
Yeah, the naming is a little different. That is fine. Yeah, we okay. Search for resources. All resources are good. Go to home. Go to the dashboard, and then yeah, click on that all resources. The green, big green. Yeah. So here, open that resource. Any one of them. We will drop both of them. There is a delete button. Delete resource in the top. On the same line of the search button, come to the right and then you see a delete. Not here, not it's a horizontal menu. Yeah, delete. That's the third one. Yep, yep. What
Delete?
does it have? It has all the things, no? Queue, tables, file, container. Okay, yeah, delete. We'll do a fresh setup. It's fine. You'll have to give a name, a storage account name. That data lake DJGVO4Y. Copy that. In the middle of the screen on the left, there is a big blue. Yeah, copy, paste it here. Delete. Yeah. There will be a notification. Refresh. Yes. Successfully deleted. Yeah. Refresh again. I think it should have been gone. Yep. Now click on this storage account. Now delete the same.
Deployment
Yep.
to resource group RGD practice failed. Additional details from the underlying API that might be at least one result parameter failed, please.
And that is the creation part failed earlier. Now go to the PowerShell as soon as this resource is gone. Yeah. Now it's fine. Now launch the PowerShell and this is your free subscription. Yeah. Create and I pinged you a git clone command again. Copy everything. Okay. It should take around 10 minutes for you to create.
That's fine.
Okay. Requesting a cloud shell. Okay. Copy from RM till the end of the message from my chat. No. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. Anyways, RM folder is not there. Shoot.
Enter.
Yes. Yes. Execute. Okay. Now clone is done. We'll do a setup now. The same commands again. cd and then execute the setup ps1.
CD, and we're saying,
Yeah, I messaged the commands. Copy both of them. It's the same activity. TP203 all files lab01.
oh,
Then
I see.
execute. Yeah. Yep. Enter. Enter. Yeah. So from this point, it should. Okay. Warnings are fine. It's the 213.2 and then 304 module. Okay. Ramneck $203. Okay. Then your password is registered. Compute. And then it should say randomly generated Azure resource. Okay. Is 83F. Fine. Finding available region. Okay. For I am also executing the same thing. It took Australia East for me. Let's see what will you get. Because this was the error. The West US was not accepting your resource creation because it is from a free account. So here the way they have written the code is they will find a region which accepts a test resource.
Okay.
So on the back end, they are trying to avoid, too many free resources on the same server.
Okay.
So meanwhile we wait. Have you read about performance improvement on SQL database?
Oh, yeah. But when you say, have you read about it? Did you share that with me?
No, not. I'm asking in general. I'm trying to,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Sorry, I thought I
in
missed
general
something.
information. No,
Oh,
no,
sorry,
that's fine.
I thought I missed
Anyways,
something.
we have to
Okay.
wait for 10 minutes, so I thought, yeah, let's discuss performance. So what's your understanding when somebody says, there is a performance lag or there is regression in some of the processes in the database? It's basically when you query something from a system,
Mm-hmm.
if the
Mm-hmm.
data written as a result, if it is taking too much of a time to give you
The
certain
result of
number
the
of
intended.
records. Yes.
Okay.
So that is when we say it's there is a slow performance. So in general, there are two types of issues. One is the infrastructure related. The
Mm-hmm.
CPU execution time or the system which is configured is not able to handle that load.
Mm-hmm.
That is the first thing. The second is we have enough resources, but the way we have written the queries are, taking a toll on the performance. The
That means
unnecessary join. Mhm.
it's scanning too many of the data points.
Yes, not related. For example, if you are querying
Yeah.
four tables, out of which you just need a column or two from each table, but you
Mm-hmm.
have written your joins in such a way it is joining on a not so clean column, not non-indexed columns. So
Mm-hmm.
it has to scan the whole table. So basically, just for the two columns, you're scanning 20 or 30 columns. So that is like, adding the space to buffer
Yeah.
where all the data is copied into buffer, and that is too much to go through for the system. So that is when we create an index or do the partition of the tables. So that is that could improve the query performance.
Makes sense.
So such things will be asked because we will be writing SQL queries from Azure workspaces, even to get a data from a file. So it is basically a query fired upon the resources. So when we see such issues, we will start from the system overload. We'll see the overall health of resources. For example, you just searched for the all resources, right? When you clicked on the resource, it opened a portal for you.
Hmm.
You saw the overview and then cost analysis and everything. There is also a tab for monitoring. So we can open that monitoring and check the resource health and also create some alert. For example, if I have a database, I go to an monitoring alert. I will say whenever the CPU usage hits 90%, give me an alert and I'll give my email ID and it will trigger an email to me as soon as it hits a 90% mark.
Okay.
So that is the same concept applies for all the resources. Every single resource comes with the overview, the monitoring, and the security. And what else? Yeah, these three are the basic tabs available for all the resources on Azure.
There is, I saw one fail here, so I don't know if that has to
Could
do
you
anything.
scroll up? Yes.
Oh, sorry, false.
No. Okay. Uh, you should see the list of resources created. Come down. Yeah, come from the top. It's fine. 208. Okay, there is a lot of. Okay, see snapshot. Is that the end of it?
Yeah.
Script completed. Okay, scroll up a little bit in the same green section. Yeah, wait here. There is a block client, block property. Okay, little bit more. It should be sales and yeah, sales CSV is fine. And some more 5000. You should see SQL Server data. You should see. Okay, where do you see the resource details? Scroll up. You should see workspace names, something like a name, type, and then value. In a tabular column you see little more. Yep, I want to. Yeah, this one. See, you have a workspace called Synapse, and then you have a data lake account, that is the storage account. Spark Pool is created. SQL database is also created. SQL user is that. SQL password is 203. Your unique suffix is your session name. Fine, I think we are set. You can close this PowerShell and now refresh the all resources. You will see the data. So first one is the name. The type will tell you which resource type it is. So we have created one storage account to import the Git project. The other storage account is created as part of the DP203 setup. That is why the resource group is different. If you see, the first one is for Git setup, the second one is part of DP203.
Okay.
So first one is in East US, you got the South Central US for the rest of them. So now this is fine. Now in the search button, can you search for Synapse Analytics? You see one. So this is your Synapse workspace. Click on the name, hyperlink. So this provides a general information, and then okay, how do you open overview? Synapse Analytics. You need to launch the workspace. Yeah. Okay. Can you see that? Yes. Open Synapse Studio. It'll open it in a new tab.
Do you see that tab or no?
I don't. I think you shared only this. Yeah. Now I see. Yes. So this is a empty Synapse workspace, and the quick links are ingest, explore, and visualize. Ingest meaning get the data to Synapse workspace. Explore is you do something with that ingested data. Visualize is the output. And on the left corner, you see the home button, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, click the arrows on top of it. Yeah, so this is the home, different stages available in the Synapse page. Okay, so now let's get some data to this page. Can you click on the data? Okay, expand that SQL data space. Yeah, so this is the SQL data space already linked to this Synapse space. So how to link it, we will deal with it after some time. I mean, after a few days, where you create a SQL database on your own and Synapse Analytics on your own, and then you can manually link. So today we will concentrate on how to query a linked DB already. Okay, so I have this is the data that is done, workspace tab that is there, and then the linked resource. This is a DB comes under workspace. Linked, we have to link the storage device. Expand that Azure Gento. So expand the first one, the primary data lake. That is our data lake. Click on files. So we saw one CSV got loaded, right? The sales data. So these two are the folders. Click on the sales folder. We will see a file inside. So basically, this is one way to access the data lake storage account, and there is something called Storage Explorer, which is a Windows application. If you install it in your laptop and then log in with your Azure credential, it will
Mm-hmm.
open it like a file explorer for you in your local.
Oh, I see.
Just like
Okay.
how you navigate your file system,
Mm-hmm.
same way you can navigate through the files. If you double click the sales, it will be downloaded for you. If you want, you can
Okay.
download and keep it for your reference. Click on the sales.csv,
Yeah.
download, that is fine. Yeah. Now this is the data part. All your linked resources and your source data will be present under data. Now, okay, please go to develop on the left hand side. So develop is currently empty because we have not done any development. All the queries you write will be in the develop folder,
Okay.
right? And all the transfers or pipelines will be under integrate. And if you click on integrate, that should also be empty. Yeah. And when we create a pipeline or when we create a new notebook, basically, if you see on the right side, we have new SQL script and new notebook, right?
Yes.
SQL script is your SQL query. Notebook is for your Python queries. So if it
Okay.
is a database, we create a SQL script. If it is a file, we create a notebook using Python and we query the file as if it's a table. And then data flow and
If
all
it's a
is
if it's a database, then we do the
create the SQL
SQL.
script.
Okay.
We will do one example today. And if you go to monitor, so monitor is what shows you an existing pipeline. Pipeline is nothing but execution thread for a created query. We
Mm-hmm.
create the query in develop to retrieve the data connected in the data, and then all those files, all those jobs are visible in the monitor. We call them as a pipeline. A pipeline is nothing but a query running to fetch the data from your data sources.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a pipeline, I mean a generic pipeline definition. And in the manage tab, click on the manage tab. So we see SQL pools are built-in and dedicated. Built-in is a serverless here. Whenever you see serverless, you understand that there is no hardware uh, assigned to it explicitly. So it is
Mm-hmm.
like a demand basis. Only
Okay.
when you request a serverless resource, an existing server's resource is allocated to you, and you will be charged only for the amount of activity you done on that service.
Okay.
But the second one, SQL, it is a dedicated SQL pool, meaning there is a hardware assigned under your name. So there will be two types of charges. One is how much you use, and then the standby time of that hardware will be charged to you. That is why you see the status as paused. When you pause a dedicated service, a charging stops there. It is the cost
Mm-hmm.
management part of Azure.
Okay.
So if you need a cost effective, go for serverless. If you need a dedicated service, I mean, when you need an execution has to be quicker, faster for the bulk load
Mm-hmm.
in an isolated server, you should go for a dedicated one. But if you are okay with the performance and you want to pay less and you actually don't process much data, you go for the serverless concept.
Okay.
Okay. Now let's do a ingestion part. Now let's go to data or develop. Okay, we don't have a shortcut here. Click on home, click on ingest, and then we see two options here, built-in copy and metadata driven copy task. We'll cover it later. Metadata will cover later. Click on the, okay, it is clicked on the built-in copy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. On the running thing, if you say run once, you will have to manually execute it every time you need. If you click on schedule, it will ask for you which day and what time. Click on
Mm-hmm.
schedule and check the option. So right now we are creating a pipeline. Okay. So okay, it's a 24-hour basis. So you usually we run it every hour. That is the general practice. But there are certain extreme situation where you run, every 10 minutes or every 5 minutes. But
Hmm.
basically, this is a day part, and there is a specific end day. And we can also say run every Monday or every Tuesday. We can configure the days as well. It is not necessary that we have to run once every day, right?
Okay.
And okay, for now you just click on run once. Yeah, press next. Run once and then press next, and then okay. Now it wants the data source. So keep the resource type as all. Click on the connection type. There is a linked service. So here we should select the SQL is there. Okay, check the first one. Uh, okay, but the serverless is not available. This was a dedicated service, right? SQL 83F B3. Okay, click. Don't select anything. Clear it out. Clear that connection. Let's create a new. Yeah. Uh, now this is the new connection. Okay. Search for linked service. Okay. Now the search for HTTP
HT.
TP. Yeah. Select that. Continue, and then give the name as products, and description
So
is
we're
something like
so we're creating a new linked service.
yes. And search for. I mean, description gives something. It's fine. Products via HTTP. I will.
So what's this linked services?
Linked service is basically a connection. You are creating a connection and keeping it. So connection will point you to the source location. Now let's get a file from the internet. Uh, leave it as auto resolved, and I pinged you the base URL. There was a base URL. A little go a
Yes.
little top. Yeah, I pinged you the base URL. Copy paste that. We are getting a file from uh, Azure portal from the GitHub, and then importing it importing that into our workspace. Okay, that is fine. That is just a security warning. And then you keep the service certification enabled. Authentication type is check anonymous, not basic. Authentication type that enable is fine. Anonymous. Okay, and yeah, go to create. Okay, now the source data. Uh, Relative URL, leave it empty, and your request method will be get if you are reading data, and it will be put if you are putting the data. Leave everything as is. Yeah, put or post. Go to next. It's the configuration. Here, go to the top. There is a preview data on the right side. Click. It will show you a sample of what that data looks like from the file. Okay. So this is from the source. That CSV stored in that GitHub will
Okay.
be something like this. And if you click on schema, it will show you the metadata information. So there are 4 columns: product ID, product name, category, list price, and all are of string type data. So this is the file data definition. Okay, go close this one. Okay, come down. What's that? Is the create button? The press next. It will take you to file format testing. Destination. Click. Wait a second. Where will we store this data? The file format, connection type. We are supposed to get a okay. In the destination step, can you go back, because we didn't do the file formatting setup. We saw the preview of data. Cancel on the right extreme. Go backwards. We need to set the line feeder settings. Okay, here, yeah, I was missing this. So it's a delimited text. It's a comma, and then line feed is fine. Row header. Okay, row header. It says that the file contains a header, and the compression type is none. No, we have a header, so that should be checked. Otherwise, the column names will be treated as data itself.
Hmm.
Okay, click on the compression type. We don't have to select anything. Okay, so this is the zipping part of it. It's fine. Don't select anything. Leave it as is and press next. Okay, change the destination type because we have a storage account. You see Gen 2, the last one, the Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2. Yes, and then there should be a connection available. Yeah, connect this, and then destination data set is done. And finally come down, folder path, give it files product data. This is a new path. I will ping you the details. I pinged it in the chat. File slash product data. Files is a folder under Azure Data Lake, and then products data is a table name we are giving. File name, give it as a products.csv. Yeah, product.csv. Okay, and copy behavior is none. Everything else is blank blank. Yeah, we can go to next. So here it's again a destination file format is delimited text, comma, and then change that to line feed. Default. The row delimiter, it's a line feed. We are considering /n as a line breaker. And then we have a header. Leave everything blank. They are advanced settings. Press next. We go to the final part, and then give some meaningful name, task name. It's like copy product data. This name will be displayed in the pipeline. Then description is fine. Leave everything blank. Go to next. We should review one complete. Yeah, so basically this is the summary. We are reading it from web, that's why we are using HTTP, and then we are reading the file, storing it in the storage account. The task name is products, copy product data. The connection name is products, and then it will show you the table name as well, files, product data, and everything. Just a summary. Review
Hmm.
and press next. Okay, so now the pipeline creation is happening. Okay, come down, see if everything is green. Okay, and then press the finish button. Okay, now we have created a sales CSV import job. This is fine. Now let's go to monitor tab. We should see our pipeline here. So
Mm-hmm.
select that pipeline. So it has run already. So there is a rerun button. This is the activity run which just happened. We selected run once, right? When we created it, actually ran. You will see the summary here: activity name, status, type, and then the start and duration. It ran for 12 seconds now.
Okay.
Now go to integrate. Let's click on the, okay, we created a pipeline. We saw the last run, integrate. Now click on the sales button. It will yeah, download the file. Is it downloaded?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, basically that is the file. And then let's go to data. I'll show you where the file is stored in the data tab. Yeah, if you, there was a CSV, what is the timestamp? Click refresh. There should be refresh on the, can you see more? The new SQL script, new notebook, new data flow, more. There should be refresh last. Okay, so where is the product data? Expand that attached. Where is products data? Linked service workspace. Expand this. No, this is a SQL DB. You should see it in files only. Go to develop. Let's rerun the pipeline. What do we have? We have sales here. Integrate. Let's go to that pipeline. Go to integrate tab. Pipeline. Expand. Click on that. Copy. There will be a run option. And right click on that.
Right click on.
Okay, it's not here. Okay, cool. It is the data is not shown here, but it was successful. Okay, ideally we have selected the Gen 2. So if you go to data linked service, and it is the same place, we should have seen a data. Okay.
How do we run this pipeline again?
One sec. So in the pipeline, it is from the integrate tab only. This is the pipeline. If you click on it, go to on rename, double click. Okay, before this, I want you to delete all the resources. Before, I mean, you can close this window. This is fine.
Just close
So
this
basically,
window.
yeah, close this window. And then, yeah, go to the Azure portal, go to all resources and delete everything. And this is a official standard exercise. It is fine. Delete last. Enter delete to confirm. Click on that notification, bell icon on the top. So that should be green when it's all done. This is to, save some cost.
Oh, okay. I got the step by step. I got that we have to do the GitHub command, how to get into the directory, and then ls lrt. I tried all that, right?
Okay.
But
Yes.
I'm still a little bit behind on the overall concept of this. Like we are doing this to create a Synopsys account,
Correct. So
which
you
in turn
the
creates a
last one,
data lake
Synapse
storage.
workspace. Correct. So we have a Synapse workspace. This is the last item in your screen, right? Synapse
Yes.
G3MH0CA. That is the workspace. And you have
So
one
what did the
dedicated tool
GitHub give us? The git command that we used. What did we
that
copy from that
that
git command?
gave you the okay. Could you please run your command shell,
Yes,
PowerShell?
please.
Yeah, and go to DP203 folder. So could you list all the folders? You should have a DP203 and then you change to that directory.
Right?
Yes, you can maximize the screen. CD to CD space DP hyphens 203. I will show you the setup file what it is doing.
Why is it?
See,
Oh, okay.
yeah, yeah. Just enter. Complete
Oh, oh,
the tab. I mean, you had to,
oh,
yeah,
why doesn't?
start typing DP.
Yeah, I wanted to finish. Like that's what we want, right? CP DP03 all files
Mhm.
lab 01, right?
Till
No?
lab 01. Yes, yes, yes.
How do I so spacebar?
Yeah, space
Okay.
D. Yep,
Enter.
enter. Okay, now do a LSLRT. You would have 3-4 files. So we will be interested in setup.ps1, right? So can you type more more space setup.ps1. So this will open the file in read only. Yeah, enter. So this is what happened when you executed that /setup.ps1. So these are the Linux commands. You are getting anything you see with a dollar is a variable. For
Mm-hmm.
example, at the last section you have a subs $subs under handle cases where the Azure has multiple subscriptions, right? So these are the commands to get your account information. So subs is a variable. Do you see that? $subs. Uh, Please confirm when you see $subs. Next, the
$subs, yes.
sixth line is equal to get hyphen az subscription and select the object where get type in that array and the length is greater than 1. Basically, a valid subscription name. It is getting the subscription from your account and then adding the value to it. Could you please press enter?
Enter.
Yeah, or space. It will start printing more. Let's get to a let's keep pressing enter until you see, yeah, and then now you can scroll up. So
Okay.
scroll up on the logs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So create database. It was creating a database,
correct.
load data. Okay.
Correct.
Oh.
Could you please stop, come down? Think I will little bit. Yeah, there. You see SQL command hyphen s
Mm-hmm.
in the middle. Create database right host creating. The creating the dollar database name database is, I think if you remember, that was one of the messages print on the log when you run that setup
Yes.
script. And then
Yes.
SQL command is the actual command line to create it, the database. So hyphen s hyphen Synapse workspace.sql Azure Synapse.net was the actual address given. So dollar $Synapse workspace was a variable which is declared in the previous steps. We'll get there. That is fine. And hyphen u stands for username. Dollar $SQL user is the SQL user variable, and then SQL password is something which you gave a password, a
We
complex one.
give the password,
And
yes.
yeah, so that is part of it. And then database name is by default, and then setup.sql is what it called to execute that SQL command. So basically, this is a command uh, line to create that DB from the backend. If you
Okay.
could go to all resources, search for a SQL database, and you would open the SQL database, give the name and everything, and then press the create button, right?
Hmm.
This command line and that UI creation basically does the same job.
Okay.
So when you imported that DP203, all the files were copied to your local. When you ran that setup script, all these commands were executed in sequence along with the file data, ready from that DP203 lab01 folder, and all
So
the
this,
resources got created under
yeah.
you.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay. 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 So the setup file created the database account, the Gen2
Yes,
data storage account, right?
everything, all the
And it created
resources.
the SQL, the Sparka, the Synapse, and it created all the
Mhm.
accounts because it's all predetermined into that setup file.
Correct, correct. So ideally, where will it be used? Okay, if that is the
Yeah,
question.
minimum eight
Where,
characters. All this was shown. Like this was where we set up the password, right?
yes, and then there is a pattern recognition step as well. There, yeah, freeze right there
Mhm.
with the
Yeah. Okay. So that means in the real world, they will already have the storage accounts for whatever company is, right?
yes,
They will
you
have,
you
they're
would have
already set up their Synapse account, everything. So they
correct,
will add me into the
correct.
subscription, right?
Yeah,
They will have their
yeah.
GitHub. They will have the Git platform where all these developers are.
Git
Uh,
Git is just one of the example. There are other vendors, there is Bitbucket and there is ClearCase, and there could be something else as well. So there will
okay.
be a repository for sure. In this case, we are
Yeah.
taking Git as an example.
We're taking the repository from the Git in
Mm,
this case, and
correct.
the
Mm,
repository is that copied, that repository gave us that setup file, right?
correct. Yeah.
It gave
So
us that. Yeah.
let me give an example of what I would ask. If you join, any company today,
Hmm.
I'm taking a 99% cases of, of an existing project. So they would have
Okay.
all the resources. They will
Hmm.
create a company email ID and get you into the Active Directory and everything. So when you
Hmm.
open portal.azure.com with your office email ID, you will see this setup because some you would have raised a request, or some admin would have given your email, assigned your email to a certain role where you have a developer access to a portal, right?
Okay.
So when you go to all resources, you would see all of them. Ideally,
Okay.
what the daily, day-to-day work would be, you would have ADF workflow or Synapse job already created in the pipeline.
Hmm.
If I have to give you a development work, probably I will, send you an email with the new file and the new file format, and ask you to build a pipeline for this, right?
Hmm.
So either you refer any of the existing jobs and see how it is done, or with the details I have given, just like the way we practice, no, we went to data and then we linked that workspace if it's a storage account, and then we went to develop, we built a query to read that data, and then we went to integrate and then run the query.
Hmm.
Create a dedicated pool and then create an external table, put all the file data there, and give read access to those files because that
Okay.
file is new, that external table is new. Grant select to any of the consumer and ask them to read it as a source and then do whatever they wish. So what they would do, they will set up a same thing, same workflow as you did, but instead of file, they will read it from your destination for table.
Okay.
So this would be a ideal synapse flow building work. Or if you are part of manage team, when I say manage, it is supporting a day-to-day activity of that environment. or
Mm-hmm.
for example, it's production. If some file failed to load for some reason, then as a developer, when you get that issue, it's your responsibility to get into that, download the file from the storage account, for example, check if
Mm-hmm.
there are any data cleansing mismatches there, and then look at the Synapse workflow, and then see which step it actually failed, and then you try to find that record in here. Either you ask the client to fix that record, send it to us, or you fix it yourself and then re-upload the file and reprocess, make sure it goes through, or you create an exception in your file if it is a process improvement. So your
Okay.
Synapse workspace will be changed. Either you change a query, or you add a step to ignore that record, or you add a step in your cleansing process. For example, if an email address had a space, so space is not
Mm-hmm.
allowed in email address. If that was
Email
the
address,
case,
yes.
yeah, you remove the space, you have re-upload the file or process it, or you write one more step in your email cleansing, where you update that column to replace the space with nothing, so that your data is cleansed, because
Okay.
anyways space has no meaning in email. So you can
Mm-hmm.
go ahead and take that decision of updating, and then your process will take care of any such issues in the email field going further. So this is the ideal bug fixing example, a task
Okay.
example. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
So you
Yeah, no,
yeah,
things are
you
much more
can
clear because I was having hard time to build up the umbrella. Like, how is this all connected, right? So,
yeah.
no, thank you. That actually cleared a lot of my doubts. And
Okay, and let me give one more example of how a brand new project is set up, right? So if you take any decent organization with more than 100 200 people, they would have a dedicated
okay.
infrastructure which is solely put to create all these resources and do the cost management wise, because they would have a budgetary constraint to not exceed certain amount for a project. Okay,
Okay.
so this infrastructure team, what they does is they create the Azure accounts for you. First thing.
Okay.
Second, they will create the resource groups. Okay. Third, they will create the resources under resource groups, and then manage the firewalls. I mean, when I say firewall, it is the communication between each of the resources. Because even though storage account and Synapse are there, they need to have a connection enabled. In most of the case, if you create these two resources under the same resource group, by default they can communicate, right? So what if you have a client account, a file based ADLS in one subscription, and you have your development in an other subscription in another region?
Mm-hmm.
Suppose one is put in Asia, the other in put in one of the US servers. So these two need to have a firewall to communicate. So that whitelisting, when I say whitelisting, it is recognizing an IP as a trusted source to interact or exchange data or communication. So that process also is taken care by the infrastructure,
Mm-hmm.
right? So even though you are an architect, you design a project and then do it, you would not have access to create any resources, because there is that constraint put in the standards, the practice standards. You will have to
Okay.
request an infrastructure team to have the resource created, because they are the ones who are paying. That is the creation and payment team, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So in the real time projects, it is a good to know thing, but it's mostly high likely that you will be asked to create a resource.
Okay.
But whatever you create within the project, it's up to you, and you are the owner of that process.
Okay.
Okay,
So
so that is,
shall we close
yeah,
this one? No?
yeah,
Okay.
close it. That's fine.
So
So
that means
now,
if I understood you correctly, we're going into data lake, and
correct.
this is where we should be uploading that file, right?
Yeah. So treat it as a storage, and
This is the
once the
storage
file
account.
open files, it should be already there.
Um,
There was a files folder. Yeah, you can cancel this. Open files. Yeah,
yeah, sales
samples,
data,
sales. Yeah, sales data, sign up, sales,
sales.cs.
CS. Okay. So
Okay.
is this exercise part of the link I shared, or is it the Word document I sent via email?
It's the Word document that says how to query. So the query
Mm,
part is what I need to work on, what we need to.
okay, sure. Then let's do one thing. Let's open the Synapse workspace, the last item. So you have this created. Okay, this is part of the DP import. Okay,
Oh, why is it not? Okay, here it is, right?
open it and then scroll down. Launch workspace. Little up. Scroll
Oh,
up.
yeah.
Yeah, open Synapse Studio. I think you will need to share the other screen as well.
Yes.
Okay, so here expand the left menu button so until you get used to the icons. So home, data, develop, integrate, monitor. Think theory is done. Click on data. So workspace is where you see all your databases connected. So this is already connected. I will give you one more exercise where you will create and connect the database yourself. Okay, so right now it is
Linking,
already
right?
there. Yeah,
Yeah.
now that
Okay.
link will show you a list of storage accounts. Workspace will show you a list of databases, two different objects.
Okay.
Yeah. So this Azure account is where you'll see the files. Expand, expand the storage account. Synapse, the first one. Files, click on files. Now navigate to sales data.
There is Sunil. There is something also called to create the link to services, right? Is that in the
Correct.
ADF mostly used, or it's used in the
It
here?
Synapse also. It is in both. Both are ETL tools. Synapse
Well, okay.
Analytics to take a big data to an analytical database for
Okay.
analytical processing.
So
So
those
that
link to
is where
services, how to create the link services between two other, like this is, I know this is
correct.
this Azure data,
That
but something
that is there.
else.
Probably second or third session from today. I would give that exercise as well once the
Okay.
theory is over. Yeah,
Okay. So
and
we have sales
ideally,
data.
yeah, double click on sales,
Mm-hmm.
open the database. Okay, so here, so you see a new SQL script notebook and data flow. Uh, so that is to create a new script when you don't know about the source. So for now, you can right click on sales.
Sorry, I had to quickly go and shut the door. Okay. So we can right click on sales.
Right click on sales. There is new okay, you can preview the data, so that will show you quick a top 10 top 100 info of what the data looks like. So this is your top 10 rows in your data file, right? A
Mm-hmm.
quick review. You can say okay, close it, and then right click again. So here you can use for example new SQL script or notebook will open a Python for you. Within Python you will be running a SQL script itself,
Okay.
so it's not a different command. So for now we can go for new SQL script. Select top 100. Okay, so this is your file now. Select top 100 from open row set, bulk the file location, format is CSV, parser version is 2.0, and you are loading it as a result table name. That's an alias. So this is your SQL query. Press the run button. It will run and show you the data. Run button under files where your query is there. Yeah. Pull that window, messages window a little bit up. Yep. So little more. Okay. You can collapse the data workspace linked part. You see two less than symbols on the left side, second window under publish all. Yeah, beside files on the left side. Yeah, collapse. Yep. You have more. Okay, so here C1, C2, C3 are the result sets or the column names given by default by the platform. The first row, sales order ID, is actually your column. Now, how do you tell the query that my data has a header?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do you recall?
No.
Okay, go back to the query. So there is a parameter called header underscore row. So that's a Boolean value, just like the format CSV is there, right? Format is equal to CSV. Same way, we have to give header row is equal to true.
Oh, okay. So we go back to
Yeah. At the end of parser version 2.0, put a comma and enter. We add one more parameter. Enter header underscore row is equal to true. Yeah, hit auto suggest. Say enter is equal to
header.
true. Yeah, it's a Boolean field. So now if you
Okay.
run, the C1, C2 will be gone and the first row is considered as your header.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay. Now there is a connect to that is showing built in, right? Where you ran in the where you press the run command in the
Yeah.
same line there is a connect to and then use database. Yeah, click on that drop down. See if there is a dedicated that SQL G3MHOCA, that is your dedicated SQL pool. That is actually paused. That is why it is showing a gray icon, but built-in
Mm-hmm.
is green. So this is the these are the two different databases where you could run the query. Second, the
Okay.
use database. By default in SQL Server, anything you work on, unless it's a other database, it is always the SQL Server database.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, unless you open a Cosmos DB or some other MongoDB, some other DB in specific, by default the all the services will run on SQL Server because it's a in-house application for Azure platform. So here also we are running on SQL Server latest version. So
Okay.
all the SQL servers have multiple databases within itself. By default, it is under master. When it is under master, the schema is called DBO. Okay.
DBO.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
And okay. So here, could
Sunil,
you? Mhm.
um, sorry, I was starting in Hindi.
Yeah.
But can we talk in Hindi or are you comfortable in
No.
Hindi?
No problem. Yes. बात कर सकता हूँ. That's okay.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
But like, okay, so Sunil, what I was asking is, हमने जब डेटा प्रीव्यू किया था, when we previewed the data हमको इसी
Uh-huh.
फॉर्मेट में दिखा था, right?
Yes.
So now we are doing, but now we are querying, we have done the query to the data. तो
Correct.
इसका task का like,
Now the next task, can you print a item wise count? Basically, I want to see an item name and then number of items sold in that items. So if I have to say, the output should be item and the sum of quantity. So in the top 100, remove the top 100, put item, comma, star भी नहीं चाहिए, item,
okay.
comma, count, count, open open a curly open a regular brace, which is
Uh,
9 and 0, shift 9.
oh,
Yeah, press 1, count of 1. This will count everything. So now count any aggregate query would be requiring a group by clause because we want to club all the items together and then count how many items are sold, right? So that
mhm.
group by should be put at line 11.
Okay.
Line
Can
11. Come down.
should I
Go to
okay.
line number 11. Yeah. Take the
Line number
control.
11.
Yeah. Group space by
Space
space by
BY.
by by yeah space item.
Okay.
Okay. So can you run the query?
Okay. Can I go back to this? So we
Yeah.
before this
Mhm.
was select top 100, right?
Correct.
So
Mhm.
which meant उसका मतलब क्या था? Selecting top 100 meaning जो हमारा
Select
data था उसमें.
yeah select star says that select all the columns.
Okay.
That is the general convention. Select star from a table.
Okay.
It's not recommended to use star in any of your scripts. Ideally, stars can change at any time. For example, today in this table, I have 10 columns. If I
Mm-hmm.
add one more column and if your query is using a star, after which all the columns are hard coded, so the newly added column is not considered, under that second step, and the queries will
Seconds.
fail. Yeah, that
Okay.
is the thumb rule number one. Never use select star in your daily job. I mean, it is
Okay.
good for investigation only, not for your script. Second is what is top 100? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so top 100 is a record count restriction you putting on the server to how many number of records you need to get from the actual data and print it. Okay,
Okay.
the third ideal case, what happens if I run a select star on a large table? For example, if the table has 20 million records, if
Yeah.
I say select star, then it will try to pull all the 20 million of all the
You
columns
or
which could
then
be
try
1
to
GB,
run
2
the
GB,
query
or
on
3
those.
GB. Yeah, it will try to put it in your buffer, with the query either will run forever, or it will fill
Fail.
up the
Timeout.
run space, or it will say buffer overflow or request timeout or something will happen and it will fail.
Mhm.
So that is the reason for top 100. And
Okay.
when does it run fast and when does not run fast? The top 100. In this particular example, we only have given a from class, and even if you give a where class and all, it's fine. Top 100 will run faster. But if you put a order by, when you are querying an item table, if there is a order creation date, and if you say like I want the top 100 records, which are ordered in most recent to the oldest, in
Mm-hmm.
that case all the 10 million records need to be ordered first before it chops off the top 100.
Mm-hmm.
So in such cases, order by is in most of the cases it's a culprit for performance issues. So even though you used a top 100 for improving, the order by is acting as a counterbalance and adding more headache for performance.
Okay. And then we changed it to item count one, which can you repeat?
So
Like we changed.
yeah, here, okay, let's do one thing. Can you put the same comment back? I mean, comment this line. Beginning of the item, enter two hyphens or minus. Okay, Control Z. Okay, keep the item. Control Z. Go back. Yeah, keep the item. Yeah. Now you put the my two minuses. I think you replaced item count. I want you to put just comment that line. Double hyphen. This will comment. Okay, before the double hyphen, enter top 100 star, top space 100 star, and select from line 2 till end of line 10. Select, do
After
a,
start, do we need to space it or no?
it doesn't matter actually. Even after 100 also the space does not matter till the end of line 10. Yeah. Now you press the run button. Okay, pull up the result. Copy one of the item names. Uh, Scroll to the right. Copy one of the items. Yeah, just click on that mountain 100. Yeah, copy. paste it in your query window. Let's do a minimize maximize thing. Yeah, you see a right icon, right? The up arrow on the results and messages. Yeah, just do this and then collapse it. It's fine. Okay, here after the result, after at the end of line 10, place the cursor, click there and then press enter.
Do we need to keep the group by or delete it?
Just comment it and comment it and put it in the next line. We'll use it in the next query. Okay, so there are single line comments and multi-line comments. Are you aware of multi-line comment?
No.
Are you aware? Okay,
No.
cool. Put a backward slash. Backward slash. Okay, and the star. This is the beginning of multi-line. Come to the end of group by line 12 and then press enter. Basically, create a line 13. Enter. Star backward slash. This is the end of multi-line comment. Anything you write in between will not be sent to the SQL executing engine.
Mm-hmm.
Now, at the end of line 10, press enter. Add where, W-H-E-R-E, where space item is equal to any string should be given in a single quote, space that mountain 100, control V, yeah, backspace, close the quote. Okay, now run the script. There is an error, but I'll tell you where the error is. Run it.
From top to bottom, all 14 rows?
No, that is fine. It doesn't matter. Okay, it is running. Can you pull up the window? Okay, so you copied the mountain 100, right? So it did not result anything. Can you
Yes.
check the query and tell me why?
Sorry, let me do this again. Okay, practice this.
Yeah. So what happened here? So we spoke about a space problem for email, right? So when you
Mm-hmm.
pasted item, you put a space at the beginning and then you pasted the mountain 100. So since we are using a equal operator, it is actually looking for that initial space, but it is not
Okay.
there in the data. Okay, so now you do a execution and check the result set. Just press that pull up window. Now, so you see data only for the mountain 100 bike. Now I
Mm-hmm.
want to see how many such records are there. I can obviously copy this data to somewhere else and then I can count it, right?
Yeah, but that's
Could, yeah,
that's not the
yeah. Could you
intention.
please scroll right and tell me, copy the name of price column. There will be, yeah, unit price, right? Unit price. Okay, I got it. You can minimize this. Okay, now you remove the top 100. Let's do a count first. Let's concentrate only on this item particularly. Remove it. Remove the top 100 and then the comment. Yeah, and then remove the multi-line comment. Keep group by in the query. Remove line 12 and line 14. Okay, if it is a comment, it will always be in green. Otherwise, SQL keywords are in blue, or any functions are will be in kind of brown or the coffee, whatever you call. The
Yeah.
open rosette and count are the different colors for functions. Group by space item. Run this query. So we saw more than one records for sure when we ran on when we listed the mountain 100 silver 44, right? Now pull
Yeah.
up the results. Yeah, pull up the results, please. Now there are 49 records. Now
Mm-hmm.
the no column name. For first one we have item heading, column heading, but the second one we don't have a column name. So could you give an alias to it? How will you give an alias? How will you name that column?
Mm,
Scroll, minimize the result. After the count, you just put a space and any name you want in a single quote. Space, yeah, any name you want in a single quote. Yeah. Run the query now. You will see the alias name printed.
Yep.
Okay, that is the aliasing part.
So
Second,
what difference
we
has
saw.
item count made? So now we deleted the top 100, right? So then the item count one, meaning,
Mhm.
so
Number of items present, the number of items per item, the total count of items. So
okay,
there are 49 records for mountain 100 silver 44 record.
okay,
So now we will see how much was the sale price, how much was the unit price for all of them. So after total, put a comma and add sum of unit price. Open brace, unit price. Okay, run this. Since one column can have multiple aggregators, in such case
mhm,
we would require only one item. But for the same question, if the question is something like what are the items shopped by a customer, if you could list a total number of items and their respective total sum of unit prices. In such case, I would be doing a customer ID, comma item, comma count of one, and then sum of unit price. In that case, the group by will be changed from group by item to group by item, comma customer ID. So any column name present in select along with an aggregate query need to be included in the group by clause.
okay.
Yeah. Okay. So now you comment the where clause. Just double hyphen in line 11
Hmm.
at the beginning of the line. Put a double dash, a single line comment. Yeah. So now you run it. We will get the total item summary for all the products. Okay. Now,
So it skipped this, the mountain silver. So it's not looking for this specific. Now it's giving us
yes,
the whole.
everything.
It's running the whole query. It's running the whole query. We asked him to item count one total. We asked him to
Yes,
sum all the unit prices. So it's doing all that,
correct,
but not on
correct.
just one kind, but every single thing, every single type
Everything.
of the
Yeah,
item.
correct, correct, correct. Now, okay, you see different total values, right? I
Hmm.
see uh, above 500 and below 500. Now, the next question is, can you list only the products which are sold uh, more than 500 in the count? I mean, which are sold more than 500 in quantity. I'm not interested in anything below 500. I want to see the top performing, items. How do you do that? Basically, I'm asking you to put a count condition, no? The count of items greater than 12. So what we do, okay, after the group by item, press and
Hmm.
enter and take line 13. Type having count of 1 greater than 500.
So having
Having, yeah, count of 1 greater than 500.
count
Uh,
of
Count of 1, same as what you have given in the select. Yeah, space greater than 500. The greater than symbol 500. Yeah, run this. So this would give us the total number of items sold in more than 500 in quantity. If you look at the second, you won't see anything below 500.
yeah.
Okay, now along with this, I will add one more condition on the sum part. I want to see all the lists along with more than 500 quantity, I want to see which generated more than 10,000 in revenue. So you put an and, not comma, space and sum of unit price greater than 10,000. Okay, greater than 10,000. Run this query. Let's fix the issues on the fly. Okay, it errored out. What is it saying? No, keep the errors. I mean, read through the error. Non-Boolean type was specified in the context where a condition is expected, a open brace symbol. Where is it throwing at? Basically, uh, sum is a function, but you are passing it as a string. If you look at your line 3, look at the way you have given sum. It's a keyword. It does not require a single quote. Single quote is always a string notation. So all the functions or reserved words are without single quote. That is why format, parser version, bulk, select, from, group by, having, as, these are like, comes without the single quote. Now run the query. Okay, there is another error. What does it say? Incorrect syntax near close brace. Here, some open brace is right, but the close brace is not recognized. That is why it is saying incorrect near close brace. So what
Okay.
happened here? Between the open brace and close brace, it was not able to recognize the column name. Is there an extra space between? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why close was not recognized. If you run this, I think this will run. Yeah. So now these are the items which are sold in more than 500 in quantity and generated more than 10,000 in revenue. Correct? So give a name on the right side. There is SQL script 1. Give some name. Yeah, something like sales query 1 or something. Yeah, anything is fine. And then once you give a name, you need to publish it in order for that name to query to be saved. So beside your run, second button from your run icon, there is a publish button.
Okay. So सुनील, अगर मैं इसको
Mhm,
रिपीट करूं,
mhm,
हमने क्वेरी करना शुरू किया डेटा को. We started query the data, and then
mhm,
up to line number 10
mhm.
we got the results. हमको जिस
Correct.
फॉर्मेट में रिजल्ट देखने थे, the way
वो
we
मिल
wanted
गया.
to the way we wanted to see the results out of the data that we had in the
Mhm,
table in the CSV file.
correct.
हमने उसको we gave it a special case that count one उसमें total रखना है, sum unit price का sum करना. We could have summed something else too, but we selected the unit price का, हमको sum
Mhm.
चाहिए. We could have also
Uh,
selected that we
Tax is also there. So functionally, I would see only the payment paid under this sum. I will not do a count of unit price and sum of quantity unless it's required, right? I don't. It's one and the same. But the summation on other fields, if it makes sense, yes, it's good.
like
Otherwise,
for
it's
example if they
function.
wanted to see for example if um, mountain bike का जो table है, I'm just taking an example. This is the
Go
parameters
to
that we gave
yeah
according to
go
our
to
needs.
files. Yeah, go to files. On the left side, there is a file tab. Yeah, above the run button. Yeah, above the run
Okay.
button. Click right click and then preview data. Yeah, here. Let's build a scenario. What do you want to see? Look at the
नहीं,
data
नहीं,
and tell me.
anything like वो जो I'm just trying to understand that the unit the sales unit price sum is the parameter that we gave it to it. Like our
Correct.
requirement was to sum the unit price.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Our boss said, hey, I want the sum of the unit price. So we gave that parameter to the query and we
Correct.
generated the result. And we generated
Okay.
the result based on the demand. Like, this was the demand that was given to us, right?
Correct.
And then
Correct.
based on that result,
Revenue cells next to the file
yeah,
icon. Yeah, click on
revenue
that.
result. Up to the tenth, we basically satisfied the
Mm-hmm.
demand. Like what was the
Okay.
requirement up to row number 10, right? Up
Okay.
to row number for the uh, initially we did it for only
Yeah.
one item, but then we
One item.
we canceled it, right? And
Correct.
then after that, once we're telling the SQL Server that once the engine that once you have this result up to row number 10, then group by item.
Correct.
So group by item is where, okay, item. So group by item, every item is now grouped differently with the total and the sum unit price. And
Correct.
then we said, okay, then the next requirement was having a count of anything which is like you said, anything more than a 500. This is just a general case that
Condition.
case could be anything, right?
Yes.
Basically,
Yeah.
we modified the data the
So
way we want to see it,
yeah.
and
So
then
my
we
idea,
ran.
yeah, my
Yeah.
idea was to give you an idea of how a file is inputted into the from class. So you have the bulk format parser and header row. You are good there. You know how to read a
Okay.
file now. You know how to select everything, select star, top 100. And
Mhm.
then you know how to select a particular item along with aggregation function, which are count and sum. So whenever a aggregator is used, then you know a group by is mandatory.
Mhm.
So if you run the first 10 lines, it will give you an error. You can run and see. And if you want to put a condition on the aggregated function, you had the having clause. In real world, if you are comfortable with these five from group by having an aggregation function, that's all. I mean, that's all the basics you need to know for SQL. What
Mhm.
comes after it is the writing multiple queries, or instead of your from clause you put another query, in your where you put another query, you join 2 3 tables using the join condition, and again when you use multiple queries, that query will also consist of the same structure.
Mhm.
So my suggestion is you get better with the structure, and then if you see multiple cases, right? So you just
Okay.
Google for some problems, SQL problems, and see how a different use case is built and how the query is built to handle a certain case. So you would see the same structure but a different item and different conditions, different columns and conditions, basically. That
Okay.
is one thing. And what else? What else? Okay, please go ahead. Ask me. I mean, I'm sorry
No,
to
I'm
cut
good.
you off.
I'm good.
Yeah.
No, no, I'm good. So yeah,
Okay.
that's all. I wanted to repeat myself that the understanding that I'm having is correct.
Correct. That is perfect. No worries. And what else? Okay, now where is this query stored? Revenue sales query. Where will you see this query? See
Um,
on the left hand side. Okay, I'll give you four options. Data, develop, integrate, monitor. Where will you see the query?
develop.
Perfect. Click on develop. Yeah, this is where your query is. So any other query you build, either you can come here and okay. Now could you copy the open row set thing from line 5 to line 10? Yeah, copy it. And in develop, in the second screen you see a plus icon where you collapse the develop window. Yeah, it takes SQL script. It will open. Close this. What do you call the other? Yeah. Okay. Now paste it here on the right side. Click and then paste. Uh, okay. If it did not copy, then go back to the revenue query. Right click and copy. If Control C didn't work, right click on the selected.
It's not giving me the copy command. That's why I tried Control C.
Okay, cool. No problem.
Okay, there you go.
Okay.
Control C, Control V.
Yeah. So now use the same open row set. I mean, this is the majority of the typing part. Can you select the top 100 now? Enrich this query from this point, and can you select the top 100? Just add a top 100 at the beginning.
Open row. So in the next line,
No, in the previous line, it has to be a from clause, no? At the beginning of this script, yeah, do a select top 100. Space, top 100, star, run it. No, okay, you can go. What is it?
open row. In syntax, the keyboard is open row set.
Okay, so can you open a notepad or something in your local? Are you okay? Are you sharing the full screen or just this screen?
Just the
Okay, cool. Go to line number 8, put a multi-line comment.
it
Multi
was it was
backslash star.
backslash star.
Okay, so enter. I want you to remember this. Okay, do,
Okay.
type select, enter from
Select
next line from next line where next line double hyphen a comment and then group by, yeah, enter double hyphen having, okay, and then close the comment star slash. So this is the basic structure where select and from are mandatory, where clause is optional, and group by and having is present only if there is a aggregation function like sum or count if it is there in the select clause. Okay,
mhm.
this is a mandatory. Now based on this structure, what is the problem in the query? Do you have the
Select
required keywords?
from where.
I mean, it says incorrect syntax near open row set. So which keyword is missing in your query?
I mean the file.
No, from. Where is from? It needs to be put before you put the file, no? File name. Select and from are mandatory for a query. So you select star from. So your top 100 star is over. After that, the next keyword is from. That is where the error says there is a error near open row set. Yeah, that's fine. Yep. Now you run the query. Okay, you see the result set. Expand the result set. Okay, so you have the result set. So now, if I ask you to list me all the customer email addresses along with their quantity of purchase with the total sum of tax amount paid, what your query will be? I need the email address with the total number of total quantity of items purchased along with the sum of your tax they paid. No, just give me a query. It's fine. Just go ahead and tell me a query. I mean, don't have to type. Just tell me how will it be.
So we need to group by email.
Yes,
Um,
to count the
create
items and the sum of tax paid.
count
Now,
the items
uh,
by
let's open the data. Let's talk in front of data. Yeah, right click preview. Okay, here. So I am interested in customer email addresses
Mm-hmm.
or customer name. Let's say customer name. That makes more sense. I want a
Okay.
list of customers along with their total items purchased with total tax they paid.
Total tax amount.
Yeah, total tax they
So,
paid, number of items they purchased by customer name.
so customer name, every customer name is going to be different, right?
No, no. Let's see if it is different, because if it is different, it's different. That's all. No worries. Because if a customer has made two purchases of two different items, in that case, I'm not actually looking for an item, right? See, if I am a customer and I bought Road 150 and then Mountain 100, there are two items. So in that case,
Right.
I want my name, and then number of items total will be two for me, and then the total tax paid, the tax amount at the last column, that will be a sum of these two records. So if I have purchased only one, it's fine. It is just one for me. But I'm
Okay.
interested in a customer summary. I want to check the total number of items and the total tax I paid.
Total tax I paid.
Yeah. If you're comfortable, you can write it in the new query, or we can go back to our old query and then update it.
I'll try my best. Okay, so this query, we're
Okay.
gonna have to the open rows set.
Hmm.
We would need to first
Now let's
generate.
do one thing.
We would first read to generate the result. In the result, I wanted to see customer name and
Yeah,
the total of purchases the unit total purchases they made and total tax they paid.
correct.
So for that, I need to first over here in the next line
The
or
select, you need to replace the top
yeah,
100 with
you
the actual.
need
What do
to
you want to see?
select, right? So I need to
Yeah.
select the
What do you want to see?
cust select the item.
No, I am not looking for by item summary. No, I want the summary by customer. So your select will be customer name because that is
Yeah.
the by customer ask. Uh,
No.
correct, but we don't need the string. String is a hard coded value. Single quote says it's a string. You need to
Okay.
put without the single quote. Direct column name, customer name. Yeah, this is what we want, comma, and I
Select
want
the
to see a
customer name.
I want to see the total quantity purchased. That will be uh,
Okay.
total is always count. Whenever you hear total, it's always count function. Count gives you the total. Yeah, open brace. I think it was quantity. Hmm,
QUANTITY.
quantity. And then I want uh, total, sorry, I want the sum of what you call the tax amount.
Tax.
Yeah, here it's the summation
Yeah.
tax amount, uh, X amount. Yeah, okay. Now, so where will you put your group by? Go back to my query. Sorry, I gave you the list of things, no, the comment. Select from. So where will your group by come?
After.
Yeah, where is not mandatory. So it is definitely after from clause. Here we don't have a where filter, so we can put it after from.
After from.
Enter. After the end of from, where does your from clause end? After the alias name, right? Alias result. That is
Yeah.
where
Yes.
the end of from is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So your keyword, content, and the next keyword, group by. So you group and buyer with a space.
Group by. So we're saying the group by the
Mm,
customer name, right?
correct.
Okay.
It is the same name as your select. Can you run this query? Pull up the results at place. See Aaron Adams, 4 transactions worth $9. So this is your list of customers with the number of items they purchased and total tax they paid. And if you could click on chart, pull up the result,
If
or
we were
go
to
back to yeah
go back to data, yes.
the revenue sales. Let's go back to revenue sales. I want to show you the charts, the previous window. Yeah. So pull up the results. So one advantage of charts, yes. Could you collapse the develop window so that way chart is better visible? Develop on the right. No. Pull that result up. On the left side, we have the second window. No. Develop, where you see the SQL scripts, revenue. Collapse everything on the left. Beside your files icon, there is a collapse button. 2 less than symbols. Yeah. Yes. And collapse the main menu also. Home, data, develop, integrate on the left. We can. Yeah. So here in the chart, change the chart type to pie. In the below, the right side, there is a chart type. Change it to pie chart, and then change the legend series to something else. We have item. Okay, keep item there, and category column. Click on the category. Change total. Okay. So this is the basic pie chart, and if you hover over your pie chart, it will show you which item it is. Since we are printing the total, change the category column to something like item. Yeah. So this is the item wise share. So this is one of the advantages of Synapse. You see a result, you can immediately convert into a visual representation without even actually taking that data to Power BI or some other visualization tool. First thing.
Mm-hmm.
So you could, yeah, could you do the same thing in your customer name query? Show me something. Yeah, show me the chart. Change to a suitable chart type. Category is customer name. Category is by what you see. Second is okay, since you have not given a alias name, it's
Yeah.
giving us column 1 and column 2, but now we know first column is the count and second column is the tax. So category column, so since we were looking by customer name, I would select customer name. And then if you want to see the share of tax amount, select the column 2 in legend series. That is the total. Yeah. And then change the chart type. So wait, I think it's loading. Click on the chart. Nope, it's not loading for some reason. Okay, it looks like a glitch. Change the chart type and check if it is having any issues with the pie. Check the scatter plot. Yeah. Change the legend series to something else. Change the legend to no. These are the labels. Scroll up. Scroll up. I think we have to load it from the top. Legends, keep only customer name in legend series. Legend is basically what is printed. Choose a category column. I think it's a top-down hierarchy. When you choose a customer to second, no, select the column name. Let's see the price as category and customers as legend. This is the reverse of it. This
So
is, yeah. Select the column 1 in category column. and then legend, select the customer name. It's not given. Okay, the compatibility issue. Cool. Okay, no problem. My idea was to, give you some hands-on on the chat side. We can explore. That is fine. So far, we have seen how to upload a file into a storage account and then how to query them, right? Using
Mm-hmm.
SQL and probably Synapse. Otherwise, we'll do Synapse. That is fine. I mean, Apache Spark. It is the same way how you right click on the file and use a SQL pool and then select top 100. If you do the same with Apache Spark, it will open a similar window, but the syntax will be a little different. We'll deal with that.
Okay.
But the process wise, UI wise, it is the same way how you generate a SQL query for a file. So today we'll deal with the SQL serverless SQL pools. This is basically how you run. If you remember, there was whenever we ran a SQL pool, we were running it in a built-in SQL account, not the
Mm-hmm.
dedicated one. So this class will see what the dedicated one is. When you have a database created in your Synapse workspace, and it's not a on-demand, it's a dedicated instance for you. So you have a dedicated space. When I say dedicated, a fixed number of CPU computing power is
Mm-hmm.
allocated to that particular server.
Okay.
Serverless SQL pool is a shared resource. The allocation happens only on a demand basis.
Demand basis.
So
Okay.
yeah, nobody, no server, no computing power waits for you in case of serverless. If you are
Okay.
using less, less is allocated. If you are using more, more is allocated. But in
Mm-hmm.
dedicated SQL pool, you will demand a source at the time of creation, and those many resources are kept waiting for you. So they
Okay.
will come into action as and when you need it.
Okay.
And the generic purposes of using this activity to do the data exploration, transformation, and for the logical warehouse. When I say logical, it applies only for the serverless SQL pool. And if you are using a dedicated SQL pool to query your data, it is not
Mm-hmm.
logical, it is physical data warehouse.
Okay.
Okay, this much we have seen so far, and now you have already seen multiple data formats. These are the same thing. You would have noticed that format keyword in your open rosette CSV. So you can change it to JSON or PUCWET depending on what the underlying data, the underlying file format, right?
Mm-hmm.
Basically, whichever the
We,
format
we
you are
don't have
interacting
JSON
with,
file
is
in our.
logical.
We don't have JSON file in a blob, right? We only
We
have
can. So this is the format type. This the open rosette syntax. This is for a SQL query, and you give the format as CSV, JSON or PUCWET. So depending on that, it will read. And this we have already covered, I believe. When you give the bulk collect and the URL, if you give a file name directly, it will pick up only one file. And if you give a file star.csv, okay. Uh, let's take an example for the regular expressions. So in Unix, there is something called as a regular expression. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
let's do the, okay, we are taking a file name. Okay, tell me a sample file name. Uh, my report
Estimates.
uh, dot, okay, my estimates dot csv, right?
Mm-hmm.
Estimates dot csv. Now tell me, how do you give a open row set syntax for this CSV? When you read this file in your open row sets, you will give this, right? Estimates.csv. This is the first case, which is a direct one. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's consider the second set. So we have estimate.csv, and then there are multiple months. So I will do a Feb, and then I will do a Jan. So how can you process both these files at once? How can you read both of these files into your workspace at once.
You have to give some sort of a common denominator to the files, right?
Yes, so it is a CSV file. So what I will do is estimate and then I will do a star. So it is like after the name estimates, -jan and -feb is taken care by the star. That is the
By the star. Okay.
asterisk. Yeah. So any number of chars and then any number of occurrences. When I say occurrences, it's irrespective of the length. So it can
Mm-hmm.
have any number of characters and it can have any length of characters. That
Okay.
is the star. If I use underscore, it is one char only.
Okay.
Okay. So if I have if I have to give a one character this thing, okay. If we have a second day of Jan, and then okay, let me make it easy. Okay, this is fine. If we have a first day of Jan, so how do you process only the Jan files? Because I might as well have a February, and then that Feb can have a second day or first day, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how can you process only one, 2 days of January files? So you just since underscore deals with only one character, I would do something like estimates. I will have an underscore and then I'll add two underscores and Jan. So please note here there are four underscores because we are dealing with the underscore presiding and the post 01 name. So
Mm-hmm.
the middle underscores will look for a single occurrence of any character. It could be number, date, day, anything. If I add another file for January, suppose on 9th of January, so all 1, 2, and 9, all three files are processed as part of this syntax.
Okay.
When I, okay, that is for Jan, and then same thing applies for February and everything. And how do you, uh, what do you say, process all these files at once, irrespective of Jan? So one way is that estimates star will do the job for you. But
Mm-hmm.
if you have something like a JSON, so here we have a JSON. How do you handle this?
Because now we have different type of file.
Correct. So here we'll just go through the CSV and then do a double star. So not just the files, it will go with sub files under subfolder as well.
Mm-hmm.
Suppose if we have another, in such case, some cases you will see a folder, January folder per month actually, Jan, Feb, March, and all. So in such cases, if there is a 2023 folder under which you have Jan, Feb, and March till December, and under these we have 01 and then 02, all the 30 days.
Mm-hmm.
So 31 files under Jan under 2003. So if you give the files dash files slash 2023 folder, and then if you just run the double star, all 12 months worth of files, maybe around 50, we have 52 weeks if it's a weekly file. So we will process all 52 files at once, or we will be processing 360 files using the double star notation.
Okay.
That is what mentioned here. You can query the file directly by the name or with the starting pattern with anything which comes after file, or all the files in the current directory, or all the files in current and the subdirectories.
Subdirectories.
This is about selecting the files. And okay, some properties. It's like you can tell the system if there is a header row present, mainly the column name. We have seen that. If we don't give a header row, it will print C1, C2, C3. C stands for column. And if there is header row present, it will by default consider the first row as header. And for some reason, if you want to skip uh, number of files at the number of records at the beginning, you can use the first row. So in this case, the first row is starting from the second record. If you mention 20, the initial 19 records will be ignored and the file will load starting from the 20th record. So that is the purpose of
The
first row.
20th line will be then considered as the header row, or the header row
No,
would still be
the
considered as the
first
first one.
first row will always be the header row.
Be considered as the header row. It will just skip the
Header.
next 19 rows to
Correct,
so not to get any values.
correct.
Okay.
So in physical sense, 21st row becomes your 20th row if
Mhm.
you have a header row true.
Okay.
Okay. And then open row set parameters. We have a first row to skip the first row as a, I mean to skip the mentioned number of rows and then start the record from. And then field terminator, initially we saw a comma separated. By default it is comma. If you have a data which is separated by any other character, you can mention the field terminator is equal to in single quote either a space or a hyphen or a double quote or something else. It's mostly space or a comma in general.
Mhm.
And then row terminator, it's always a CRLF in Windows and 0x0a in Unix. When I say CRLF, it is the /n character. So as soon as it file encounters this character CRLF, it will be what do you call, considering that the row has ended. Have you seen a CRLF here? Yeah, if you open any file, go to view on notepad, show symbol, show all characters. You see this LF here
Oh,
at
I
the
see.
end of the
Okay.
line. Yeah, so this is the line terminator. So in Windows, it is noted as a /n. That's how you read it. And in the Linux, you will read it as 0x0a. And the
Okay.
field quotation is how you present a double string or comma. So for example, if the field terminator is comma, and if you consider this as a complete address, you have address 1 comma address 2 comma so on, right, till the pin code. So
Mhm.
this comma needs to lose its significance of a field terminator and it needs to be retained as part of the whole address. In that case, you have something called as a field quote. So if I say double quotes is my field quotation, if I mention a double, okay, let me take here only. Without the field quotation, address line 1 is considered as a column in comma separated version of the file because we have given the field terminator as comma. But
Mhm.
with the field quotation as double quotes, as soon as it starts the double quote, the significance of a comma as a field terminator is on hold till it finds a closing double quote parenthesis. So anything comes in between is considered as one column when field quote is enabled.
Okay.
Without that, these three will become three different columns without a double quote.
I see.
Okay, cool. And then querying of a JSON file. So JSON again, I think there is a typo. This needs to be changed to JSON format. And field terminator is we are giving next line character. Field quotation also. No, we are giving a double quote. I think I don't recall the exact number. Just take it as an example. We are
Mhm.
just using all the parameters here, and then we are giving data type for the whole document. So when we say n varchar of max, it is handled as 8,000 characters character length file. This is similar when you right click on a JSON file in your storage account and select the top 100 rows, it will create the similar syntax as you know saw for SQL query, and then
Okay.
we can proceed further from there. And then Parquet file is also similar way. You just point to your Parquet file location. Here we are looking at any file name dot any format it says, but ideally Parquet will be handled with an encryption and decryption logic. So if you consider a CSV file for a Parquet format, the file load would fail because the decryption logic will fail. And the external databases, when you done reading the file from any source, from a DB or a storage account or some other mode, you will have to store the retrieved data somewhere, and that data set can be given a table name. So that is called as an external database object. We'll see how to create that in the data lake presentation. But whatever the select query you have written so far, that will be used to create an external table. And as part of external objects creation, we have used so far only three types: CSV, Parquet format, and then a JSON format. But if you have a custom file format, if you want to mix and match few things, you can create an external file format, and then you can give a name, and then you can have your a CSV in general stands for comma separated. But if you want to change that comma to some hyphen character, right? So you
Mm-hmm.
can create that CSV format with a hyphen fill terminator and string delimiter as a double quote. So here all the CSVs will be looking for a hyphen character. If you use this particular CSV format, where will you use this? In the format button. So this is a system defined CSV name, and this is the custom CSV we have given. If you use the same name CSV format here, it will, instead of comma, it will look for hyphen for identifying the fields. Okay, that
Okay.
is the external file format. And how do you create an external table for result set? So the syntax is create external table, your schema name dot the table name, your columns along with the data types. So here product ID is of integer type, product name is of character, with data source, read it from the file's location, and what is the file you are creating. So basically what happens when this DBO product gets created, it replicates the data present in products folder from all the CSV files. Now it
Mm-hmm.
is a file format CSV, which is hyphen delimited. And once the table is created, you can simply query it as if it's a SQL table. Let's see how to deal with the data lake now. Data lake is another it's a logical space. It mostly uses the space from either from your SQL serverless workspace or the dedicated pool. So the word data lake, treat it as a database actually. So the underlying architecture on of how we interact with the data lake is SQL. So if you are aware of SQL queries, then it's fine. We can interact with the data lake.
Mm-hmm.
So what it does, see the main operations we do on a data lake is similar to SQL. We do the row selection of rows and columns using the select query. We can, okay, why do we need a data lake, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if there are multiple types of data, for example, you have a folder for CSV and then you have a folder for JSON, right? If you
Mm-hmm.
want to join these two and generate a combined result set.
Okay.
So one of the questions in the previous sessions was, how do we interact with different types of data sets? If your customer data is coming in as a JSON, and if your transaction data is coming in as a CSV, so how do
Mm-hmm.
you generate a transaction summary for a customer? These two are different types. In this case, use a data lake and then create an external table for both create customer tables
Combining
from
both and then create an
yeah.
external table in the
When you
data.
create both of them as a table, so it comes to the data lake workspace as SQL tables only. So because at the time of creation, you would have given the data types and everything. So we have customers, we have transactions. So here, querying those two tables on data lake using SQL is a lot easier than interacting with two different file formats.
Okay.
So this is what is meant by transformation of data from one format to another without changing the nature, or without actually modifying the data. It is just a restaging process in different formats for our convenience.
And this will be done through the pipeline or
Any
batch?
query you build, this is the operation we are talking about.
Oh, I
Pipeline
see.
is yeah, pipeline is nothing but creation of reading the file and then getting the data and then creating a external table, and then creating one more, reading one more file and creating an external, and then writing another query to club this data and then printing it a visualization. So all these steps combined together is called a pipeline.
It's called the
If
pipeline.
you
Okay.
yeah, if you streamline it and then schedule it to do it in a daily basis, that is when we say a pipeline is built and scheduled to run on a required interval.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is just one of the operations in the pipeline.
Okay.
And calculate the derived data field is what I meant by the combining of two different external tables. Manipulation is again a transformation. These things are very much business specific. Some
Mhm.
people want to append something to some columns, or some people want to get rid of some things. And then grouping and aggregation are only the reporting purpose. Again, if it's an estimates, if you want to create a summary of estimate according to the items or customer, or the branch level summary, or the company level, or geographical location wise summary, and then pin code, or if you have a customer with multiple shops, then you want to take only that customers or the vendors report. So these are all business logics for the reporting purposes.
एक छोटा सा क्वेश्चन था सुनील.
Yeah.
जैसे हम कल हम we were making those charts, right, based on the operation that we ran on the SQL query के base पे हम लोग we were making that chart, a pie chart
Hmm.
or the bar chart.
Hmm.
For example, I'm doing I'm doing this for a client, right?
Okay.
So the client, how would client get to see that result? In what format? Would they be sent a separate link, or
Okay. So when
just
you have the
I know it's a
yeah, yeah.
sidebar question, but it was just stuck in my mind.
No, yeah,
It's a very
it's actually a very advanced question. So we will cover a topic called Power BI as part of this process. Okay. So
okay.
Power
Okay.
BI is a visualization tool. It's a very powerful visualization given only for the clients. So whatever you do until the generation of that diagram, the pie chart yesterday, what we did. So
Okay.
till that step is not visible to the client. Client is interested only in that visualization part.
Exactly.
He wants to see the split, and then he wants to get dig deep into each of those slices and see the data for himself for some decision making in an ideal
Yes.
world. So
Yes.
when you publish your pipeline and the end result of the pipeline is your dashboard, that dashboard is published on Power BI, and the
Oh, I
clients would
see.
have login access
Access
to
to that
Power BI.
dashboard.
Yeah, if their login access will be assigned to a read role of project which you would have created or somebody would have created, with that read role, he should be able to see the dashboard in his workspaces. So when you log into Synapse now, under data, you will see the workspace and linked objects which you have created, right? Similarly,
Mhm.
he will see the object he has a read access to. So if you click on that report, it will open only the result set from your pipeline
Mhm.
which was run for that particular day.
Okay. Okay.
So they
Sorry.
will have access to result set. Yes.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
that's a
Sorry,
good
that was just
question.
stuck in your mind. How
No problem.
do they get to see the results? Okay.
Yeah. So they would have a user, they would have access to your work, but they would see only the results. But
Okay.
can they come and open your Synapse workspace and work. No, they would not have access to those resources.
Because he's just a client. He just wants to see in a
Yes,
very, you know,
correct,
in
correct,
enriched way that he wants to just be want it to be good interface that he can just read the data,
correct.
right?
The technical
Yeah.
the technical term is RBAC, role-based access control. So you are a developer, you have more access, and he is a viewer access, just a consumer access. So
Okay.
he would consume only what you ask him or give him to consume. That's all. So this okay. When we create a data lake database, we need to create an identity for it. So identity, there are multiple types. The shared access key SAS is one of them. So this is creating a secret key password. So these values are auto-generated. You can use the WYSIWYG. You can go to your uh, data storage and then go to monitor, and then under that we will see a shared folder where we can generate multiple keys, and this key can be unique per customer. And if they have a read access on such certain files, if they open their storage explorer, they will create a link with this shared access to your storage location file, the storage
Yeah.
files. Okay, so here
Okay.
we are creating a credential called storage key cred, and then we are saying what type of the key it is. It is SAS in this case. Secret is the password. You either you have to create a complex password. In most of the cases, the system generates one for you, a unique one, which is not shared across any other platforms. And using that, you are creating a external data source called secure files. Here you are pointing it to a location in your storage account, which is the data lake now, and you are assigning a storage key cred, the secret key. So if you are a developer, you have done this. As a client, I want to receive the secret from you. Either you send it in an encrypted an email or a password locked file to me, and you let me know the password in a different email. I will open that password protected file. I'll get the secret, and then I will open my workspace. I'll try to link this source with the given location by using this shared secret key. In that case, the similar way how you link data storage, and then you will see it in data linked tab, I'll also see the same file in my workspace. So
Yeah.
this is how a secret key is involved in sharing the data in the same platform across different users. So create external file format. We are creating a perquet format. Here the format will be perquet, but the data compression algorithm will vary. The Snappy codec is an algorithm built on Apache to encrypt and decrypt data. You might have heard that 128 or 256 byte encryption, right?
Yes. Yes.
So similarly, this is one of the algorithms of encrypting your data. So just treat it as a data scrambler. And out of all three files we have dealt, CSV, JSON, and Perquet is the only format is not human readable. Even if you
Okay.
open the file, it will be of binary format and you won't be able to read it.
Hmm.
So for all the sensitive information, ideally the recommendation is to use format something like this, where nobody can read the data by mistake.
Okay.
So how do you create an external table using a select? So forget about the first part. So you are already aware of select, order ID, customer key, order total from
Hmm.
open row set. Bulk is the location, data source is your files, and then format is CSV, parser version is so and so, header row is true. And then you are ordering the data by special order. Okay, you're putting a filter order type is equal to special order. So this will
Hmm.
list the order customer order detail from this file where order type is equal to special order. Now you are aware of this select clause. So how do you use the select clause to create the table? So that CETAS is a short form of create external table as select.
Okay.
So if you remember CETAS, you have the syntax already: create external table, table name, The with clause will actually define the list of columns actually. So it will give you the location where to store this data. It will get stored in a special order. Though it is an external table, the result is getting stored in a file.
Mm-hmm.
So under special orders, you will see a file called special orders. I mean, there is an underscore. There is a this is the local folder name, and this is the table name or the file name. So we will see when we do the exercise. And the data sources files the same, and the saved format is perquet, what we created earlier.
Okay.
And with defines the properties and close the with and add a has statement. And you if you write a select, all the result of this select query gets stored as a file called special order in special order files folder, and a table is ready for you to interact with. So next step, if you write a select star from special orders, the data will be picked up from this folder and file, which is in the bucket format. Since we will be mentioning, the file format is mentioned in the creation itself, we don't have to worry about encryption or decryption.
Mm-hmm.
So it will be a simple select star from special orders and it will show you the result. Saving all this effort, you just do this on a daily basis, and anybody who interacts with a single statement, not with the open rosette command. And how do you drop an external object? So while creating, we did a create external table name with as a select query. Here we'll do a drop external table name special orders. Okay, stored procedure. So what is a stored proc? So whenever we wrote a select, create, or whenever we write multiple SQL statements, they act as a single statement. When you execute one statement, a query execution engine gets that statement independently, processes it, and then gives you the result back. For
Mm-hmm.
example, if you run three statements differently, all three were did hit the SQL Server database independently on their own in a sequential order. But if you want to do that action and then club all the related statements together, you create a stored proc. Stored proc is nothing but a list of SQL statements combined together to do a unified task. Okay, so in this case I am creating a table. So what I do, the syntax is create procedure name as begin and end. Anything comes between begin and end is considered a executable statement. It can have any number of executable statements. And
Mm-hmm.
the first block, I am dropping if a table exists. So how do I know a table exists in a in a database? In this case, we are dealing with external database. The system table is sys standing for system dot external tables. This is a metadata table. So when I say metadata, if you consider yourself as an object, right, as a human being. When I say
Mm-hmm.
metadata, what's your metadata? You have a name, you have a date of birth, you have a
Mm-hmm.
physical appearance characters like you have a height, weight, and so on. So let's not get into other details.
Mm-hmm.
So that is the metadata part. So similarly, when a table is created, the information about the table is a metadata stored in external tables, and the
Mm-hmm.
table name is stored under a column called name. So if I see an entry in these external tables with that table name, that means it exists.
Mm-hmm.
So before creating, I need to drop. So what I'm doing, if this table exists in the external tables, then I'm dropping external table as the same table name. So
Okay.
delete the table if it is already there, and then you create it. We have seen this in the previous slide. Create external table
Yes.
special orders with location data source file format and the select query. So ideally, why do we need a stored proc? Okay, there is something called input output cost. Whenever you are writing a query in your Synapse workspace, if you do a select star from special orders, the control as soon as it sees a go, I mean when you say go execute and fetch me the results, the control
Mm-hmm.
will go to the DB engine, executes the given query, and then get the results back to you on the pane. If you do it multiple times, if you do it 10 times, there are 10 IO calls made to the DB server. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that is the a computation cost is involved, and there is a execution cost as well. But if you write a procedure here, all the statements are pre-compiled and created in the database itself. So when you execute a proc, you're not sending the SQL queries, you are sending the procedure name to the database.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when that procedure gets invoked in the DB, all the statements are invoked within the DB itself. There is no input output interaction between your workspace and the database. So
Mm-hmm.
this reduces the IO call. So in our previous example, I mentioned 10 SQL queries. If you have a 10 SQL query within the proc, and if you call this proc, it is considered as one IO, one interaction with the DB, though you
Mm-hmm.
executed the same 10 statements. But if you execute the 10 statements manually, the DB will be called 10 times. So
Mm-hmm.
computation wise, that creates a network, that creates a traffic, you know,
Yes.
between your system and the DB. So there is a data flows between each traffics, and every time that happens, your CPU gets loaded.
Mm-hmm.
So 10 is a very minimum number. We will, it is about, millions of transactions.
Yes.
So procedure ideally reduces that IO and improves the performance for the user. One. Second,
Okay.
the security wise, why do you need a proc? When you give access to any user to run a query, you don't control on what they run it, right? They can run anything. They, instead of external tables, they might get external users and then try to get all the usernames, and they might use that information to, create some SQL injection script for that authorized user, and might hit the Unix database,
Mm-hmm.
right? So this is one of the main security scenarios, for example. So here, how does the proc helps? You will be given access only to execute the proc and not to dictate what the proc should have or the statements within the proc. So when you create a procedure, you're restricting the operation yourself. You will only tell them you execute the proc, and proc will execute what I have coded. So this gives that, the developer sense of security of, you are controlling the statements which are being executed. So that
Okay.
is the security boundary. You don't give access to the executioner to run anything he likes. He should only run what is there or what is tested on the system within the proc. The next
Understood.
advantage is the maintenance. When you have a similar operation done on the same database for multiple clients, you can create the operation once in a stored proc, and then give access to that stored proc for multiple clients. For example, here I'm writing order year as an input parameter, which is an integer type. For example, the estimates report, if you want to generate it yearly wise, you have parameterized with an year, and then you add something called customer. That's a parameter. And when you run this query where order type is equal to so and so, you add order year is equal to the input parameter, and the customer is equal to input parameter. Customer as a parameter to that proc is mandatory. So this proc can be given access to multiple customers, and we will ask them to call this procedure along with the year they want. For example, 2020 comma uh, the uh, the customer name, basically. If they pass their customer name, and they will be able to get the report for themselves. And then as part of security, you will also ensure that the given customer name is part of the login user. You don't want other companies logging in and generating the summary for other customers, right? That is part of the SQL execution, SQL maintenance, and that improves the maintenance aspect of all the SQL work. Okay, this is some more theory around the same thing. How do you, what do you need the stored proc for? The best example is when you are staging something to get a yearly or monthly data, you may have to create the folders in advance. So the stored procs can actually do that work for you. You can create a generic stored proc and then use it in a pipeline when you run the monthly jobs. So by default, it will create the new folders for you. For example, 2024-01 was January. And then if your data retention, when I say data retention, there will be agreements with the client to say that
Mhm.
the historical data will be kept for so and so dates, right?
Mhm.
And then once that date is passed, for example, if my agreement is 24 months, so anything before December 2021 is not needed for me. So I can schedule a monthly job to create all the files which are created before 24 months. So
Okay.
all such activities can be handled in a stored proc. Data lake is we have covered the basics, and then database concepts in data lake as well. As I said, it does not store the data in a tabular form. It stores the results in a file itself. So that gives the flexibility of multiple types: structured, semi-structured, and unstructured. It can be any
Mhm.
types, and it's like a database of files which are queried using a database interface. Now the question is, what is the difference between querying a file in a SQL pool in the Synapse workspace and querying a table in a data lake? So as I mentioned earlier, querying a SQL pool file uses the open row set. So that requires a multiple parameters, right? File format, the enclosure, or the header file, the fixed
Mhm.
length parameters, and so on. So it uses multiple parameters to be present to query a file as a table. But if you create a
Mhm.
table in a data lake, it is as simple as select star from that table.
Okay.
So do you recognize the difference?
So
Because when
if
you
we,
Mhm.
yeah, yeah. So that means you have to specify different parameters if you are just querying a file, a simple
Correct,
specific file.
correct, correct.
But when the
When you
data,
did
yeah,
when you did the right click and select top 100, your query was
yes,
at least 5 lines, five,
yes,
6 lines. Yeah. So
yes.
if you do the same, want to do the same operation in data lake, it is just one line. Select star from data lake table.
Okay.
So that is the easiness. It will introduce.
Business
Uh,
and data
yeah.
is more structured, right?
Database templates. There are pre-built templates when you create a DB or a table. So when you
Okay.
choose this template, there will be pre-structured tables and data as well. I'll show you how to create that. And database designer, this is like a basic functionality of how you design a table. If you use a template agriculture, it's already a pre-built design for you. So for
Okay.
example, agriculture will have the land types data, or the pesticides, or the crops, or the crop cycle. So all these are specific to agriculture, they are built in. So the tables are designed to handle that data. If you talk about automotive, then you have the cars and the air types and their manufacturing methods, the wheel sizes, or the rubber material, or the the metal material density, what car should have what density of metal to be used for making all such information is pre-built. Similar, all the other sectors would also have the same information. And then how do you use a data lake once it is created? By default, you will be pointing to a master. Either you can where you see the built-in pool and then run in master, you can create
Mhm.
the drop down and then change the DB, or you can use the command use retail DB and then go select these values. These are all part of exercises. We'll do it tomorrow. The different types of authentication methods, we have seen SAS earlier. There is anonymous, which is a password free, publicly available. There is
Mhm.
managed identity and user identity. I would recommend you read through Azure directory, the Azure Active Directory, which is called as AD, and then MS Entra ID, which is similar to AD, but now AD is a system and Entra ID is just an identity given to a customer. If you are a paid customer of Microsoft, you would be giving a unique identity, MS Entra ID. And
Okay.
what these can or cannot do against a blob storage, ADLS Gen 1 and Gen 2. and I think that's it. Some execution. These are all access control list. There is a read, write, and execute. So you can create roles by having different combination of these three. And then when you create a user, you assign into certain roles. So
Mhm.
your access actually depends on what role you are into in that system. So this talks about how that role is configured. And in general, there are four important roles: the logs writer and reader, and the two revolves around the same thing with the read, write, and execution syntaxes. This RWX stands for read, write, and execute, which
Okay.
has all the permissions. R hyphen X, this is always in the same order. So read is the first, W is second, and X is the third. If you see
Okay.
R minus X, it means it has read and execute but not the write access. If you see
Okay.
R minus minus, it's read and no write, no execute. If it is hyphen hyphen X, no read, no write, but execute.
Okay.
Yeah. So some commands to create the login, create an alias, and create the login. This is the universal order in SQL Server. You have to
Mhm.
create the login. In login, you give a password, and then when you create a password, you assign that password to a user, and then that user given a role. Alter your DB, that is the user, alter role, DB reader role, and add a member alias, that is fine. Alias is the username here, so you are adding a member. Add member is a keyword. I don't know why this is not in blue. And if you want to alter a role, use the alter command. So create, drop, alter is used across all the objects in DB. Either you create a table, drop a table, alter table, or create a login, alter login, or drop a login. So these three are like a golden definition language words. First thing, please launch the command line, the PowerShell command line portal, which is the button next to search bar. Launch the command line. Let's let's do the setup under labs03 folder. We have dp203 all files labs03. Let's go to that directory and run the setup file.
Okay. Hold on a second. Let me ask my wife to lower the music down.
Okay,
Bothering me right now. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm
sure,
gonna
sure,
mute myself.
sure. Okay,
Uh,
so list all the directories. Get
are
to
you
the
able to see us?
yes, I am.
Okay. ls lrt.
Yep. So I want to go to dp203 folder.
So then ls lrt cd, right?
CD.
Change track.
Yes, chain
Change
directory.
track.
Yeah.
dp two zero.
Instead of 01, I want to go to 03 folder. Yep. Now do a lslrt again. Run the setup file. So you see the setup ps.ps1 dot slash the other slash backward.
The backward slash. This one.
You need a dot to execute a file.
Dot backward slash setup. This was already executed. This file, no?
No, that was for 01. This is for 03. There are multiple, I mean, there are around 20 folders under labs. So you'll find
Press,
from 01 to 21, 22. Yeah.
press enter.
So this is, yes, this is for data lake setup.
Okay.
So
So
today,
today we're gonna those 4, 5, and 6, right? There was in
correct,
4
correct,
there was to
correct.
start with this. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So I
So
have
give a password, minimum 9 character.
to
Yep.
there was a JSON file, right? Parquet file, how to query JSON file, how to do Parquet
Yes,
file.
yes. So what we will do in today's class, we'll read a CSV, and then we will create a data lake external table we'll store it as a parquet file and then we'll read that parquet file.
Okay, I see.
So we do that transformation from CSV format to a parquet format. As part of this, yesterday we saw how to create a data lake database, how to create a table. As part of database creation, we created a credential and we created a, assigned a user. And after that, what do? We create a external file format called Parquet, and then we load our result set into it and then retrieve it back on the portal.
Okay.
So this is part of the transformation. We are using serverless SQL Pool for the query processing. Scroll up in the logs in the Unix folder. I want to see the resources names.
There it is.
Yeah, right. It's not that.
Data lake,
So data
SQL,
lake is
SQL password.
okay.
We
It's
good?
C4EGI. Okay. Minimize this. Okay, it's fine. Go to home, all resources, all resources. Yeah. So the second one, that is your data lake account, and scroll down. The last one, yeah,
There's
that is
another
part of a
data.
different resource group. The third column resource group, starting with Cloud Shell Storage, US East, right? Okay, you're looking at the name field. Come to
Mhm.
the third column, that is the resource group. So the second resource group, click on that. That is the one which is created now, C4EGA. So these two are part of your today's exercise.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Click on the Synapse workspace and launch the workspace. Okay. Click on that Open Synapse Studio. Did you launch it?
Yeah. Oh, I still have to
The
share with
screen
you.
share. Yeah. Okay. Got it. So expand the menu on the left. Yeah. Go under data. Now, okay, there is nothing under workspace. We will be creating objects in a workspace. Okay, this is the data lake account which is linked, and yeah, perfect. Okay, this is a sales folder. Okay, so we got three files. All right, so if you want to preview any file, you can do a right click and preview. Okay,
It's again the same data, but it's just in a different format.
same data,
Different, but it
different
was
year.
separated over the years. Okay.
Correct. So now we have the files ready, and it's all CSV. The preview is also done. Now let's create a query. Then open one of the files, or okay, anyways, we have practiced opening, right?
Mhm.
Can you click on that CSV folder, sorry, sales folder on the right side? You see file sales, yeah, sales, and just one click, that is a right click on CSV, not open, just right click, and then yeah, new SQL script, select top 100. So let's see what this does. usually we have seen how to generate the query for a particular file. So in this case, we are generating the query on top of a folder, right?
Mhm.
Now
Yeah.
you select which type of data you have.
Do we have Delta?
So it is the text format. Text format.
Is CSV a text format?
Yes, it is a comma
Oh,
separated text file.
text format. Okay.
Yeah. Say apply.
Delta would be the JSON?
Sort of, yes. But we will look at that later. Say
Okay.
apply. Okay. So we will change the name on the right to something like, query sales CSV file. Action component type is the naming notation. What are you doing? Where are you doing? And what type of file are you reading
Mhm.
in general? Okay. So now run the files. Run the file on the left. Yeah. Okay. Pull up that result bar. Okay. On the right side, if you could scroll down on the right side where you change the query name, there is a little bit of yeah. Scroll down. So here results per query. So though we are doing 100, even if we do a select star from open row set, it will give you only 5,000 rows. Okay, so
Mhm.
this is the hard limit put at the query level. So there is a higher limit of 5,000. Out of those 5,000, we are fetching only top 100 in our query.
Okay.
So change that to all rows because we'll be using this query to store all the data to an external table. Now you need to run the query again. So now the result set will be more than 5,000 records, but due to the query setting, top 100, it is printing only the 100 parts. And in the result set, if you see,
And it's
uh,
taking all the 2019, 20, and 2021 folders
three
from
files,
CS,
three files, yes, yes. In the
all three files.
bulk command, if you say https data lake your resource group dot dfs core windows.net, that is the data lake storage URL.
And star
Files
star.
there, mhm.
Yeah, so
Star
star
star.
star means
Yeah, so star is saying select everything in the folder and subfolder and all the CSV files. That is the format restriction. So though you have selected a text, here you see the format as CSV, right? So
yes.
CSV itself is a plain text which is a comma separated. That's all. So this
Okay.
CSV is a built-in type. So now in the result set, in the first record, I was seeing the header. So you need to mention the header row in your query now to read the first row as a header. So add that header row property to your open row set. Okay, perfect. Is equal to true. Now run this and fix the errors. Run it. Pull up the result bar. Yeah, what does it say? Incorrect syntax near header. So any parameters, all the parameters are separated by commas. So your after parser version is equal to 2.0, there is no comma, right?
Let me see.
Yeah, and we we have seen the string quotation, right? In a CSV file, if you want to have a comma within a string, you give it in the double quotes. So that suspends the special meaning of comma, right?
Mhm.
So similarly, here there is a space between header and row. So space is not recognized. If you see parser version, there is an underscore. So any reserved words here header row is also a reserved word, needs to be in blue color, but right now it is in black color.
Yes.
So can you introduce an underscore, header underscore row? Yeah. So now this is a okay. Anyways, it's not in blue. Let's leave it because it's specific to open row set, and all the true format bulk from select top are the SQL properties, so they are shown in blue colors. Okay, now what is the problem? There is a comma at the end of header row true because and there is no other parameters. So the last parameter will not have a comma because there is nothing after that. That is the end of parameters. Okay,
I
now
see.
the first line
Okay.
should be yeah. Check the result set.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So can you publish? Okay, here there is a connect to, right? So that is going in built in
Yes.
after yeah. Yes. So right now we don't have any other pools. We will do the Apache Spark pool in the probably in the Friday session your time. Okay,
Okay.
that will be in our next session. And use database. Right now we are using the master database. This is just a keep a note. We will create another database in a few minutes. So now this is done. Publish the change here. Run, undo, publish. Okay, perfect. Now in develop, you will see the query.
Okay.
Okay, fine. Here, let's go ahead and create a database, external data source now. So if you go to develop, yeah, you see, go to develop, expand that, yeah, stay here, and you see a plus icon, a blue color plus. Yes, click on that. Let's do a SQL script because we'll create a SQL develop. I mean, SQL database here. So close that, yeah, close it now here. So let's create a new database now. Okay. So in the command window where you write the queries, yeah, create database. Start typing as I tell you. Create database. Give space database. Give a database name as a sales. Uh, without a single quote because this is a database, the object name. It is not, if it is a value for a variable, we put it in a single quote. If it is the object name, for example, table name, column name, indexes names, or any other properties like header row, parser version, and all will be without single quotes. If you are assigning a value to a variable to an object, then it will be in double quotes. For example, create database name will be, or create table name will be without single quote because it's the object name.
Okay.
But select star from sys.external tables where we have the metadata information. There the column name contains your table name. So if you want to filter where name is equal to, then you put a single quote. So
Okay.
when you want to check a value of a variable or of an object, it's a single quote. But when the name itself is for the object, then it's without the single quote. So right now this is the object name. So
Okay. The other
everything
day
we
when
create
we
in the
were doing
system,
the other day when we were doing combining the mountain bike, right? How many times the mountain bike is sold?
correct. So
Uh,
mountain bike was the variable, value of a
okay.
variable.
And
So
then
where, yeah,
we put the total in single columns to name that column as a total, right?
yeah, that is you're not creating, you're displaying it.
Okay.
So
see.
here we are creating this object is part of the database. That alias name for your total or the count is only for your display purpose. So your
Okay, I see.
display as a okay, no column name, whatever prints without an alias, that is part of the database objects, and you are changing the value of that, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
Okay. So here create database sales and then come to the end, press enter. I'll give you one command to do the collate. Okay. Can you take this and paste it? There is something called collation. Okay.
Mhm.
COLLATE, I pinged in the chat. So what happens in this collation? So uh, any database is you need to include the collate keyword as well at the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah, COLLATE. And any database, I mean, in English using countries, on definition or they would have certain language specific characters. The way we pronounce ABCD as a US, Canada, India, or some other Asian countries is different compared to how Russians treat English, right?
Mhm.
They would have a special characters in their name. So usually it is UTF-8 for us. The at the end, the Latin general UTF-8, that is the encoding and decoding of normal English. And when there is a special character involved, there is a dedicated collation setting created. For example, if I'm creating a database for Japanese, so if they have a accent specific way of storing the records, storing the
Mhm.
names or the English characters, I would use a collation specific to Japanese.
Okay.
Or if it is Russian, I will use a collation specific to Russians.
So this
So
code
that
will
is
be
the
specific to which the Latin one general would be. This could be
correct.
specific to that. Yeah.
UTF-8 is in general, most of the countries use UTF-8, but there are other countries who use their own specific collation method. Treat it as a recognition method.
I see.
Yeah, so that is the part of it. And at the end of come to the end of the line and then type go or semicolon, I mean semicolon, enter
Do we want
go,
semicolon or a column?
colon, sorry. This okay, this is the semicolon. I mean, whatever you had earlier was the right one. That is
Yes.
semicolon, right? Yeah.
Oh, we use a semicolon in SQL? Okay.
Yes,
I
we do.
thought
That is the end
thought
of
when you
line
go
character.
end of line character. Okay, this is the end of
Yeah.
line character. I thought we use comma when we wanted to go to the next
No,
parameter. No?
comma is the continuation.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is the end. Press go, semicolon, enter. Yeah, semicolon, enter. Yeah. Now, do you know the purpose of go?
No.
Okay. So if you have multiple statements, for example, now we are creating only one database. If you have
Mhm.
two, three other statements, create database orders, create database customers. When
Mhm.
as soon as you say type go, the controller will club all the SQL statements together and send it to the engine.
Can you
So
repeat? Can you
the
repeat?
the controller, when you
Yeah.
execute
No, no,
the
no. We
statement,
when we if we have a different create
multiple
command.
SQL statements, when you have multiple SQL statements, irrespective of
Okay.
what they are, you could have a create database now, and you could have a select star from a table, and then insert
Mhm.
data into a table. There are three different SQL statements. If
Okay,
you
I see.
have go after every statement, then as soon as the controller finds the go statement, whatever the number of statements available since the last go, it will collate
Mhm.
and send it to the SQL engine.
SQL
For
engine. Okay.
example, create database, go, insert data into some table, go, and then some other select statement, go. In this case, the controller sends three statements to the engine, SQL
Engine.
engine.
But if we have
Yeah,
insert,
three
create, and
three
insert
statements
and
and
then
one go. Yeah, all the statements are clubbed together and then sent to the engine at once. So there are 3 IOs versus 1 IO.
Okay.
Yeah. So that is the purpose of Go. And then, yeah, okay. Run this script. It will create the database. Okay, so it will create the database in master. That is fine. You don't have the results. I mean, just query executed successfully message, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
the below. Yeah, that is the thing. And if you
Where did it
in the
actually
use
create
data
this? Where did you actually create this database? In data
in
lake?
the synapse, if you go to data now, this is the data lake database. If you should see this database under workspace. Expand that data. Yeah, workspace.
Refresh.
Not seen now. Yeah, refresh
Oh,
is
it's
at the right extreme corner under your email address default directory. Yeah, you see that SQL database. So this is the basic structure of sales database. We have external table, resources, we use schema and security.
But
Right?
how does it know that? How does it? Oh, this is not.
No,
This is
that is
their.
the files folder. Yeah, this is the empty structure now. There is nothing in the database.
But it
Now
says
right
we
click
have
on,
this.
no, that is the files folder. If you close that files on the right,
Okay.
here, close it out and close the sales. This is a query we have created and stored. Yeah, close it. Yeah, now there's nothing in the DB. Expand externals,
How does it
external data.
know, Sunil? How does it know to create the sales? We really didn't tell it to create sales, right?
We did the create database sales collate general.
Oh, yes, 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 yes. Yes. Sorry, my bad. But then we didn't publish that query. We lost the query.
No, we ran it. I mean, we don't need the query, it is fine. But yeah,
Okay.
anyways, go ahead. uh, okay, in the develop, press that plus icon. We will need to publish. Take the SQL script and type the same thing again. We will publish it and then
Save it, right?
uh,
Create.
we will. Okay, otherwise do one thing. We may not need this.
Do you
Or
want to?
anyways, yeah. No, let's store it. Yeah, create database. Give the name create database.
I'm gonna have to
Yeah, create database
create
sales.
database
Sales.
sales.
Nope.
I have
SPD
to
values. You wrote something else.
generate. Oh shit.
Latin one. Let's see if it auto-populates.
Dev
Change the
values
database name. Change the database name. Yeah.
to sales.
Okay. Now let's see how to switch. By default, this will be in master database. Okay. Can you uh, collapse the develop and menu window on the left? Yeah. Okay. So here the use database is pointing to master. So the one way is you can click the drop down. You would see the sales database after connect to built-in use master. Yeah, you see the sales, right? That is one way of changing. If you choose sales, then any query you run will be run under sales. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that is one way. And how do you switch databases in your script in the SQL query? Come back to your command query window. Take the line 4. Take the next line. There is a use keyword. Use space your sales database name. So this will switch between databases. Right now we are in master, and then you will switch to sales.
The master is the data, right? When we go to the data,
Default
that's master. Yeah,
default
default.
database. Yeah,
Now
whenever
we're
a
asking
DB is
it to go to the sales database that
sales.
we create.
Correct, correct. Now
Yes, should we say then to
the,
create sales one because sales we already have?
no, we will drop the sales. I mean, at the topmost line, take a new line before create database statement.
Okay.
Yeah. Drop database sales, semicolon. Yeah. Now use sales, semicolon. You can take go, enter, go. So it's like
Again, go.
every time you, yeah, again go. Every time the drop and create are executed once, and use is executed as the second set of instructions. Now
Okay.
let's create an external data source. That is where we will save our data. Okay.
Yeah.
Create external data source. Data space source.
Sunil, can I ask you
Uh,
one question? So
yes.
the database that we just created and now we're creating external data source. What's the difference here?
Database is the actual DB where you can run the SQL queries and everything. And
Okay.
external data source creates a folder. So
External data source creates the folder within that DB.
folder, correct. So if you go back to data on the left, click on the data quickly.
Should you save it? Or,
No, it's fine. I mean, we'll not close it. We'll not run anything, so it will be there. And here, go to linked services. Click on files. So here we have sales, right? Go to
Mhm.
sales. Ah, So where do we say? Okay, go to files. It's better. We will let's have it in the files folder. So here we have the folder called sales. This is
Mhm.
our input folder, right? So when we create an external source, it will create a folder here. So external source is a folder. Database
Okay.
is the RDBMS engine. So now uh, uh, click on that query sales CSV, the first query here, yeah, and then copy the HTTP address till files, yeah, copy, and then go to our create database query, the next window, yeah, here give a name, something like we have sales already, no, sales data or sales output. Give some name, sales underscore output, yeah, underscore. Okay. So with open brace, no semicolon, space with WITH open brace. Okay. We need to provide a location where to create this data source. Open a regular parenthesis, which is shift 9. Yeah. Enter.
Enter.
Uh, yeah. Enter.
Paste
Uh,
that one.
no, just press enter. We'll have to specify the location. So type
Okay.
location is equal to paste it in the single quotes. So we are telling that this sales output should be created in this location. Yeah, come to the next line. Put a semicolon after the close parenthesis, and then uh, after line 10, semicolon at line 10. Yeah, and then press go again. So this is part of your uh, external data source creation. Okay, now this is done. Now we have the folder. Let's create an external file format which will be saved in this folder, right?
What did I do?
Okay, any question?
I think I did something wrong here. Oh no.
It's okay. You can collapse the data tab on the left side so that it will give you more space for writing. Yeah.
Paste towards that. Okay. So let me understand
Uh,
here. So let me take a second. So we're dropping the database. That's fine. We're creating the database. This is the code like we talked about this command go
using the
use
database
details and create external data source. So actually what we're doing is creating the
folder.
folder on
Correct. To
the
store the final data
we're creating
on
the
the
folder on we're creating the
the same
folder
storage account.
in the
Same
storage
storage.
account, sales
Correct.
storage account, which is the CEG for 4GI that we
Correct.
created on Azure.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
Right. So by default, your Synapse Analytics should have a storage account to deal with, and anything you create will be on the same storage account.
Okay.
So whichever
The
is
one we yeah, the one we have here is the workspace is my workspace. This is the database
this
I'm
is
creating, the
yours.
workspace as a SQL on the
Correct.
SQL database, right?
Correct. This is
Now
uh, a, a
this would be
logical virtual database.
okay. Can I call this as a
Yes, it's your local, and it is also virtual.
local and virtual? The actual is where we linking it, and then that's where the
That
data is
is the
gonna end up.
physical storage. That is the
Physical
physical
storage where
storage.
the data is going to
Yeah.
end up.
So, okay, the reason we are creating a external source as sales output because you can lose your virtual database at any point. So, if you say drop database, your database is gone. But what
Yeah.
happens to the work you have performed? Where is that work saved? That is in your
Okay.
external data source as in uh, the storage account. So that is something like a permanent.
Okay.
Yeah,
And then can I ask another question, Sunil?
please.
So
Yeah,
we are linking this to dump the final. That's like a what do we call that as a final where we are dumping
yeah,
the data,
yeah.
right?
In a nutshell, we have two folders now: sales and sales output, and we
Sales
have the
and sales.
database. Yeah.
Okay.
What is step
If
one? Reading the data from sales. Step two, doing the transformation because step one we have CSV file. Step
Mhm.
three should have perquet file. So where is this conversion happening? That is happening in the DB. When we
DB.
create the file, yeah, when we select the data from CSV, convert into perquet and put it in sales output.
Okay. Now the stupid question, but
Please ask away.
this this let's just say if I'm picking up data not from the sales from the data lake that we have created as part of this. Let's just say if
Mhm,
I'm picking it from a different source,
mhm,
completely different source,
mhm.
could be a local drive, could be a local server, or could be another somebody else's um, data lake.
Ah, okay.
Is that possible here?
It's not actually. So we call it as a landing zone. Okay.
Okay.
If your Azure system is not capable of connecting to your local PC, your local folder on your desktop,
Mhm.
we need to build another data ingestion pipeline to get that file and store it here in this storage account. So that is the ingestion phase. Basically, if
Okay. I
yeah,
see. Get
if
it,
a
get it. Okay, that's like a
bank has
completely
a
different.
file,
Okay,
correct.
okay, that's like a
If a
completely
bank,
different topic. First, we have to do that operation to get whatever
okay,
the original source of the file is to get to the
mhm,
data lake, and then so we can work on this thing
correct.
in a way.
Correct. So,
I
for,
see.
for example, let's take the foreign exchange unit of a bank. It needs to have the currency conversion rates, right? So, we
Mm-hmm.
have a World Bank who maintains that currency exchange. In that case, World Bank is exposing that data in some location through some API, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
You call that API, you will download the file automatically. So, I will
Okay.
build a process for my bank to call that API, download the data, put it into a location where I have access to, using which I will do the day-to-day conversion activities referring to those conversion rate present in my database, which came from a file which I downloaded from World Bank. So your question is about how do I connect to that World Bank file, right? So
Yeah.
we
So that
build a
so that is
pipeline to
no.
import.
My question was like the exactly what you answered, that it is possible, but you have to. There is a process involved. It's not
Correct.
directly
We call
addressing
it
the
as
link.
data ingestion.
Data ingestion. Do we
Yes.
have?
This is the transformation
Are
work
we
what
gonna
we are
have any
doing here.
exercise on that too when
We
we
can,
build the
yes.
when
Yep,
we
yep,
build the
yep.
pipelines?
Correct. Pipelines is always there. And if you want to connect to an external resource, probably I can find some UNICEF data. We can find some free APIs. Basically, Google also provides a lot of APIs. We can
Okay.
import, download something, and we can build it as a. Yeah, I can prepare that project for
Yeah,
you if you are interested.
one of the questions actually, I spent like about 15 minutes online yesterday.
Mm.
One of the
Okay.
questions were around what are the linked services, how you can create linked services to different sources, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
those were the questions coming up on that the one that I was reading, and
Okay.
as you were talking about it, it just got to my mind that I should ask you that
Correct. So here
that
we have a link. Okay, you are in the link tab. Can you click the plus icon on the data tab?
yes.
Yeah. So click. So these are the different resources available. SQL database, Lake database, and then connect to an external data. Integration dataset or a browse gallery is the template. So these are the types of linked services available. And each of these items would have a different set of values. For example,
Mhm.
if you click on connect to external data, it will ask for a URL. It will ask for
Mhm.
authentication method, username, password. And if you connect to a lake database, it will ask for the lake database name and then username, password. And then if it is a SQL database, it could just ask for the database because if it's already in database within the system, right? It does not need the
Mhm.
username, password for you. And if it is
Okay.
an integration data set, it might have a different set of values to get connected. So here for your question, if it's an external system, it's always an API. So connect to external data would have the URL and it will have the authentication method. In the initial classes, we saw SAS key. The key
Mhm.
is enough to get the data. In certain cases, you need to be a user. You need to have a password. User need to have a permission to read that data.
Mhm.
So that is like a prerequisite work before you actually get connected.
Okay.
So if the question is about the types of linked services and different ways to connect under linked, you come to linked page, click the plus icon, list these items, and then click each of them, open and see what it is asking for and then what it means.
Okay.
So that is the better way to prepare that answer.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, good. So now let's create a external file format. Okay, we have 10 minutes left. In the interest of time, I'll just ping you the command. Hope you don't mind. Uh, okay, please check my chat and paste it and let's analyze what's happening. Are you able to get the message?
Yes. So it's after go.
Yes. Yeah.
Create
So
external
here,
file format. We said park format with the format type. Okay.
okay,
Data
now
compression.
another question. So in this statement, starting from line 11 to line 16, what are the system defined words and what are the user defined variables?
System defined words are blue,
Okay, done. And
and
what is Parquet format? Is it a system or is it the user input?
that's our input that we want in the
Correct.
Parquet format.
And format type Parquet, is it a system defined? Line 13, Parquet word, which is in black.
Uh, nope. I think,
Correct.
but I think yeah, we wanted that input, right?
No, actually, yeah, we chose Parquet, but Parquet is already defined in the system.
Okay.
Yeah, Parquet format, you can change that name to anything. And rest everything can't be changed. It is a functional selection. File format we
The,
wanted Parquet, we selected form Parquet.
the
And
data
data compression
compression or
is
do
the encoding logic. We'll see the
okay.
file. We'll download the file and then we'll see. And this is about uh, the
So
renaming.
what does this mean? The data compression line, the line 14. What's the meaning of this whole line?
If it is a text file, if you store it as your name, if anybody downloads it and open it, they can read the text. But
Mhm.
if there is any sort of compression using any algorithm, if you open the text, it will be a scrambled data. For example, if you open a zip file in a notepad editor, it is
Hmm.
not readable, right? It is
Yes.
scrambled. So this is creating the scrambler, scrambling the data, and the snappy logic is the algorithm used for this.
So in the real world examples,
Hmm.
we define this what kind of compression we need, right?
Correct, correct. So in this example, it's snappy logic. For example, if we are storing the credit card data, there is something called encryption at rest, meaning when the
Mhm.
data is lying around in our database, it needs to be encrypted. Nobody should read that data. So data theft will happen with the from the source or in the transit. So there are two types of encryption: encryption at rest and encryption in transit. When you send
Okay.
your card information from an ATM to your bank with your PIN to get authenticated, so once you enter the PIN, it will come back successfully. Then only you will be able to withdraw some cash at the ATM, right?
Mhm.
So your
Yes.
communication between your bank and the particular ATM, that is using the encryption in transit. And
Okay.
if I have access to the bank database, and if I go to the credit card table, I won't be able to see the data. I won't be able to read the data. I can see the record.
Mhm.
So that is called
Mhm.
encryption at rest. Here we are using encryption at rest. When we
Okay.
store the bucket format, it is scrambled.
Okay.
So now run the whole script.
What?
Go to the top. Why did it cancel?
Started executing query at line 1. Cancelled.
Run it. Okay, what
Cannot
are the
drop
errors?
data message because does not exist or you do not have
Okay.
the permission.
No, you ran it twice. No, the first one and the second. Come on, the first line. It's a double hyphen dash dash after zero. This is the SQL command, single line. Yeah, run it now. Okay, nice. Sales already exist. Okay, now let's see if it has already done. Let's go to data here. External resource. So sales is already there. Do the refresh on the right below your. Yeah. Ah, shit. Did we? We did not publish the create table syntaxes.
Sorry.
We did not publish the create table syntax. The create database query.
Oh, we did not publish
We
it.
publish. Yeah, that is fine. I pinged you the statements. There you need to change the location and do it. And here, go back to files. Click on files. See if the okay. Refresh here. It did not.
Oh, you were looking for the sales output?
Sales output. Yeah.
No, it did
Okay.
not
It's not
create.
created. Great. Please create a new SQL script. Data.
Create external
No,
table?
this. No, no, no. Here it will create it on top of the files. Go to data or yeah. Here click on plus SQL database. Oh, sorry. Wait. This will create the SQL database, not here. Okay, so it's under develop. My bad. Here expand plus new script. Yeah, give the script name as create database. Okay, database is created already.
Did you
Can
paste
you
anything in the chat?
copy my last message? Yeah, and you need to change the location. Okay, you see line number 11 location that needs to be changed. Copy it from files. Go to files. The next tab, files. Yes, here. Okay, sorry, it is in query cell CSV. We have already queried the file, no? Yeah, just copy the data lake name, yeah, or the whole thing works fine. Create database files. Okay, okay, now do a multi-line comment, the starting from line 2 till line 5, backward slash star space multi-line comment
Slash star
space
star.
and star backward slash at line 5. Hmm.
Okay.
Now, okay, cool. Now run the file. Okay, what is the error? Come down. What's wrong with that? Press enter. Okay, so do you see the use database on the right? Missing end mark. Use database in the right side menu. Select the sales DB there. You see master, change it to sales. Yeah, you can comment out the use sales because use need to be the first statement. Comment line number 7
Mhm.
and line number 8 as well. We don't need go. A double hyphen. Yeah, line number 7 as well. Yeah, say run.
You want to change it to masters or save?
No, sales only. Sales, it's fine. Okay.
It's stuck with the same thing. Missing and mark.
Okay. Then select from line 11 to 14. Do a mouse selection. Yeah. Now press the run button. I want to run only that particular part. Yeah. Come down. Now select the file format. This is like running a statement independently instead of the whole file.
Mm-hmm.
Now select from line 17 to line 22. Yeah. Now press run. Okay. Now go back to data.
You want to publish this?
Oh, publish it. Yes, yes, please. Create database, publish. Okay, that is done. Cool. Now
Yeah.
let's see. Go to files. We'll see the files output. Refresh the page. Go to files and refresh. Workspace is fine. Database is fine. You just want to see that external. Click on files. You are in CSV. Click on files. Here refresh. Okay, not there.
There should be a sales output.
Go to develop. Expand. Click on create database. Come down. Change the scope to master. Yeah. Then create the external external data source again. Select the last two statements and run it. See if it errors out. Yeah, because it is already there. Okay, that's fine. Let's see. Can you drop both external data source and external file format?
The before this
Yes, just type the statements. Drop
after
external data
complete
source.
or
Yeah,
before send?
after
Before send.
22. Anywhere is fine. Just type drop external data source sales data.
Or data source. That's called.
Yes, it's called sales data.
Run this.
Yes. I think I see the problem. Run this statement. And then drop external file format per quit. Just copy that external file format.
No, it
Just
did not complete. It's with the errors.
open. Why?
Cannot
Because
also because it does not exist.
okay, close it. Uh, okay, because it is not in master. That is fine. Could you scroll up to the top? Show me the database name. It is capital sales, right? Capital sales, and use here is also
Database, yes.
capital
Create
sales.
database as double S. Sorry, capital SALES sales.
Okay, fine. Change the use database to sales on the right side, and then run the drop again. It should work fine because it's not under this drop. And copy paste the same thing. External data source sales data. You can simply copy that.
External data source sales data.
Mhm. Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So okay, this creation is also fine. Yeah. Now you remove the drop external command. Select the create external data and then create it. So it is under sales. It's all right. It's not displayed because there is no data right now. From line 11 to line 14, select and run the command. Okay, so my bad. Okay, could you please go to data again? I think that is it compiled with errors?
No, I think I ran the second time.
Okay, cool. Expand external resources. The second one, external data sources. This is where the sales
Okay.
data is. So this
So it
is
was not there, it was actually here.
not the file, not the yep. My bad.
We were looking at the long location.
Yes. Okay. Now
Do you want
create.
do you want to publish this? There's been changes
Yes.
into
Yes,
this.
please. Yes. Okay. Now I will give you another script to analyze. Now in the develop tab, take another SQL script. Go to develop plus icon, another SQL. So you can name it as product sales totals. Yeah. So I pinged you the statement. Okay. Paste it here. Okay. Now run this. And could you tell me what's happening in the output? Collapse the develop window. You'll have more space for output analysis. Click on that output. Yeah. So it is giving a product wise count on the net revenue. This is a similar query what we worked a few days back, no? Sum of quantity and then sum of unit price. We did a count actually. So we checked how many items or products were there. Here they are doing a summation on the quantity. So each product a customer would have bought in multiple quantities. So they want to know the total quantities of product has been sold. And here from open row set bulk sales CSV star CSV, we are selecting all three files 2019, 2021, and then data source we are giving it as sales data. Right now it is just mentioned, but we are not posting anything, right? And how do we create
This
this?
is the external data source that we created, right?
Yes, yes.
We
Now,
created this right here.
correct. Now, how do we store this data into our external data? So I pasted something new, create the external table syntax, have it at line number 3. Paste my new message at line number 3. So this basic syntax, we have already covered the syntax. So I just sent you the query. Okay, now can you read through and tell me what's happening from line 3?
Create external table products or tools with location, sales, product sales, data source sales, data file format, archive format. We're saying that create external table. So within that external table, we wanted to create this product sales total, this file, right?
Table.
This table, sorry. And the location is this product sales. Within the sale data source is sales data, which is our
I mean, perfect. That is pretty much it. Click on files. See how many
I'm,
folders are
I'm just
there in the
I'm just a little confused. The actual data is coming from the sales.
correct. That is the source.
That
See,
is the source.
whatever you see from line 3 to line 7 is output related stuff. From line 10, it is input related
So why are we having output before input? That's
because
where I got confused.
we are creating the table. We are not posting it. It is like create external table name where to location is where to save it to, and then what is the the data source in the external resources, and what is the file format it should be. So that is the properties, right? It's like
Okay.
you have an input file. You need to have a table, right, to store that
Mhm.
input file in your DB. So your question is why are we creating the table first? Because we
Yes.
need to have a placeholder before we actually place it. You need a container before before you put in anything. So treat it as a
Okay.
container. So external
Okay.
table. Now go to files,
Do you want to save this or
click on no, that is fine. Keep it open. Go to files. Will not do the refresh. I want to see. Okay, here double click on sales. It'll open sales. So there is only CSV location, right? Now
Mhm.
go to your product sales total. You can publish the query first and then we'll run it. If it is a single publish, it's in the same window. Okay, so now click on all rows on the right, result setting per query, not just 5000, the right side property, all rows. Okay, run it. Okay, query executed successfully. Okay, can you go back to the query, the same product sales query, change that sales data to sales output? That is the one we have created, right? Not sales data. The create external resource. If I'm not wrong, it is sales output.
you
Click
want to
on,
change it here?
no, click on that file, create database, the third file before this. It is, okay, it is sales data. Okay, fine. because I pinged. Okay. It is perfect.
Okay.
So yeah, with this. So now the run is successful. Now I expand that data window. Yeah, go to workspace, and then the product sales is done. We can refresh the workspace. Uh,
Where do I
click on the
do I
click
close
on the
only?
three. Yeah, there is a cross button at the end of the file name. There is a cross, and you can close it. Can you expand the external tables on the sales DB? The first one under sales. Okay, we need to refresh. Uh, do the refresh. Yeah, now expand the sales, external tables. Yeah, so by default it is DBO, that is the master. So we see the product sales output, right? And we
Mm-hmm.
have how many columns? It will be equal to the result what we saw: product, items sold, and then the net revenue. So okay, go to linked services, click on Synapse, go to files, and then you see the product sales folder.
I see.
So this is part of our select query there. We when we created an external data source, we gave the file location where it should go, and we gave files slash product sales folder. So can you double click on this file? So there were three input files. It created three outputs, and if it is downloaded, you can open it in a notepad. You will see the scrambled data. Now if you right click on the file, take a SQL query top 100, run this, pull up the results. This is
Yeah,
your
I
data.
see. This is the encryption, that data compression, right?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. I just have
So
to. Everything was good up until this part.
mhm.
I'm gonna have to just go a little slow and read the thing again.
Okay.
The
So
where
just to summarize, we read a
is this
CSV
part?
file in CSV
This
format.
this is where I got a little bit confused, Sunil.
No, this
I
is fine.
wanted
Yeah,
to
that
I
can you hear me?
wanted to read this and digest this myself. What happened in this part?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, cool. So to summarize, we read a CSV file from a storage account, and then we created two other objects: external source, external data source, and external database
Okay,
and the external table. So table and external data source are under external database.
okay.
So we read a CSV, we stored it as a table in the external DB, and
Mhm.
then that data is stored in back into the storage account under a different folder in a transformed format. So
Okay,
CSV became Parquet now, the summarized information. So this whole process can be called as data transformation step. So today we will do one more exercise. Here we will pretty much repeat some of these things, but we will create more tables and more databases and query more. So we will work on how to alter the tables, and then how to define the keys, or the how to change the properties of tables within the databases, right?
okay.
Okay, so please go back to your Azure portal, and you can close this Synapse, it's fine. Fire up the PowerShell, and then install the Labs 04 project.
Sure.
So this would be, a kind of a last session for Synapse SQL Pool, basically. So far, whatever we have discussed. Could you please show me the reason? Which one is this?
24.
What,
So
why to
works.
4?
This is going to be 24 RA8W.
Okay, cool. Go to all resources and show me what and all is created. We can minimize this partial window. It's fine. Yeah. Go to resource groups. In the search button, type resource group. Yeah, this is your RG. Can you open that R8 resource group? The last one. Y24 R8. Okay. So these are all the resources under your resource group now. So all are in
Mhm.
Southeast Asia. So we have a storage account, Spark Pool, and Synapse Workspace. Perfect. So now let's do one thing. Open the storage account. Let's explore what it has created. On the left side, you see storage browser. Okay, so this is one way to check the files, and the other is there is containers, you see below the storage browser, data storage and containers. So click on the containers. So containers are like main folders
Mhm.
which are holding one set of files together. So if you could go back by a folder, so can you see the permission level? See, the anonymous access level is private. So only who has access to this resource group can access the file right now.
Okay.
So how do you change that access level? So you just right click on a file, or there are three dots at the end. Yeah. So manage ACL, access control list. So this is where you change your permissions. Right now you are a super user because this is your own account and you created the resources. And others is anybody who has access. In the ideal world, the others would just have the read access. And
Mhm.
if they are if they are reading, and if they are the ones who are just putting the file, and then you will give them write only access, and they won't be able to see the folder, but they will be able to create a new file within that container. And then execute, meaning if there are any executable files, so like a .exe or a .sql or a .python notebook,
Okay.
to create some manipulation when there is a technical user. For example, if you have created a Python code to do certain transformation at a particular point in day, okay,
Mhm.
in that case you will create a technical user, and you will create a execute only permission to that file. Since
Okay.
that Python will be under a schema, and internally that schema will have a read and write access. So what the other execute does is it gives a permission to invoke that Python file in your system. So this is the significance of read, write, and execute. And this concept is same across anything, not just containers. Uh, please close this. You can, yeah, hit the cross. Yep, now this is fine. And let's go to files. Now it is a anonymous level. Okay, we can explore. Go back a little. Go back by one folder. Click on the Synapse here or the files. Yep. So here authentication method, there is access key, right? So we can switch to Microsoft Entra user ID. So this will create a MS identifier. Go back to files and do it. Let's get it at the Synapse level. Yeah, here. Yep. Click on that. So it will create a, okay, it will use your MS Entra ID for accessing now. You don't have to give any access keys. And if
Okay.
you, okay, go to any file, I'll show you how to generate that access key. Open Synapse, workspace, okay, warehouse, any file, just open any file. You, okay, you don't have it, it's fine. Go to files location, click on files under location on top, where you changed your mantra access key, a line below that. Yeah. Click on the three icons on the left. Oh, sorry, on the right. Yeah, here, generate SAS you see, right? Yeah. Click on it. Come down. This is the account key. Generate SAS token. Click on that. Okay. So ideally, this is what a Blob SAS token is the password. When you create to a storage account as a linked service from your data window from Synapse Analytics.
Mhm.
So this
Mhm.
is what the key you put in to import that file. So it comes with just token and the URL where it is located. So you would need both of them. URL to say that where the file is located, and the key is to say that I have access and get me the file.
Okay.
Okay, so this has to be done here. Close this. It's fine. Okay, now okay, now we are in containers, files. Authentication is switched. That's fine. Okay, go back to your resources again. Close the storage account. Let's launch the workspace. Okay, open that resource group. Yes, the second one. Open that resource group. Let's launch.
This one? No, I don't.
Second one. Let me, the second from the top, second in the list.
Yeah,
TP203 by
this
2.
one, right?
Yeah, correct. Let's open. Open that Synapse workspace and then launch the studio. I think I should say share the studio screen as well. So these are all are already present.
It's empty. Oh, it's got some synapse files.
Synapse, yeah, that was empty. We saw.
it's pretty much empty, right?
Correct. So Spark
No,
Pool.
it's
No, we saw the data warehouse which was empty. It is
a
fine.
library. Okay, there's
Yep.
bunch of I think their own user folders. Oh, sorry, the
So now let's do one thing. Let's create a lake database here. So you click on workspace. Okay. Do the plus icon. Now create a lake database, not the SQL we had seen in the previous example.
so this is the simple definition would be like database is.
Database is a file system which holds tables in an organized manner. So
And
we
this is
would have
different from SQL. इसको किस केस में यूज करेंगे मतलब SQL और इसमें क्या डिफरेंस है जो SQL डेटाबेस हमने पहले बनाया था.
so SQL is an RDBMS system. So when I
Okay.
say RDBMS, it is a relational in nature. So it's like you have a table and you have multiple tables, right?
Mm-hmm.
So each table is can be linked with each other. So that is where the normalization is applied. So
Mm-hmm.
your transaction and customer is linked by a customer ID, right?
Okay.
And it is relational in structure. But if you want to uh, deal with the unstructured data, the semi-structured data, the JSON systems, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
the drawback of a SQL system when it is handling a non-relational data is that data needs to be converted to a relational restrictive formats, and then only it can do the manipulations. So everything has to be fit into that relational definition of schema and tables.
Okay.
But when it is lake database, you can simply take a file and then you can query a file without actually applying the RDBMS structure or imposing the structure on it.
Okay.
And when you are source is not just a relational. Okay, in one system you are getting the relational, the other system you are getting a totally unstructured data, a PDF document, and in one more system you are getting a semi-structured, a JSON or an XML. When you have to club all these three together without actually having the headache of converting it to a RDBMS system, so
Mm-hmm.
this interaction is possible through the lake databases.
Okay.
So treat lake database as a flexible data source system which will give you a platform to handle multiple types of data without actually storing them anywhere. You can just read a file and keep it as a file and then do the operations on that data.
Okay.
Okay, good. Now on the general tab, give some name, something like retail DB. We will be handling some retail data today. On the right, properties. Do you see the name database?
Give me a second. So
Sure.
I'm gonna open up the window. Yeah. Sorry, I'm back. So right click on.
On the right side, properties, give a name to your database, something like
Mm,
retail DB. Come down, scroll down. Okay, your input file is, yeah, this is auto populated. So let it be a delimited text. It is fine. Okay, no other properties. We can yeah, save this setting. I think it's already saved. We don't need to publish or anything. Yeah, publish here. Okay, publishing. Let it complete.
okay. We're done.
Okay. Now go back to our linked services. Let's create a folder under Synapse. Click on Files. Go back to click on Synapse. We are too much down. On the right side, you see a file hierarchy, the file menu. Use okay, yeah, there. Click on Synapse.
Yes, I'm this sign up.
Okay, that is the rightmost hierarchy. Come back to yeah. Click on Files or the leftmost name at the beginning. Yes. So here, let's create a new folder. Okay, how do you create a folder? Click on plus icon on the on top of linked. Yeah, is there a folder creation? No, but we need a folder here.
New folder. What do you want to call it?
Let's call it as retail DB only. Let's have the same name for yeah. Okay, now let's create a table. Let's go back to your retail DB tab, which is the next window. Switch to
Retail
retail
DB.
DB tab
Oh,
on the right.
okay.
Yes. So here okay, let's create a table. Click on that custom, not a template now. Okay, let's create a custom first. Okay, let's give it a name. Okay, in below, in general, you see the properties, right? So there
Mm-hmm.
are three tabs. So general will have the metadata information. So all your table name, description, and scroll down. I think that should be it. It shouldn't ask for more. Yeah, storage settings. Okay, storage setting is for the backend. So let's leave it default as is. In like where it gets stored and what format, what compression and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So let's create a customer table now. Give a name called customer, and then this is your table name. And let's go to columns. Okay, ideally what a customer should have. Come down. So in column one, give a customer ID. Give customer ID. Give the customer word as well. Okay, ideally IDs, every table should have an ID, right? So when we are
Mm-hmm.
writing a query, we get confused between which tables, which ID we are using. So it's always have that functional name, something like customer ID, item ID, transaction ID, and so on.
Okay.
It will be a primary key, unique per every customer. So click on that primary key uh, and the keys checkbox. Yes. No. Click on the checkbox. Done. Okay. Do one more. Do a plus column. Let's add a few more column. New column.
Why is it keeps collapsing?
Shouldn't give a
Oh, you see? I don't know why.
yes, yes. Even I
Yeah.
haven't seen that.
Oh,
First
there
name.
you go.
This is annoying.
Oh my gosh.
Shit. Do you use an external keyboard?
Nope.
Okay, so is any of the keys are kept pressed in your keyboard?
Nope.
Okay.
FIRST.
No, I think there is a can you turn off your function key? If you press function escape,
Um,
because something is getting pressed.
what's the function? Oh, here it is.
Yeah, start typing now.
First.
First name. Yeah. Shit.
I think I
Ah,
have to do it. I have to do it quickly. Anyways. Okay, so next column.
okay. For now, it's okay. Let's add email address. Let's
Whenever I finish writing, it's gonna say,
mhm.
should I say anything more than email? We can just keep it
That
email,
is
right?
fine. Email is fine. Yeah,
Anything else?
we can keep it. Just a nullable field. If you think a column
Should all be
can have
PK?
no
Private key?
email address can be repetitive. It's fine.
Replicated. Okay.
And the
First name.
name will also, name also can repeat, right? The first name, there is no restriction, only customer ID. And ideally, customer ID will be a primary key in any table, especially in the warehouse thing. Customer ID is generated by a system,
Okay.
so it will always be unique. We will create a sequence and we will keep incrementing that value as and when a new customer is created in the DB. And I just wanted to, okay, do you see that nullability after description?
Mm-hmm.
If you check that, it means that field can have a null value, meaning that can be empty.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't check it, it is mandatory. Some value has to be there.
Okay.
And scroll to the right a little bit, and you'll see different types of data types. So your name, it can be of a long type. Can you change the first data type to long? Because ideally IDs are numbers and it will be a long number.
Okay.
Okay, and then your length. Either you can give a fixed length. So string is will take only 256 characters now. If you try to enter more than that, it will error out and the value will not get entered into the database table.
Okay.
Okay, that's it about DB. When okay, can we publish this change and see the tables getting created? Okay, so in the data tab now, you should see data tab. Yeah, expand that data window. Expand your database details on the right middle one. Yep. Go to workspace. Expand retail DB. Yep. So now tables. We would have only one table now.
Yeah.
Okay. So now how do we load this table, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, in the main tab, can we open, okay, in the linked services, can we open files folder? Okay, it is already open, fine. We can go to retail DB, open retail DB, create a folder called customer. Let's have the customer data here.
Okay.
Just a second, let me give you the, okay, okay, I have to give you the customer data file, but I'm not able to copy. Okay, let me give you the file. I have to give you a file. I'm just, since this, I'm using it in a browser, it is not able to letting me copy.
Okay. Maybe you can email me if it's
Yep,
easier that way. I can just simply download it.
yep. Okay, okay. Let me check if I can copy the file now. In your customer folder, we can just, upload it. I will show you a theoretical presentation on how do we use a Spark pool for all such operations.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever we have covered in the last 6 classes will be covered today, but execution engine, basically the operating system where you run your queries, will be Apache Spark. And here
Okay.
there are two options. Do the same operation, do the second exercise. You are doing using SQL now. You are writing create table commands and then doing a select star, right? On
Mm-hmm.
a SQL pool. So where you go to your query and there is a attached to column on the top. So in that drop down, you would see a SQL pool or a built-in, a keyword.
Mm-hmm.
So that is running the queries on the SQL engine. But today we will see how to run a Apache Spark, platform, and under which you can you can use two languages. One is Python by Spark, and the second is SQL again.
Mm-hmm.
So that platform is a bit flexible. Based on what you pass the notation at the beginning of the script, I'll show you what that notation is. You can choose your language and then choose to run it. But eventually,
Okay.
it is the same operation. Okay, Apache Spark. Why do we need it? Because you are already practicing it on a SQL platform, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, what is the purpose or what is the need to have another alternative way to run your query? If you talk about the volume of data, so Apache Spark is capable of handling a larger volume, larger chunk of data, and then
Okay.
process it on the fly. So this is mostly used to have an improved performance on your data set.
Mm-hmm.
So when your SQL query lags to execute a certain data, you can choose Spark to have it done in a quicker manner. So
Mm-hmm.
what happens? Why is Apache Spark faster than the SQL engine? Whenever you opt for a SQL engine on the backend, consider it as a single OS, a single
Okay.
CPU system. Single CPU may have a higher mm, co- configuration. You could use a 8-core CPU engine, and then a very good memory on the backend. But it is still a single OS.
Mhm.
But when it comes to Apache Spark, it is a parallel processing systems. So whenever you give a task to process 1 GB of data to SQL, it is considered as one job. But
Mhm.
if you give the same work to Apache Spark, there is a map and reduce, similar to how the big data works. One
Okay.
main task, it will be divided into multiple chunks, and each chunk will be given to a executor node. So when I say
Okay.
executor node, it is similar to a mini OS within which that particular task gets executed, and all the result set is combined together in another node which is solely built for the merging purpose.
Mhm.
So if your one task on SQL, it is divided into 10 or n number of tasks, which is passed to sub nodes where for the execution. When the execution is done, the result is gathered, and that result is merged together and presented to the user.
Okay.
So that is the main purpose of having a Apache Spark engine.
Mhm.
So process large data and process faster. So what does this platform give you? I mean, it includes a lot of other services. So when we talk about HD inside Databricks, Synapse Analytics, we have already used. So these two are the additional platform you can run with. So in
Mhm.
the core of those tools, it is still an ETL engine, extract,
Okay.
transform, load. But how you choose the platform depends on what kind and what amount of data you are processing.
Mhm.
And then we are already aware of Synapse Analytics. That is fine. Okay, so the internal architecture of Apache Spark. We will have a driver program. This means that whenever we create an Apache Spark engine, we have created a Synapse Studio, right? Synapse
Mhm.
Analytic platform, uh, within which you have a SQL engine, a built-in SQL spool, or you created a retail DB in your current exercise. So that is
Mhm.
a dedicated DB created within the Spark, within the Synapse Studio. And
Mhm.
similarly, you create a Apache Spark. When you create that, there will be something called as a driver program. So what it does is it creates multiple clusters of
Mhm.
for you to execute. So the scaling of these clusters is again automatic. So whenever you execute a query on Spark platform, so it creates some sort of an execution plan. So it
Mhm.
estimates how much computing power you need to complete that query execution. Based on that, it replicates the executor nodes.
Mhm.
So if 4 is enough, it will just execute with 4. If you need 50, then you will have 50 executor nodes. And all your job is divided into equal chunks and passed to those 50 executors. And all those executors will work in isolation, and each isolated block will interact with the same source. For example,
Okay.
if you are choosing a file for processing with a million records, and if you have 5 executor nodes, and each node can take a 200,000 records, so it is referring to the same location. First executor will take the first 200, second will take the second 200, and so on till the
Mhm.
last executor node. When the result is done, it the cluster manager again is responsible for clubbing all the result together and present it to the driver program. Okay, so this we have already covered. So it is just a runtime. So
Mhm.
you can work on the same storage account and the files, but the execution engine is what is different here. So that will be present in the drop down when you open a your query window on any file. And configuration again, just like any other resource, it would require a name and then the size of VM because it is It has to be associated with the computing power, right, on the back end. So there will be different configurations, the number of CPU and the processing power. So bigger the size, faster the engine. And number of nodes in the pool, it is like, in the previous example, we saw node here. So node is nothing but a combination or a group of executors within
Executors.
which your particular job is processed.
Hmm.
And then version of Spark, this is something advanced. For now, I think we'll stick with the default option available out there. And then, how do why do you need this specifically? The second reason. First is the volume of data. Second is the scheduling, the batch streaming. Whenever you queried a file, that was a instant query, right? So you
Hmm.
created that a SQL query and then saved it as a notebook, and then you could pipeline it. So you could schedule a pipeline if you were using a SQL. But here you can choose, since there are multiple nodes and multiple executors, you can choose to have a stream processing or a batch processing. So now a question, what is batch processing?
Hmm.
Can you guess the answer?
Yeah, it's, I mean, running a big batch, if I go by
Yeah,
the English meaning, right? Just
perfect.
clubbing
And
maybe
what,
different executors and running as a big batch.
yeah, running everything at once at a specified time of a day is called batch processing.
Yeah.
Until that point, you keep collecting the data for that batch.
Hmm. Okay.
And what is stream processing?
Sorry. Say again.
It is the Yeah. What is stream processing?
Um, to stream batch or the stream processing.
It's the
No.
opposite of batch. Batch is accumulated till a point and then at that hour it gets triggered. Stream is as and when the data arrives. So it could be
Continuous.
real time or it could be near real time. So
Okay.
when I say real time, it is instant. It
Hmm.
is immediately fed to the system and it goes through the ETL cycle in just clean and transform. When I
Hmm.
say real time, in certain cases, if the platform is smaller, the size is small, the capacity is less. In such
Hmm.
cases, we would have created something called a queue. We will put it in the queue and it gets executed as soon as the turn. It is that particular request's turn to get processed.
Okay.
Okay. So, and again, the same, the Spark notebook is also capable of explore, analyze, and visualize, which we have seen. A similar thing can be done in SQL as well. You can query, either you can see a tabular form of data, or you can choose to have a visualization of that, particular output, right? And there are some features of notebook, the syntax highlighting, because based on the language you choose, PySpark or SQL, it will highlight the keyword. So what is syntax highlighting is the reserved keywords are put presented in blue color, and the
Hmm.
rest the created the objects created on that thing were shown in black, and your query will be in some other font, all your user inputs. And code auto completion is again, when you go to a PowerShell, as soon as you start typing, it will suggest the command, right? It will guess and it
Hmm.
will suggest the command based on your keystrokes. So that is available. And data visualization will be in your output panel, and ability to export data. Either you can extract a picture of your result visualization, or you can extract it in an Excel or PDF format. So this is the platform features with respect to notebooks.
Okay.
So when we say notebook, you used to right click and then do a select top 100 by SQL query.
Like top
Instead of
100,
that,
yes.
yeah, yeah. Instead of that, we will go to Apache Spark Pool and then create a notebook. So as soon
Okay.
as you create a notebook, it creates a backend engine. The hardware is allocated. If you go to configure, I'll show you how that looks like. You will see
Hmm.
all the hardware configuration of that notebook.
Okay.
And then okay, these are the, how you access the data and what are the linked services. So different services like a SQL Pool or a Cosmos DB, and then all these can be linked using the same method. If it is a database, we will go to workspace and then link it out. If it is storage account, it will be under the linked services. So no change, a similar concept, but just the notebook type is different. Instead of SQL, it is Apache. That's all. I
Okay.
will share this document today for reading. Okay, so this is something with respect to the backend, how it is built. The resilient distributed data set is the data structure followed by a PySpark architecture. So
Mm-hmm.
that is how your data would look like. And if you could, take this question down and read on it, it will be good to have, a uh, backend information. Okay, I pinged a question here. Please now keep a note, note it down somewhere, and then read about this at some point. What do you mean by a data frame in Python? Do you know the answer? Yes or no?
No.
No. Okay. I'll ask the different question, but the answer is still the same. What is a table in SQL database?
The arrangement of those values,
Yeah, rows and columns, right?
rows and columns. Yeah.
When you create a table, how do you create a table? What and all you give in your syntax? Create table name,
Yeah.
and then you'll give a list of column names.
Column names. Yes.
Each column will have a data type,
Yes.
and you'll mention if it is nullable or not nullable,
Yes.
and then you will mention a primary key, which is supposed to be unique.
Mm-hmm.
Now the same answer. What is a data frame in Pandas? Pandas is a library which provide that data frame feature. Okay, it's a
Okay.
library within Python. So data frame is again a collection of columns. So why do you need to define a data frame? So
Okay.
table in a SQL is a schematic restriction. So when you are creating a customer table, so for example, consider two columns, ID and name. You are saying that
Mm-hmm.
ID has to be numeric. It cannot have a character, and it has to be unique. So that
Mm-hmm.
uniqueness is maintained by making that ID as a primary key, right? So this is a ID column restrictions, and name has to be a alphanumeric character, and it can be repeated. More than one record can have the same name in your database. So that is why
Mm-hmm.
it is having a less restriction. Only a data type is defined, and size, the length of the name can be set. If I mention it as 500, a person cannot have a name more than 500 characters in it. So that
Characters.
is
Okay.
again a size restriction. So this is the schematic restriction we put on a table in a database. Similarly, if you want to do the same in Python, that is called a data frame. So when you define a data frame, it will have columns and it will have rows. And
Mm-hmm.
each column can have a data type, and all the primary key and the constraints, the column level constraints can be applied. So in simple words, data frame is a way in which we restrict, or uh, we give a schematic restriction uh, on how we store the data from the source, and then that is used as a secondary storage location in your Python.
Okay.
So when you read a file, your file is your source, and you are reading from that file in whatever the format, and you are storing it as a table in the Python execution. That table is the restriction, the schematic restriction or the characteristics of a table is enforced using a data frame. So when you create a data frame object, you will mention the column name and data types.
Okay.
So is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, so we will use a lot of the data framework going forward in Apache Spark. Anytime you read a data, it will be stored into a data frame.
DataFrame.
Yeah. So this is one of the most used feature in Python. And this is a sample screen of how a data frame looks like, or how a Python code looks like. We will see how to generate this. This is a Python and Scala. The double percentage and the first keyword tells the execution engine of a notebook of which language it is using in the below
Mm-hmm.
syntax.
Okay.
So double percentage by Spark is a Python in Spark, and
Okay.
if it is just Spark, it is the Scala part.
Mm-hmm.
And df is a variable given by us. It could be anything. And spark read load is the syntax. Do you remember the open row set bulk? And then
Yeah, open rows at bulk and location. Yes. Yeah.
this is the same thing. Spark read load, the location of the file. We have the format and header.
Okay. Header is equal
There
to
we
true.
used, yeah, there we
Yeah.
used to do a select star. And
Mm-hmm.
then here the function is display. Df is the variable which is holding the data of that products.csv, and limit
Mm-hmm.
is the top 10 or top 100 in SQL. If you do a
Okay.
select top 100 from customers in any in a random order, it will give you 100 customers data in your output. So
Mm-hmm.
here similarly it is giving you a 10 rows.
Okay.
And how do you write the same thing in Scala? So you declare a value. Val is a keyword, the variable declaration,
Mm-hmm.
right? And df is a variable name. And then spark read format. So what changed here? So we give the load first, followed by a comma. So load is a function between this open parenthesis and closing, under which it has a location as first param, format as second, header as true. When you don't mention, since we don't have a bulk keyword here, right? So this location, the file name has to be the first parameter, but
Mm-hmm.
any parameter is followed by a parameter name. When I say format is equal to CSV, it is possible that I can mention the header first and then the format later.
Okay.
But for certain variables, you have to mention it in a specified location. So in this load function, CSV or the file path file name has to be the first param. The order of second param doesn't matter when you mention the parameter names like
Okay.
format and header. So what changed here in the Spark syntax? So there was load function in Python, and there is format function or the read function.
Mm-hmm.
So here the order can vary. Your load was taking three parameters earlier. Now it is taking only one in Spark.
Yeah,
All
and
the
it's given
format and
format
option
and option are
is
first.
are followed by a dot, and it can be put anywhere. You could have
Okay.
read dot load and then followed by file name, dot format CSV, and then dot option header.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I'm stressing on this, because in certain cases, in most of the cases when you practice on these files, slight mistake on how you mention, depending on what language, Python or Spark, your code will error out. So this is
Okay.
something to look out. And then display function is the same, no change there. And the schematic structure. So how do you restrict a schema on the output basically?
Mm-hmm.
So in the previous slide we saw how to read a file into a data frame, right?
Okay.
Now how to read a data into a data frame in a certain format. So
Mm-hmm.
PySpark is giving SQL library, and then under which the types and function we are importing everything. So from pyspark.sql.types library, import everything, under types. So that is what
Yes.
meant by
With
import
the,
star.
yeah.
Okay. Second, we are declaring a variable called product schema. The structure type and structure field treat it as a table function. So when you do a create table name, it created that particular table, right? It gave that
Hmm.
name to your table.
Yes.
Similarly, the create table syntax struct type is similar to create table.
Okay.
So this is enforcing the table function. Struct field is the column names you mentioned within your create table syntax.
Hmm.
So the columns are product ID, product name, category, list price, and data types are integer, string type, and float type. And you see the first line, the types import star.
Hmm.
When we say integer type open brace and close brace, this is a function which is available in types library.
Hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
So if you don't import the correct library, then you may not recognize this function. So it will error out saying that object unknown or function unknown.
Okay. The string type, the float type, the string type, or the integer type. Okay. So those are the ones we're picking for this struct field,
Yes,
which is
from
columns.
from a library. Yes. So
Yeah.
ideally,
Which
the
are
struct
columns.
yeah the structure of Python would be sorry, something similar. You will have all your import statements in the beginning, and then the variable declaration, and then the operation third, and then the output, the display at the end.
Okay.
So library, your variable or schematic restrictions here, and then you operation which reads, and then you display the result set. And coming back to the data frame, so here initially we had the format and header, and we are mentioning the schema. So now the data frame is forced to have only 4 columns called product ID, product name, category, and list price. So in the previous example, we did not mention any schema. So whatever the file had, if the file had 20 columns, your result would have only 20 columns in it. And
Hmm.
now you are restricting it to 4 columns. It has to extract only those 4 columns, and it has to contain only that 4 columns.
Okay.
And then how do we select if we have 20 columns, and then you need to select only 4, right? We will see in the next slides on how do we filter a data frame. This is a blind read. We are not applying any filters, or we are not applying any select clause.
Hmm.
Okay. Now let's see how do we select a certain groups. For example, if I have 20 columns in this data frame, you need only product ID and product or list price. So we create a sub data frame, another data frame variable is equal to df is your data frame which contains 20 columns, out of
Hmm.
which we are selecting only product and list. So the method is your data frame dot select of list of columns you need, right?
Hmm. Okay.
And then it is a bit flexible Python. You could run the group by directly in your selects. You don't need to have a syntactical way. So if you when you generated the item wise summary of sales, right? So you did something like a select item comma count of star from your sales table, group by item, right?
Yeah.
So that was your SQL query. The same thing can be done in a single line here. So we are getting a counts df, a variable, and then df is your total data frame dot select of product id and category, and then we are grouping by category and then printing the count. Okay, so what are we seeing here? The API query. So what is an API in general?
Interface.
Application, yeah, application programming interface.
Yeah.
So let's go back to our, a banking example. When we do a credit card transaction in an ATM, right?
Hmm.
there will be multiple APIs at the backend side.
Mm-hmm.
Your card authorization and PIN confirmation can be a single API, right?
Okay.
And then when you withdraw some money, the withdrawal update which happens in back to your bank is another API.
Mm-hmm.
So what happens when you put in your card and enter your PIN? The system will recognize whether it is the right PIN or wrong PIN, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So let's call it as a get confirmation API from your bank. So when you
Mm-hmm.
put in your data, all your card number, your entered PIN, and your basic information like a customer ID and card number, anyways, I mentioned. So these three bundled together into a request payload. When I say payload, just a bunch of data. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that request is sent to your bank, and let's call it as a get request, get confirmation request. So when it is
Mm-hmm.
sent, it will invoke a program in your bank side. So it will take the customer ID, last four digits of your card number, and your PIN. It will validate against the master data copy in the bank system. When
Mm-hmm.
everything matches, it will send back a response saying that yes, it is the valid customer and it is a
Okay.
valid is maybe a balance check would also be there. The
Mm-hmm.
amount you are trying to withdraw. For example, if you want to take a $200, it will check if your bank balance is more than $200. Then only you will be allowed to withdraw,
Okay.
right? So all such information through a get API work, it went to your bank and then it came back. It came back successfully. So now you can go to the next step called withdraw. So you withdrew $200. So now
Mm-hmm.
it has to make an it has to subtract 200 from your bank balance. Now
Yes.
you call an API called post data. So what will the payload have? The same information. The customer ID is the last four digit of your card number, and then the amount you took from the ATM with some other personal details. That is fine. So when you do this post API, it goes to your bank again. It will invoke that update bank balance, and then it will enter a transaction with all the date and time with the ATM ID, the location of the ATM you did the transaction in, and then it created a transaction record, and then do a minus 200 to your whole bank balance.
Mm-hmm.
So here we saw get API and post API. So
Okay.
what is an API in our context here? So when you did the first transaction, when you put the password and ask the bank, say enter and you want to withdraw, it executed a select query. Select customer ID and so on so from customer table where the customer ID from your payload. Whatever the customer ID your card is linked to.
Okay.
That record returned positive. It returned a record and it was valid. So a select query was executed on your get API, and then update or insert query was executed on your post API. It executed an insert statement into transaction table, and then it executed an update statement, something like update set balance is equal to current balance minus 200, where
Mm-hmm.
customer ID is equal to so and so in your balance table.
Okay.
So that is the context of APIs, and API in here API is nothing but a executable SQL statement
Using Spark.
using Spark. Yes. So how do you say it's a SQL statement? It is the double ampersand SQL keyword at the beginning of the file. Now this is something, this is a bit advanced topic. When you want to visualize the data, when you ran a select statement on your query window, basically a notebook in a Synapse workspace. So you
Mm-hmm.
had an option to choose the chart option, right? Instead of a
Yes.
tabular form, you could print a pie chart, a bar chart, or something. So
Yes.
the same thing can be constructed in detail using Python.
Mm-hmm.
So the libraries are, the main library is Python plot, which is pyplot, and
Mm-hmm.
which is part of an hierarchy at the higher level called matplotlib.
Okay.
So when we are using Python, we will import a pyplot library from parent matplotlib. So what is the purpose? We already have a visualization built into our notebooks in Synapse Workspace. Why do we need a in detailed construction of visualization? The main reason is to get more control on your visualization. So when you run a SQL and then choose a chat option, it is pretty much direct, a straightforward option of output.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to dig deep, if you want to go to the core of your visualization, if you want to restrict a figure size, for example, if you want an chart in a certain size, you can't define that in your regular output, what you have seen earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So here, after importing the pipeline, and this is a PLT is an alias given to the whole name instead of doing a matplotlib.pyplot. We gave a PLT alias and then we'll just refer it.
Okay.
So we get the data from Spark in a temp table, whatever the table products we have created in alias.
Okay.
So when we get the data, it has to be in a pandas format. So pandas is a library which will give you a data frame, right? In a
Mm-hmm.
schematic or the rows and columns format. So the given result set, so spark.sql executes the given SQL statements, and .to pandas will convert your result set to a Python format, and that data is stored in a variable called data here. So this whole syntax is called a pandas data frame extraction.
Mm-hmm.
So when we have the data set, so PLT is nothing but a space. Consider it as a blank space where the visualization will be done. You remember we do a CLS in command prompt to clear the screen.
Yes.
This is similar to that operation. CLF meaning clear frame.
Okay.
So it wipes that slate clean for you. And then figure is an object. So what is the size of the figure? So PLT is your plot. It is clear the frame, so there is nothing in your plot.
Mm-hmm.
Consider plot as a white sheet, an empty white color
One
white
sheet.
sheet. Yeah.
Okay.
So figure, you're defining a size. If it is A4, then you have a A4 sheet. It is 12 by 8. This is in centimeters. You have a 12 by 8 sheet. Basically you
Okay.
cut the sheet to your fitment requirement.
Mm-hmm.
And then what do you need within the plot? That is called plat dot bar. Bar meaning we want a bar chart.
Okay.
Okay. So in the bar chart, there will be variables, right? The characteristics. So what do
Mm-hmm.
you have in a bar chart? You have a x-axis, right? So
Yes.
x-axis is the category, and then you have a height and you have a color. So height, what is the variable for height? The count the product, go for the product count. For example, if you have 10 and 5, then you can imagine a bar of height 10 and then height 5, right? 10 is taller and then 5 is smaller. And
Mm-hmm.
then color is like orange. Here, if you change it to some other column name, right? Yeah, right now we only have a product category and count. But if you have called, customer segment or the whatever the item count, the total item sold, so it will be based on that additional parameter.
Mm-hmm.
So you count the products by the category and then print the color in orange. Right now, this color orange will print only the orange color bars, nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
So data selection for your plot is done. And then your plot needs a title, product counts dot category. Okay, let me. So your heading will be printed here. Product counts category, this part, and then
Mm-hmm.
your category will be printed. This is the X label, and this is the Y label products, and then colors, grid, length, width, and everything is the characteristics of your bars within your graph.
Okay. Okay.
Pyplot, matplotlib is giving you more control on how you construct your diagram.
Mm-hmm.
So if you could, you may have to memorize the function names, the CLF, figure, title, X label, Y label, grid. So they are mostly, related to real world operations. So when you say X label, you're naming the X axis. Y
Yeah.
label, you're naming the X,
While
Y axis. Yeah. Grid
mm-hmm.
again, you don't have to remember these numbers. You can just, find a hash code for a particular number and then put it across.
Okay.
Okay, that's with the data frame. Yeah, a smaller one. How do you transform data with Spark? So could you please recall the way we transform data in SQL? We read from a file and then we stored it into another file. Do you remember we read the data from sales folder in storage account and we
Yeah,
created another folder called product sales.
but we converted that into the no, not JSON file, the
Parquet format.
Parquet format. Yes, we just saved that file into the Parquet format by creating the database, right?
Correct.
And
So this is the similar operation, the transformation of data happening in the Spark environment. So
okay.
what is used to do this operation? So we have a large volume of data set if we are talking about Spark, that is your input. And then we have a data frame object. So we can create a schema and enforce the table structure upon your data frame,
Mm-hmm.
which is the product ID, product name, and the four columns, the schema object with the struct type and then a struct field created we saw earlier. And then the any update happens on the data frame will update that particular data within the data frame. So we are changing that data. Okay.
Okay.
So okay, if it's too much, don't worry. We'll do the exercise. I mean, when you interact
That's
with
fine.
the data frame and then do the updates, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
uh, we will see it there. Just yeah, this is just a transformation logic. It is to tell you that how the transformation can happen here. So when we
Mm-hmm.
had a data table in the database format, we could have written an update statement to update the data. Here we will have the data frame name itself. For example, here we are reading order details in the first here order details limit 5, and then we are importing a SQL functions to do the split and column. So
Mm-hmm.
transform the data. So this is a new data frame. See, ideally what happens is when you read the data to order detail, we will keep it as is without modifying it till the end of the code.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever you want to make the modification, it is recommended to create another data frame and apply your logic on top of your previous data set. So if order details was step 1, reading the order CSV, transform
Mm-hmm.
data is reading the order CSV, and then it is choosing the first name, and then it is also splitting the customer name by space.
Okay.
If I had a name called Sunil space Kumar, my first name would be Sunil Kumar, and then after, I mean, if I use the same first name and then split by space, so my first name Sunil and Kumar will become a two columns basically.
Two columns. Okay.
Yeah, out of which you can, if you do a get item 0, it will pick the first column. If it is get item 1, it will pick the second column.
Okay.
So that is why, see what's happening here. Customer name is having Sunil space Kumar. You're giving a first name, splitting the Sunil and Kumar to two items, and you're getting 0. So my first name became Sunil. The
Mm-hmm.
same split operation, split get 0 is Sunil, get 1 is Kumar. So that
Okay.
is get 1 Kumar is given a name last name using the split and column operations. So the operation, if you see split call customer namespace is the same thing mentioned in the second as well. But you
Okay.
extracted the first name, first object as first name, second object as second name, last name.
Second
So this is
with
the
column.
transformation stored in transformed data. So this transformed data frame would have only two columns called first name and last name and nothing else.
Okay.
where your order details, since you did not mention a schema, it is having everything from the file. Okay.
Okay.
And how do you drop a column in your data frame? So your data frame, the variable is equal to that variable dot drop on the column name. So how do you drop a column in SQL? You would say alter table drop column name.
Okay.
That's the alter command there, and here it is the drop function. Uh, do you know the increment operation, a plus plus or a minus minus? For example, if you consider a is equal to 1, an assignment, so what is the value of a? It is 1,
Mm-hmm.
right? And
Yes.
what is a plus plus? A plus plus is incremental. A is equal to a plus 1,
No, becomes 2. Okay.
becomes 2. So a is equal to 2. So similarly, your data frame is equal to data frame dot drop customer name. If your data frame had customer name, first name and last name, after this statement, a is equal to a minus customer name, your data
Mm-hmm.
frame became just first name and last name, and the customer name is dropped.
Okay.
So this is the drop operation happens on the data frame. And then how do you save uh, a data frame into a file basically? So your data frame
We
dot
started as
write,
CSV, we're saving as a Parquet. Okay.
correct. So write is the function which will write the data into what is mode? Mode here it is overwrite. Overwrite is replace.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then there is append, which will just add it at the end of the existing data. So in what format? So in the previous SQL example, so we had that particular keyword called format when you created
Mm-hmm.
a file, when you
Mm-hmm.
created a output location, right?
Yes.
So their format is equal to Parquet. Here it is Parquet of this file name. If it is CSV, then it would be like .csv of file name orders.csv.
Okay.
So this is how we post data to a file using PySpark. Okay, and then similar operations. How do you do the aggregation? So this is again we are doing a year-wise count. How do you extract a year from order a date and then do a count? So in this particular example, we are adding year basically. So
Mm-hmm.
df is your whole read, dated df is your sub data frame. You are reading from adding a df dot with column. This is the new year, the column name which is being entered. Year is a function which extract if it is mmdd, it will the output will be YYYY 2023. Only
Okay.
that value is extracted from your data order date and added under a column called year. So here when we say dated df is equal to df dot with column, it means that it will print all the columns in from df along with a new column called year.
Okay.
Okay. A new concept. What is a partition? Do you know the definition?
The English definition, the partition,
Yes, yes, yes. In general, what is a partition? Divided
create.
into subpart, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
If you
Or you're
if you have
creating
a
the
one
subpart.
big
Yeah.
hot dog and if you cut it in the middle, then you have two small hot dogs, right?
Yeah.
Similarly, when we talk about sales thing, sales is a single table in the database, and it could have millions and billions of records, right?
Mm-hmm.
But whenever you want to query, you're mostly interested in current year sales or the last 5 years sales, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that case, you would have a one big table called sales, and then what
Mm-hmm.
your sales would have a year, and then count of sales. If this is the simple example. So if I would have 2023, 2023, and then 2021. Okay. So here we have something like 985, some random cells. This is a very
Mm-hmm.
basic example. Don't mind the numbers. So I have
Yes.
year, yearly summary or yearly transaction along with the count data. So this is the
Mm-hmm.
unpartitioned table, right?
Okay.
So when I say partition, for example, whenever you run a query, how do you run it? Select the year-end count from sales table where year is equal to 2021. Is this how we run a basic query?
Yeah.
So if I have a billion record in this table, it will be a CPU exhaustive job to fetch all the 2021 records from a billion strong table.
Mm-hmm.
You will have to go through. So the computation power is more and you need more CPU power to gain. So if
Mm-hmm.
I apply partition, so what it does, it will create a yearly wise partition for me. So it will
Okay.
create a 2023 table, something like this. And then
Mm-hmm.
I would have two more partitions. So here 2022, 2021. So 2021 I would have only this much, and 2022 I will have this much. So whenever a data gets inserted, it will be inserted into this table. There is no doubt. Okay. But as
Mm-hmm.
soon as it gets inserted, we would have, if we enable the partition, it will, the if I insert a data for 2023, it gets appended to 2023.
Only 23. Okay.
And yeah, when I write the query to fetch only the 2021 data, even though I mentioned it as sales, the compiler would understand to go and read the data from 2021 if the table is partitioned.
Okay.
And there is a system table called table partitions or all partitions. So
Okay.
this table will have information on all the tables which are partitioned. Where if we include that partitioned column, I would have done the partition on year. So if I
Mm-hmm.
include that year, it will append the sales.2021. It will come to this table. So here I have data from 2021 only. So drastically, the size of the table is reduced for my computation.
Reduced. Yeah.
So this improves the performance. So that is the main reason to partition the tables and files. Here
Okay.
the same thing. Dated df.write partition by year. So this partition would create, if it is 2023, it will create a new file called 2023, and then
Mm-hmm.
it will upload that particular file into that data.
And
So
I
when
will
you
do the same
query
for
that,
the rest of the partitions.
correct. When you query, if you query Spark data read where partition data year is equal to 2020, then based on this value 2020, the data 2020 file gets invoked and only that particular file is retrieved and stored in order 2020.
Okay.
So partition is a process of splitting the data according to a variable. In this example, it's a year variable, and it could be based on transaction data as well. If the account summary and all gets generated right on a monthly basis and yearly basis. So in
Mm-hmm.
your bank, all your transaction for a particular month would have a table for all the customers for that month. If you talk about November transactions, your bank would have a table called transaction, under which the partition called transaction underscore November 2023 would be there. So when
Mm-hmm.
you go to your bank website, when you generate the summary, the past statement, right? You would give the date, no, last month's date,
Yes. Mm-hmm.
between so and so date. It will check if that date belongs to a single month, then it will go and fetch the data from a single month. But if you want a October and November 2 months of account summary, then two partitions will be accessed and data
Someone.
from two tables, yeah, summed and then given you the report in the front end. And then transformation is again, how you add a column or remove a column and then create some aggregated data, itemized summary, something like that can be performed here. The same operation but a different environment. we'll start from the resource group. I mean, everything will be created manually. Even if it takes 2 laps, it's fine. And go to resource groups, create a resource group. Call it as RG underscore Cosmos DB.
Okay. Just a second. Come on, come, come, come.
So whenever you create the resources, we tend to state what the services are. So resource group will be functional specific. If you see the imported projects, they would be called as DP203. So that is like a meaningful name we are given. Here,
Creator source.
resource creator, no, create resource group, not a resource. First one, the button next to the create resource. Yeah, the blue icon. Yep.
Oh,
Okay, create one. Subscription, resource group name, give it a name. RG underscore Cosmos DB test.
no, not space. Region US defaulted anything?
Anything is fine for now. Select the subscription. I think you're supposed to select the free trial, or is it called as your subscription?
It's selected as a
Okay,
subscription. It's called the subscription one.
okay, okay. Review. Tags are fine. Go to the next review and create. Done. Create. So that download template for automation, right? Whatever your settings are there, you can download that is called as an ARM template, the automated resource maintenance, and that can be used in some other subscription. Basically, that's a JSON file. You run it, and all your settings are intact, and it will create the same resource.
Okay.
So either you create it like this, or from next time onwards, you run that template file. The
Okay.
backend, the CLI way of creating. Yeah. Go ahead and press the create.
Where's the create button?
On the left side,
No,
previous next.
there you go.
Okay, now this is done. So we need 4 objects now. Cosmos DB, storage account, the Apache Spark Pool, and Synapse workspace. Now go ahead and create a resource under this resource group. This is okay. What is a marketplace? Here you open now.
Hmm.
What is a marketplace?
Just wherever the
It's like
third parties can be offered
yes,
the
it's like
functionality.
Amazon within the Azure portal.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not a standard service from Amazon, you can find it in the marketplace. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
now that resource group is created. Go back to your home and create a Cosmos DB.
So within, we need to go inside
It's
to
a
create
create.
the.
No, no, you don't have to, because when you create a resource, there will be an option to choose your resource group. At that
Okay.
time, we will do the RD.
Azure
Okay,
Cosmos
you need
DB.
to name that Azure Cosmos DB. Yes. For
So now
NoSQL.
we go NoSQL.
So what is a NoSQL?
That's one of the type of,
It's a,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, it's a not only SQL, not only relational. It will support analytical workload, meaning the files.
Hmm.
Okay. Give a name, Cosmos DB underscore Cosmos DB test only, right? Test.
Cosmos DB underscore.
Test. Call something. Yep.
Must be 3 to
Okay. Not
9.
underscore. It's hyphen. Remove the hyphen. Hyphen. Wait a second.
Name is on lowercase letter number and I must be between 3 or a value must have.
The test it's not taking because test and Cosmos DB are mainly used. Use something else because those are generic words. RD Cosmos test. Yep, looks like yeah. Swag. West US, that is fine. Apply free tier discounts. It's fine. Come down. Geo redundancy. Okay, redundancy is fine. Okay, these are the replication models. Since both are disabled, the zoning thing does not matter. Connect.
Hmm.
Okay, go to networking. So here, the network connectivity. If it's a public or a private endpoint. If you want to keep it private, then choose the private endpoint, and it does not be readable from any of the internet services. It will not be visible basically. If you give it as all network, anybody with that address can ping the system.
Hmm.
Whenever as a ping, it's able to access. That's fine for now. Come down. TSL, that is the certification. Backup policy. Next page. And then, okay, there will be questions around what are the different backups available. So every resource comes with its own backup plan, and this is the backup policy is in place for Cosmos DB. So periodic, what it says, it at a particular interval. So by default, it will be 7 days for most of the Azure resources, but that can vary based on what service you are choosing from. And the 30 days is the next level, treated as an intermediate one, and anything more than that will need to be a custom. And again, your pricing will be based on your backup and the size of storage in the backend as well. So did we do you recall when we did the time travel, or did we cover time travel? I mean,
The
what is the information or the customer details as of 1st of January 2022? So when you do a select query, select from customer table, which is
Mhm.
associated file, as of 1st of January 2022. So this is called a time travel query. How does that work? That uses, something like a backup mechanism, because it will have files from so and so dates. For example, if I have a 5-year retention period, I would, I can go back up to 9th of January 2019. From that day, I can query data as of any date within that, 5-year span.
Mhm.
So those are called as transaction log files, and they will be created with a timestamp. When you provide a timestamp to your query, it will go back to that range of files and fetch the data and give you the output.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, this is the backup. Yeah, go for the encryption. And okay, what is an encryption? You already know this.
service to manage the key, so they're gonna allot customer manage the key. So yeah, I mean it's gotta be service to manage the key, unless
Okay,
we
that
have
is how you encrypt. But what is an encryption?
encryption means to convert data into some gibberish, right?
Correct. No, okay. Then what are the different ways? Managed key, service managed, or the customer key managed, or there will be standard encryption methods. And the third parties are like a password protected zip or PGP encryption. There are different products out in the market to do this encryption if you want to choose something else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and tags. Tags are used. Next tab. Tags are used to monitor the events because there will be different categories. Infrastructure would look at the resources as because our requirement as a functional users will be different, and their way of looking at the resources will be different. So we will create a tag to tag for a resource to help everybody. For example, if finance team wants to generate a summary of the cost related ones, they'll create a tag called Cosmos DB, and all the Cosmos DBs in that particular company will have that tag. So they can choose that Cosmos DB tag and then generate how much Cosmos DB is costing them as a company.
Mm-hmm.
And then if it is something related to sales, then you will also put a sales tag. And you as a developer is interested in the sales summary. Then all the resources which have that sales tag can be uh, listed grouped together to generate a the cost which sales is costing them. So that is the purpose of tags. Let's right now we are not interested in that part. Let's go
Okay.
review and create the DB. So the summary create. After this we will create a storage account.
In Synapse, then we're gonna have to create a link to service to this one, right?
Mhm.
Because this is not preloaded.
Actually, yeah, that is the idea. Whatever, right now we are comfortable following the exercise, right?
Yeah.
Now we will try to mimic everything. Okay, so yeah, let it create in the background. In the notification, we can see the status. Let's go ahead and create a storage account. I will try to download the files and send you.
Over here.
Yeah, create resource. Home. So yes. So call it something. Resource group is your RD Cosmos DB test. Come down. Yeah. SA storage account underscore is not allowed, I believe. Yeah. SA RD DB
Mm-hmm.
Cosmos DB test. Give it in plain text. It's fine. Lowercase
SCA,
letters. Capital is not allowed.
SCA,
RD.
RD.
No underscores. Yeah. Cosmos DB test. So that SA stands for storage account. I actually meant RG, meaning resource group. So you put it as RD, so that is fine. Anyways, it's a name as long as we remember, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I've been doing RD I did the
Mhm.
same thing over here too. RD.
Yeah, that is fine. It's a name,
Okay.
so
Yeah.
it's okay.
Standard
Let it be
schema. So
standard.
we'll do the standard.
Click, yeah, click on redundancy. The drop down redundancy. There was a geo come down. So okay, you will be you. So you know the differences, right? LRS, GRS, ZRS, and GZRS.
I think can't recall exactly, to be honest. The optimal data
Okay.
for type.
Okay. So think of your house as a local region. Your
Mm-hmm.
neighbor house as another, same geography local region, and there is okay, the house three in a different zone altogether, and then one house in some other city. So if it is LRS, your server's data will stay within your house.
Mm-hmm.
If it is GRS, we call it as a zone group. Yours and your neighbor house, neighbor one, will be if they are within the same zone. So if you choose GRS, the backup will stay in your immediate neighbor's house.
Mm-hmm.
If it is zone redundant, if you and neighbor one are in the same zone, but neighbor two is in a different zone. If you choose ZRS, your data backups will stay in neighbor two, who's in different zone.
Okay.
So if you choose GZRS, it will altogether, stay in a different city, who's in a different geographical location and who's part of a different zone. It's
Mm-hmm.
like create a group of 10 servers, for example, and then based on your LRS, GRS, and RS, keep the database backup or keep any backup in a different, server. Only LRS is that server specific. Everything else is a different server. Depends on your zone and geo setting. It is calculated, because ideally we expect nothing to happen to multiple zone at the same time, especially all the mission criticals will be given GZRS, different geography, and then different zone of servers. That is the most important data, or the project will be chosen with that setting. All are local, can be LRS, so in this case you can choose LRS and then proceed next.
Okay. REST API operations require secure transfer, allow enabling anonymous to
You will have to
be.
check one box to make sure that it is a Gen 2. So which one is it? There is a checkbox. You need to tick it to make it as a Gen 2 server.
Right here.
Yes, hierarchical namespaces. Yep. Without that, it will be a simple blob storage. That is Gen 1.
Okay. Next.
Yep. Yeah. Enable public. It is fine for now. So what is the soft delete option here?
Then you can simply delete by right clicking.
That is the deletion process. So enable soft delete means a recycle bin. There is a recovery period. Once you delete your things, they'll go to recycle bin and stay. How long they stay in the recycle bin is your stop soft delete setting. So days to retain deleted blobs is 7. So within the 7 days of your deletion time, you can restore. There is a possibility. But once you cross that 7 day, it is lost forever. So
Okay.
there is a blob level, container level, and file level settings.
Okay.
Encryption.
Now, how do we access that recycle bin? I need to access that. If we had the
Uh,
same thing on user account.
there will be a recovery option.
Okay.
I'll show you in the program.
Next encryption, Microsoft managed keys, MMK, blob and files only. Tags.
Uh, so tags again, we have covered encryption tags. I mean encryption and tag and redundancy. The backup setting is going to be some sort of a, the universal topics for all the resources.
Okay.
Okay. Now let it create. We will create the Synapse workspace now. We'll search for Synapse Analytics. Storage account is done. Yep. Select the group. Ideally, I follow SYW, meaning Synapse workspace. No, it can be a short thing, SYW. That's all. We understand it's a Synapse workspace. SYW, and then we are okay. Let's go with RD Cosmos DB test. This name has to be unique across Azure region.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why most of the time we end up, giving a resource group, because if you create one unique name, then we are pretty sure, that's not taken for the other names as well. Storage account name, file system, come down. It's a Gen2 hierarchy. That's fine. You have to choose a file system. It's a mandatory field. Create one.
Sign.
Yeah, create new. That is fine.
This is account name, so we need to. Oh, okay. Create.
And the file system name. Yes. Give a name.
Yeah. What is this name? File system name.
Yeah, you have the container related information, right?
Okay.
Because Synapse Analytics work based on the containers. So it requires a file system to be in place because it supports analytical service. Whenever we say analytical data, it's always the file hierarchy.
Data one.
Oh, that is fine. Any name, that is fine. It's a new one. Okay, yeah, give a password here, the complex password. And remember the username and password. SQL admin user. Okay. No, you can't. You can't. You can't. You can't copy one such, the dot formatted. No, that
Do we
is,
need
yeah,
to?
you can allow network. It's fine. Is it enabled?
No, it's not
It's
enabled.
not yet. Not by default. That is fine. Double encryption is disabled. It's okay. It's not a sensitive data. And then we don't have virtual networks. So ideally, there will be a team will be doing this. So by the time you are asked to work, all these things are in place. Go for tags.
Go for tags. Create. It's funny that how they actually you're clicking
Mhm.
on next button and you just assume that the create button is going to be next to it. Then you have to go
Okay, next.
create. So
There was a training. I mean, this is just a fun fact. 2 hours training on sexual harassment at workplace that we have to take every 6 months.
okay.
And between that 2 hours, the next button is not, there is no auto next. We have to press, and it will actually find a new place in every session after every 2 minutes,
Just to
2 or
make sure
3 minutes.
that people are paying attention and they're
So
attentive.
annoying. Okay, so good. Now let's create a Apache Spark Pool, the runtime integration.
So we have created the storage account, we have created the resource group, we have created the Cosmos DB account.
Apache Spark
Sign
Pool
up,
now.
Synapse is happening. Okay, Synapse is currently underway. So we gotta go find
Yeah,
more
search,
Synapse.
type search for Apache Spark Pool. Use the search button. That is the easiest way to list. Space Spark Pool.
Disk pools.
Nope, it's
Because
supposed to be Apache Spark Pool. It's not the marketplace. Let me search here. House disk. A Okay. Open Synapse Workspace. It's not available as a direct service. Just we have created. Oh, it is still deploying, is it? Click on the notifications.
yeah, it's still deploying the Synapse.
Okay. Okay. Let it create. We'll open and then I think the dedicated SQL Pool and Apache Spark Pool are part of Synapse Workspace.
Okay.
It has to be done. Meanwhile, what can I give you from the storage account? Hmm. Okay, just as an exercise, not part of this activity, you created a storage account now, right?
Mhm.
Can you download a storage explorer in your system and then try to access your storage account?
Storage Explorer.
Yes, note it down somewhere. We can use it as an application.
Can we download Storage Explorer and access the storage account?
Yes. Mm, okay, I think your notification is gone. Is it created? Click on the notifications.
Yes, deployed.
Okay. Yeah. Open the Synapse account. Open the resource group. RT Cosmos DB test. Yeah. Here you'll see the Synapse. There is a new Apache Spark Pool. See it on the top, the second plus icon. Click on it. So give some name. Spark RD Cosmos DB test. Isolated. 115. It's exceeding 15. Yep. Okay, perfect. Choose the node size family, memory optimized. Node size is at the minimum. Select a small core. It's fine. 4 V cores, 32 GB. Auto scale up to 10. Okay, come down. Uh, Dynamically allocate executor disabled. That is your cost. Okay, perfect. Go back to the previous screen. So there was something related to permissions. Take a screenshot and keep it somewhere. The contact and owner of the storage account. Come on, yeah, that warning.
This
Yeah,
one.
this assign workspace MSI to the storage blob contributor. Take a screenshot just to recall the names. Storage blob contributor is the role associated with the storage account to the Spark pool, because Spark
Could,
pool will
could this
exchange.
could this solve our problem that we're having? The other pipeline? Assign the workers and storage block contributor role on the storage account.
Yeah, that is
Assign.
the moment thing, and there we are not using the Spark pool, right?
Yeah, they were using
I
the
mean,
SQL.
yes, it is related, but we tried this both blob data contributor as well as storage account contributor. We tried both the roles already.
Okay.
Going to the identity access management, look for this role and then assign user. We assign Sheikh Saab to both the roles, right?
Yep.
I'll look at that exercise today. Number of minutes. Idle 15, Apache Spark version. Okay, these are the different versions of Python, Scala, and Java. So it is very rare that you get a problem, but in certain cases, when a particular Java or any Python code, any code which does not run on an environment saying that certain library is not present, it is possible that the version of Python we are using could be wrong or old.
Mhm.
Ideally, this should not happen because this is a software as a service. All the dependent libraries should be the latest by default. But there
Yeah.
could be cases wherein version mismatch, cause some failures. But at that time, the properties of your Spark pool upon which you are running the code is the place to, check.
Okay.
Come down. Okay. Yeah. Actually, default configuration is fine. Allocation level packages. Cache is 50%. Yep. Tags and review create. Validation done. Do the create. Deployment in progress. So now once this is done, we will link the services now.
It's
Okay.
done. Deployment
Okay.
is done.
Now, yeah, let's go back to did, the Cosmos DB. Let's create a table. Okay. Cosmos. Refresh. Okay.
You
Yep.
want to go into the storage
Yes.
or
Yes. 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 Cosmos DB.
storage
This is
account?
the storage account. No, the Cosmos database. The first one. Yep. Azure Cosmos DB account. Yeah. So here, this is okay. It does not contain anything right now. On the left hand side, okay, just explore the options. Overview, activity, IAM, and tags. And I think most of it are available in the other resources as well, except
Mhm.
the Data Explorer. This is a Cosmos DB specific. Okay, you can close this. You can always come back to that, the quick start tab on the left to see something, see some, the Microsoft recommended introduction videos. So under my data, there will be nothing. Okay, no API, no SQL APIs. See the list, my data sample and notebooks. So these are
Mhm.
the three different categories to host the data or the files. So here, let's create a container. Now, let's call it as, uh, okay, what do we call it? Let's call it as sales. Let me, no, call it as Adventure Works. Adventure Works. This is the standard database available on SQL Server for, you know, exploration purpose.
Mhm.
1000 is fine. Auto scale. So again, we are creating, some sort of a database here. So container here is a database. In the storage account perspective, container is a folder, right? The same keyword, different methodologies. You can reduce that 1000 to 400 database max RUs, or it will use only 100 RU. Okay, how this works? If you choose 400, only 40 RUs will be used. The
Okay.
the execution engines basically. So 10% is allocated and built, and only upon the requirement it will, you know, add more resources till the max are used, and then you will be billed for that. So in this case, it is the highest possibility is 35, USD.
Mhm. Container ID should be
Container ID, okay, put it as sales. Yeah, indexing is automatic. Come down. Partition key, put it as customer ID. I'll explain the things later. ID,
underscore ID or just ID?
just ID. Yeah, and turn on that analytical store. No, a slash is required at the beginning, and all small cases. Customer ID. ID is also in smaller case. Come down. Can you? Is that enabled to turn on?
No.
Okay, it's not now. That's okay. Enable it. Yeah, enable. Did it create? No. Okay. There is a button next to the container. Enable Azure Synapse link. Click on enable. Sit down. Okay. On the left hand side, there will be integrations menu. Come down. Look for integrations. Yeah, there. Click on Azure Synapse link. Power BI Synapse link. There will be one of the headings. It should say enabled here. Account is updating. Wait for it to finish. You see that status account is updating.
Yeah.
There it should say account enabled.